which we operate.
I am Navin Dukuran, CEO of Exim Bank, and we understand the power, impact, and transformative potential each citizen has. Our vision is to transform the domestic export environment and be the preferred trade finance service provider, creating value and making a difference in our national economy. Here at Exim Bank, we recognize that we operate within a complex rhythm that exists in our social structures and biodiversity. It is written in every community and generation. So let us work together to facilitate growth and expansion, creating sustainable employment while respecting our planet and our environment. Our nation's strength lies in the people and the generations to come from the work we do today. The journey is before us and the challenge is here. The need is now. We are but a reflection of the world we live in. So let's work together to make it a better, healthier, and more sustainable one.
There's been much improvement in what we eat through awareness. We once again return to St. Vincent and the Grenadines to hear from Dr. Badnock about aspects we should be aware of with our food and spice selections.
We would advise that you use less fatty food, particularly fried foods, and to reduce the occurrence of gallstones, which can give you that reflux sensation for most patients and the abdominal pain. And I know, yes, our Caribbean culture, we do use a lot of pepper. There are persons who would say that they cannot eat if they do not put pepper. But once you would have started to complain and get the discomfort in your stomach, especially when you take your meals or even between your meals, we really would recommend that you do not use a high pepper, unless it's spicy, because we have a lot of spices other than pepper that can contribute to that sensation of the discomfort of pain and burning that we will relate to what we call gastritis, so just the inflammation in the stomach. Apart from the spicy and the processed and the fried, the other modification that we would advise really is for less red meat. A big thing, yes, we know pork is technically a white meat, but it usually has quite a bit of fat on it, so we would advise to use less of it. What we know of colon cancers to date has a direct relation to how much red meat that you use, so we would advise to use less of it. And even the method of preparation, we still advise that you probably bake or grill or steam instead of stewing and frying to reduce the effects.
The countries with the highest incidence of cancers are places like the US and Canada, which we know that their foods are extremely highly processed. But that's where we get the bulk of our foods that we import. Yes, it's cheaper initially, but the cost that we pay in the long run does not make it cheaper, does not make it better. The same countries, when they're exporting to other regions that have stringent restrictions on what their people are allowed to eat, like say, the same thing, the same product that is sold on the shelf in the US, that same brand sells a completely different product to Europe because rural Europe refuses to accept it with significant additives and preservatives. So why can we not stand up for ourselves and insist that we get better quality foods?
Politics is politics and industry is industry, but the health of our children should be paramount. So we continue in our advocacy drive, trying to get front of package warning labels on consumables. In fact, many of the consumables on the shelf do have the labels. We are an importing society, so we see many products with those labels on, but not enough really.
Absolutely. So I think that we have a number of crises going on here. We have the well-known, well-established NCD crisis. And before, when we thought about NCDs, we would say that was an older population issue. That is no longer the case. We are seeing obesity infiltrating the younger population in a very significant way. Before, persons being diagnosed with hypertension and diabetes pre-40 was unheard of, apparently for, let's say, type 1 diabetic. But now we're seeing more and more persons being affected with hypertension and diabetes at quite a young age. I mean, we now have a situation where we have probably 1 in 3 persons between the age of 10 to 13 years old being overweight or obese. And that is really not what we want. Yes, we're accustomed to having good, tasty food, the rice and peas and the macaroni pie, but we really need to ask ourselves, are we eating for our taste buds or are we really eating for our health? And certainly eating healthy doesn't mean eating bland. There are ways that we can work around, and yes, within the Caribbean, sometimes going to the supermarket can be very prohibitive in terms of getting good quality and a wide selection of vegetables while still maintaining comfort within your pocket. But we do have the benefit that we have lots of vegetable markets throughout the region. And so we should take advantage. I want to really encourage persons, I do it every single Saturday morning, we should really encourage persons to get up, getting that walk around the market very early, getting the opportunity to look at your local vegetables, getting the opportunity to be able to pick the not only just local but in season, which actually provides you with even more nutritional benefit that you can then go home and prepare for your family.
We head to Trinidad and Tobago to discuss food security, a major component and reality before us, and what the agricultural sector is doing to prepare.
Food security basically talks about ensuring that all persons have access to food at all times. There are 4 main components which would talk about availability. So is it being produced in place? So the food is being produced in country or being imported? Is it accessible? Which talks about not only is it near to where you and I can buy it, but I also have to have the economic means to be able to access it. Utilization talks about how well we use it, how our bodies use it to be able to meet our nutritional needs, to ensure health and well-being. And of course, stability means that you have a stable access at all times. And for you to say you're food secure, whether it be at a country level or at a household level, is that all 4 components have to be basically in place simultaneously. You can't have one without the other. Nutrition security speaks to those things as well, but it talks about there needing to be nutrition education as a component to ensure that persons are empowered to make the right food choices for themselves, and they also having access to healthcare services that can then meet their health needs.
We're seeing persons not making exactly the most healthy choices in the groceries. We've had a little bit of evidence from various studies from World Food Program, CARICOM, these type of institutions, indicating that we do have a problem and we do have an issue that we need to pay attention to. I think the population is paying attention to what is going on. I would say even our decision makers are hearing what is going on and they understand that our food import bill is very high. So the conversations are starting, the wheels are turning. So I think we are poised right now for initiatives, programs, policies to take off now that we have the ear of both government and the population at large to really impact in a meaningful and sustainable way.
There is the aspect of what can be done at a national level, because here we have the public crying out, the food is too expensive. Here we have the politicians on the other side, the administrations, they have to get taxes. They have to run the country. Then we have the farmers. So another aspect besides front-to-package warning labels has been a concept of tax swapping, which would be you increase the taxes on the unhealthy foods and you lower the taxes on the healthy foods. Now, you're also in a milieu there where we have taxes because we're protecting the local farmers. So we have to find a way to be able to assist and keep everybody relatively happy, because we want to encourage local agriculture. And certainly since COVID, during COVID, agriculture here in Barbados has increased. In the interest, there's a lot more vending on the streets of fruit and vegetables.
Support your agriculture, yeah. I mean, it's becoming a smaller and smaller industry, and we just need people to support our local agriculture. When we're importing, you know, these things could have been harvested weeks and months ago, and we're getting it fresh here. We'll harvest on Thursday, And vendors come, they buy all our produce, and it's sold within days. So people are getting things fresh, getting their product fresh.
I want people out there to understand they should get back to the land, plant food, mind animals, and eat healthy. You don't need to go out there and buy everything. We have, from the same dasheen bush, you're getting your edos, you're getting dasheen, you could plant your little yam, you could plant many different things. You plant 1 or 2 coconut trees in your place that you could get your fresh coconut to drink. You have your little mango trees, you different fruit trees, orange, Portugal. These are things we need to have in every home. Supposed to have that. Regardless how small your land is, you can do it.
I am a Caribbean woman at heart, 100%. I love Caribbean food. I love Caribbean culture. I love everything about our Caribbeanness. That's how I should coin that.
I like that.
Our Caribbeanness, wonderful, yes. I love everything about it. And I'm also a cook. So for me, cooking Caribbean food as part of your diet and still maintaining a level of fitness in your life, that's what we're trying to get people to understand. A lot of the time people think you have to have a foreign diet to get fit. So every time people decide, I want to lose weight or I want to tone up, we lean towards the foreign diets. When we have so many healthy stuff, our herbs and our spices here are amazing healing. So I am encouraging people, use your food as medicine. Understand? Eat to heal, eat to treat, eat to be better. Don't just eat. And the thing about it is the majority of our Caribbean cuisine has some form of a health benefit to it. So if we encourage people to do that, then we would lower stuff like blood pressure and combat diabetes and all these different things that people are being afflicted with. We have a beautiful savannah. Walk around it, and then you could go home and eat something Caribbean, so you get a double dose of wonderfulness.
Thank you, Faye-Ann. Special thanks to the entire fishing and farming community for all that you do for us in the Caribbean. Our fishermen and farmers are the backbone of our nation's food supply, working tirelessly to get nutritious foods from farm to table, and we applaud the great and important work you do. This is Caribbean Medical TV. Thanks for viewing. Stay safe and stay healthy.
You see that sign there? Eh?
Yeah.
Good advice.
As islanders, we're not strangers to the serious effects of coastal erosion. But with climate change brewing more intense conditions every year, the impacts are becoming more and more visible. In response, the government in 2014 launched a coastal protection unit tasked with rehabilitating 26 of the country's most critical coastal zones, with a budget of $225 million and a 3-year schedule. Capdeville Point Fortin was one of those areas. 8 years later, residents on one end of the incomplete project say they're dangerously close to losing more homes to the sea.
At my 69 years, it's frightening because we there years and it had acres of land to the back. And now it just coming up fast. The water coming close to my house, and at my age, we put tires. But then how much tires are you going to put at my 69 years? So we need the relevant authority to do something about it.
The residents of Sunset Beach, Fanny Village, Point Fortin tell TV6 News they've been told the project is stopping short of their homes.
18 months ago, the dialogue was to continue the Sunset Beach project from the Captiville River onward. And now they arrive at the Seaview Beach Road number 2 and the government stopped the job. So we want them to continue and reach up to Sunset Beach. Through communication with the engineers, the people who I went on the site at work and discussed with them, they said that it already stopped and most of the equipment already been demobilized.
The delay in the project time and increasing rate of erosion have pushed residents to make their own barriers over time.
We had to put out money and buy stone, and we got a few truckloads of stone, could be about 30 we had to put out. We put a lot of tires within the last year and year before. We tie rope, you name it, we try everything. We try everything, and with the last from Christmas gone till now, when you see real bad, right now some of the tires, the sea rooted out actually, the rope panning burst.
And so, over the years, we're told that dozens of homes have been consumed by the sea, and now those standing next in line are making a last plea to the government for help.
There's a lot of houses being threatened right now. Hundreds of feet of land is falling into the sea. Families is being lost, and we need to have the project being continued.
It's just to drop the stone, and we don't want to hear that the government don't have money. The government never have money for the citizens, so we want them to continue to do the project for us, please.
If we had to move, we had to move, but I don't want to move. You build your house, you spend your money, you put your life savings onto something, and you have to move for what? You understand? If we could get help, I want help.
Continue the project! Continue the project!
We contacted the Ministry of Works for a response, but up to news time, we were not provided with an update. Cindy Raghubartika Singh, TV6 News.
Hi, I'm Darina.
And I'm Ishmael.
Welcome to our home,
the culture capital of Belize,
Dangriga. Our town is known for the rich culture and heritage of the Garinagu who settled here, making it their home since the 1800s. The Garinagu are an ethnic group with mixed ancestry of African, Arawak, and Carib. On May 18, 2001, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, proclaimed the Garifuna language, music, and dance a masterpiece of the oral and intangible heritage of humanity. My town depends heavily on the sea for our livelihood, culture, and food.
All our leaders are talking about climate change, but for many Belizean children like us, we don't get to talk about it, we live it.
Exhibit A. I'm standing in the Grace Ramirez Memorial Park.
Because of coastline erosion, children from the nearby school are losing this space to play and enjoy school breaks.
It's not only our town. Other children in Belize experience it too. If you took a drive going farther down south, Monkey River is a community in the Toledo district that has also been losing its beaches for decades. In our western and northern districts, each year hurricanes like Eta and Iota cause flooding that displace many children from their homes and communities. UNICEF and other humanitarian organizations support affected families as they learn to adjust to the changes in our weather and environment. A recent UNICEF report, the Children's Climate Risk Index, presents clear evidence showing that over 99% of children are already exposed to at least one climate or environmental shock, with approximately 1 billion children at an extremely high risk from the impacts of climate change.
This is why climate change is actually a child rights crisis. Not only does it affect children, but children and young people can also be a part of climate action.
Over 100 stakeholders were engaged in a study to determine how coastal fishing communities, namely Belize City, Dangriga and San Pedro town have been affected by climate change. The scope of the data was over a 30-year period from 1991 to 2020. Today's event is the fifth in a series of consultations to enhance adaptation for vulnerable communities and vulnerabilities within coastal zone and fisheries. The aim is essentially to make the country resilient to climate change.
Today, the findings are going to be presented and validated by the stakeholders. It's important because it helps to build resilience for the key sectors of the fisheries sector, as well as within the coastal zone, within communities, which are priority areas. They're heavily impacted by the impacts of climate change, whether it's sea level rise, erosion, changes in temperature, intense hurricanes. The findings will be used to build long-term readiness projects to ensure the viability and the longevity of the fisheries sector.
So influencing policy, basically.
Yes.
The process began earlier this year. An international consultant, Dr. Asha Singh, says that even though some of the data is unavailable, the impact of climate change can be seen and felt across these three communities.
Overwhelmingly, yes. Climate change is affecting Belize. Climate change is affecting Belize City. Climate change is affecting Dangriga town. I cannot say much about San Pedro because the data that I would require for rainfall, etc., there isn't a data station. But if we can speculate based on the information for these two cities, yes, San Pedro is being affected by climate change. So that's one of the major foundation to the study. We are being affected. One of the things that we looked at is the exposure, how much we're exposed to these impacts that I've just mentioned. What is the sensitivity? How sensitive are we? And how are we adapting? And in all aspects, I can say that these are very high for these communities.
The study showed that Belize City is most adversely affected by climate change. Rising sea level, floods, erosion, and warmer temperatures were among the 27 indicators that were identified and used in the study. So how has the fisheries sector been affected?
The fisheries sector is very vulnerable. Why is it vulnerable? Because it occupies a set of stakeholders, or I would say it employs a set of Belizeans that really rely on those resources, who pretty much don't have much more of an occupation, but no fisheries for 30-odd years or even more. And when you have issues like climate change that start having where the fish becomes moving further away because the water is warming, when you put that to a fisherman who just have a canoe that would just go out there to fish, it really comes down to livelihood and his ability to feed his family. So it becomes very, very critical when we look at these sectors.
Blue Economy Director Maxine Monsanto says that the study is one of two that is ongoing, and the report will be made available for everyone so that future planning can take into consideration climate change adaptation when making investments.
There are multiple portions to the readiness project. So vulnerability and livelihood assessment is one. Another one is stakeholder engagement. An assessment has been already completed for that, and the development of a stakeholder engagement committee is being finalized. The next one is gender evaluation and assessment. That is also already, these are all ongoing activities. Last one is an assessment of the value-added chain within the fisheries sector.
Dwayne Moody for News 5.
For some areas, it takes less than 30 minutes of rainfall, intense or not, to wreak havoc. For others, it can take just a few hours of rains to cause major, life-threatening flooding over a wide area that can last days. But before we dive into why it floods, we need to understand how the country floods, and to do this, I reference a few areas I visited earlier last year.
Trinidad and Tobago experiences several types of flooding. The one that you may have heard of is riverine flooding. That occurs when significant rains fall over a large portion of the country, causing our major watercourses and rivers to overtop its banks, and that occurs in the St. Joseph River right next to me, or the Caroni River all the way to my back. Now, when these rivers overtop, they cause flooding for several days across a large portion of the country.
But while it certainly is the most impactful, it's not the only type of flooding.
Coastal flooding is as its name suggests, water moving onshore from a nearby sea or ocean. In Trinidad and Tobago, this happens for a couple of reasons. We have tropical storms producing storm surge that floods low-lying areas, long period swells that produce large battering waves in nearshore bays and beaches. We also have higher than usual high tides, and that's combined with elevated sea level rise due to climate change and global warming that floods coastal areas.
Street flooding is the most common type of flooding in Port of Spain. It occurs when heavy rainfall overwhelms the drainage network, causing flooding in low-lying areas and areas where drains are no longer sufficient to capture the volume of water that falls. And last but not least,
flash flooding is an intense high-velocity torrent of water that comes down in an existing watercourse, and it can happen on the order of minutes to hours. Now, flash flooding is incredibly dangerous due to the high-velocity nature of the water, and it can bring down large rocks and debris like you see strewn behind me, and even cars like we saw earlier in 2021.
And now back to this year. We know the flood types and some of their causes, but why is flooding getting worse? The first culprit officials now point to is climate change.
Climate change is changing the way we experience rainfall in the Caribbean region, including Trinidad and Tobago. We're seeing less overall rainfall, something already that has materialized in the country, but when rain does fall, it comes in extreme amounts and in short periods of time, causing life-threatening flash and riverine flooding.
Earlier this year, extreme rainfall in Sangre Grande at the end of April, nearly 8 times than average April's worth of rain, fell in less than 12 hours, causing up to 10 feet of water to inundate homes. I visited the area a few weeks ago to hear the story of one family.
We didn't expect the flood to come again because they said that the 2018 was a freak thing with all the other places that were flooded out, and that never happened here before. So we see in the rain, and we know it's dry season, so we're not looking out for any flood.
And while climate change did play a part, there are 2 more significant factors that play larger roles: improper or inadequate drainage to hold the volume of water that falls, and indiscriminate development. In the case of Mandillion Road, Sangre Grande, residents claim the flooding has now been worsened by a large area of land being cleared nearby, which has made this year's floods worse than 2018. The extent of the land cleared is evident from satellite images, and no additional drainage downstream was developed to capture the water that was previously held by trees, now running off faster. It's a similar situation playing out in hilly areas across the country with hillside development, but in the capital, you also have another reason.
The infrastructure, which is the drainage that is in Port of Spain, has been over 100 years old. So the drains, the capacity of the drains are smaller than what when there was a lot less development in the city of Port of Spain, and those drains were supposed to spill out into those rivers, and then eventually into the sea. So what has happened is, because the city has built up and then the drainage has not kept time with it.
There are also a myriad of issues concerning watercourses being cleared and rivers and their mouths being dredged, which can aid in runoff, but according to experts will not end flooding in TNT. Especially if we continue to litter the way we do, solid waste blockages can lead to flooding in cities and, in some instances, cause major water backlog issues. On November 26, 2022, Woodland residents had to seek higher ground as the bank of the Newcut Channel, a tributary to the South Arapooch River, had been breached. Millions of gallons flowed freely into the Woodland area, but this was only the beginning of their plight. Because it happened again and again. With each breach, a new but longer-lasting danger emerged. CNC3 News visited the area several times over the last 3 weeks to listen to the farmers' concerns, and there's a common theme.
Salt water here.
It is currently high tide in Trinidad and Tobago, and the water that you see flowing behind me isn't actually coming from upstream in the South Oropouche River, but in fact 7 kilometers away from the Gulf of Paria, and this salt water is now intruding into over 160 acres in the woodland area, affecting crops, cattle, and even residents' homes.
When they get down to our home there, it cut away the paint from on the wall, it cut away the concrete, and they get down to the steel on the foundation. When you get down to the steel on that foundation there, it will weaken everything, and all the concrete will actually fall, right? Nobody is going to compensate me for that, right? And it's not mine alone. All the residents who live around here, the salt water is going to reach there.
The owner of the land where the latest breach is located, Ganesham Ganis, says his livelihood, farming, has been severely impacted.
I'm in that land for over 45 years, right? And today, I reach in a position, I can't go nowhere and I can't do nothing to that breach that cut me, and the salt water coming through day and night.
The salt water is also affecting woodlands biodiversity, as the natural fish and fauna are now succumbing to a salty demise.
The water keeps flowing in, the grass is drying, the fishes have already died inside there, all the cascadura, tilapia, coscarob, wabin, everything is dead.
According to Moody, even the indigenous tater fish, a type of armored catfish endemic to Trinidad and in the Woodland Lagoon, is dying off. Nearly 7 kilometers inland, saltwater affected small and large fish, crops, cattle scattered across the Woodland Lagoon have been damaged or killed, with native grasses succumbing to a salty demise clearly visible with brown patches.
When the saltwater comes, there's a certain type of grass that survive, all the other grass will die out. And that grass have no value for the cow. That's like eating mud, because there's no value in it and it keep destroying it. We keep plowing and planting back grass. As the salt come, it kill it.
Now, as you just heard, salt water is affecting the types of grass that grows, which is also affecting the poor cows that stand behind us. So farmers in the area have called on the University of the West Indies to conduct salinity studies to see the impact of saltwater intrusion. Well, that has already been done. Between 2007 and 2008, the University of the West Indies moved along the South Oropouche River, starting about 7 kilometers inland, doing a resistivity study that went all the way to Mosquito Creek to determine how saltwater moves upstream. These were their results.
It was clear that during the rainy season, because of constant rainfall, the water in the fresh water river was not as saline. But during the dry season, you can see a maximum movement of salt further inland. There was maximum movement of salt further inland.
Of the Caribbean. CaribVision.
Lilia Brunge, United Nations Resident Coordinator for Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean. I haven't seen him. That's my colleague Simon Sprint, Deputy Director of the Directorate of Investments, Concessions and State Risk for the Ministry of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Panama, Ms. Dilka Escobar. Distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. No, louder than that, man. Good morning. Wonderful. It is so really, really good to be here in beautiful Barbados with all of you. And it's really, really a pleasure for me to be participating in this meeting. I have a very special welcome also to our conference attendees that are participating virtually. And I understand that there are more than 1,400 of these participants registered from some 72 countries globally. Yes, that deserves clap them. So, we're really happy to have the online participation, and throughout the 2 days, I'm going to take the opportunity to big up some of those participants so we're all aware of who is out there, who is tuned into what we're doing. Their participation is vital to the success of our meeting in getting the important messages out that we expect to emerge from this meeting, so that they reach the population beyond the confines of this conference room. So we're really looking forward to your engagement in igniting the initiatives that provide a wider understanding and embrace of effective integrated risk management strategy to advance sustainable development in your respective regions across the world. I'm Deanne Corliss. I'm your conference moderator for the next 2 days, and until recently I was the director of the ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean in Port of Spain, and I am therefore living proof that there is life after the UN. I have given my entire career to promoting and advancing the search for solutions to the persistent and still emerging multidimensional challenges that confront our uniquely vulnerable small island developing states. And so even in the midst of my transition, I could not resist the invitation to serve. On hearing that the meeting would address the critical link between country risk management and sustainable development. In fact, the theme for this opening ceremony aptly frames the ambition of our meeting over the next 2 days. For it is in understanding how to mitigate risk and uncertainty in all its forms that our countries will build the resilience that directly impacts their growth and sustainability. So understand the message. We cannot achieve sustainable development without effectively managing integrated risk. The organizers and partners of this second regional risk conference for the wider Caribbean have assembled a series of very distinguished panels to educate and inspire you over the next 2 days. They will walk us through the key dimensions of risk and uncertainty that pose intractable barriers to achieving sustainable development in a proactive manner. For the solutions-oriented ideas and recommendations coming from our distinguished speakers will be distilled into policy statements on strategic directions at the end of every panel. Purposeful and action-oriented directions are what we're looking for. These are the watchwords of our engagement this week. We will also have very engaging cafe corners, also led by eminent development practitioners. These will be more informal chats to encourage and facilitate active participation from the floor and from our participants online. We want you to have your say so that you will feel righteous in joining the commitment to the way forward that we hope to achieve at the end of our 2 days. And of course, we will never forget our youth, the leaders of tomorrow on whom we must count to take our vision and legacy forward to the next generation. In the room next door, we will convene a youth dialogue tomorrow morning, mirroring the same themes of this conference agenda. It will be an innovative face-to-face and virtual exchange in the form of a town hall, allowing for the lively participation of youth here in Barbados, as well as representatives of the ECOSOC Youth Forum and the CDB Future Leaders Forum. Purposeful, action-oriented ideas coming from our young people will become part of the decisive outcome of this meeting when we close tomorrow afternoon. I take the opportunity, therefore, to congratulate CRIF SPC and the CDB on their joint commitment to raising the level of awareness of the governments of our region on the need to adjust their sovereign risk management strategies, given the increasing vulnerability and exposure of our small states to risk from both exogenous and endogenous shocks. Theirs has been a partnership of nearly 10 years, developing the concept of risk governance to embrace risk analysis, risk management, risk-related decision-making. They have combined their perspectives on interdependent risk factors of the economic, environmental, geopolitical, societal, and technological type on the one hand, and the developmental, strategic, operational, and financial on the other, so to establish a comprehensive, integrative framework for risk governance. At first glance, a daunting prospect for national planners and decision makers, but considered simply, it is a strategic framework to guide governments to move beyond planning and response to traditional risk events associated with natural disasters and climate change impacts, taking into consideration the intrinsic linkages which must be made between the many other dimensions of risk. This inevitably makes the optimization of integrated risk response to promote growth and sustainable development a complex and challenging ambition. It was their ongoing effort to make this process of indigenizing integrated risk management strategy, making it more user-friendly for our governments, that inspired this conference idea. I think it's intended to be a biennial consultation. We are extremely pleased to welcome now the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, that's CAF, as an integral partner in this effort going forward, and not a moment too soon. For the countries of our region grapple with ever-increasing uncertainty and instability in the global environment, it is vital that we search more urgently and deliberately for solutions in the first instance through solidarity within our own region, among our own people. And so we welcome Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy, the CAF Regional Manager for the Caribbean, to the CRIF SPC and CDB partnership, joining the effort to strengthen this process. And so now, without further ado, it is my privilege to introduce the distinguished representatives of the three organizations responsible for bringing us here to the Salmon Lords Castle Resort this week, and I neglected to express my appreciation on all our behalf for the splendid hospitality that we have enjoyed, those of us who are staying here in this fantastic place, the wonderful hospitality we have enjoyed this week. I haven't eaten so well in a very long time. It is Elizabeth Emmanuel of CRIF SPC and Stefano Capodagli of the CDB with their respective teams who have been in the trenches leading both substantive and operational preparation for this conference. Together, they will provide detail on what you should expect and what we will hope to accomplish over the next 2 days. Let me begin first with Elizabeth Emmanuel. She's an international development specialist with over 25 years of experience in policy development, in disaster risk management, climate change, energy, environmental sustainability, in leading national development planning processes, and supporting stakeholder engagement. And of course, she's all very well known to most of you. She has worked with numerous countries across the Caribbean and Africa, with regional international development institutions, with many of our own institutions in the UN system, and since 2009 has been engaged with CRIF SPC, heading its technical assistance program and its development and corporate communications managers teams. She lectures at the University of the West Indies and has developed master-level courses in natural resource valuation and sustainable energy, eminently qualified to lead the preparation of this conference on integrated risk. Liz, I invite you, and I invite you all to join me in welcoming Liz to the podium to give you a more detailed idea of what it is that you're to expect over the next 2 days. Liz.
Thank you, Chair. And before I even begin, both myself and my colleague Stefano will be co-presenting this particular introduction to the panel. So thank you, Chair. Mr. Daniel Best, President, Caribbean Development Bank, also someone I went to school with. Mr. Isaac Anthony, Chief Executive Officer, CRIF SPC. And I would also like to acknowledge our chairman, the chairman of CRIF, Mr. Timothy Antoine, who is also the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy, regional manager for the Caribbean CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, again, one of our colleagues. So the three of us were at school together at the same time, same campus. Distinguished guests here with us in Barbados and online, our moderators, panelists, colleagues, friends, all participants, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, because we have people as far as Serbia, Australia, Fiji, online today. We are over, if we count ourselves in this room, we are close to 1,500 strong in number, and as our conference moderator said, from all over the world. On behalf of Stefano and myself, I'd like to welcome you to this second Wider Caribbean Regional Conference. We also would like to extend a special welcome to the many students and youth from several universities here in the region and beyond, our future leaders, and we are happy that you are interested in engaging and being part of these conversations that seek to address the many complex and interrelated development challenges that we are confronted with. Interestingly, this is the second time we're having a conference like this. This conference, like the first one held in 2022, covers a range of topics related to risk management and targets a similar audience. We have government officials, representatives from regional and international organizations, our development partners, academia, private sector stakeholders, and in the conference, we include a mix of panel discussions and cafe corners. Both conferences, the one in 2022 and the one today, were designed as hybrid events. Our conference in 2022 was broadcast in English and Spanish, and we had to level it up a little bit this year. This year, we have added a third language, French, considering countries in the WCR that are French-speaking, Haiti, Martinique, Guadeloupe, Saint Martin, among others. There are some important differences between the 2022 conference and the one today. The panel topics of this conference differ as they reflect the evolving challenges and priorities of the WCR. Indeed, in the conference in 2022, we did not discuss, for example, AI. We did not discuss issues like disinformation and misinformation, for example. We included panelists, for example, in the first conference, we addressed the regional landscape for advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. At that conference, Stacey was a panelist. Deanne was the moderator of that particular panel. We focused a lot on demystifying climate risk. Today, some of the topics of our panels include economic tensions, uncertainty, geo-economic confrontation, sovereign risk, financial sustainability, demystifying misinformation, disinformation, and fake news. And on the climate side, our focus is on loss and damage and financing and the important role that nature-based solutions can play in building resilience. A key feature of this conference is the charge to all panels to end their panel discussions with a policy statement that will feed into a unified roadmap for the future of the wider Caribbean region that the leaders of these three organizations of the conference, CDB, CRIF, and CAF, will discuss tomorrow at the closing ceremony. The interesting part of this, the town hall is actually in the afternoon, will be feeding a youth communique into that final discussion. We want to know what the youth want, what development they want to see. So we spoke about the youth conference. In 2022, the conference was led and organized by CRIF and CAF. CRIF and CDB. This time around, we have CAF as an equal partner. We welcome them for joining us on this important initiative. And I think they deserve a clap for stepping up. Thank you, Stacey. In summary, the 2025 conference builds upon the foundation of the 2022 conference with a wider scope, updated themes, and a more structured format. This agenda reflects current challenges facing the wider Caribbean region, and you'll hear the acronym WCR a lot, such as misinformation and so on that I mentioned before, with the goal of advancing sustainable development through effective risk management strategies. I will now turn over to my colleague Stefano to share with you a brief overview on each of the panels and some of the possible outcomes we are expecting at the end of this conference. Stefano, I think we have messed up Deanne's introductions, but...
Thank you. Once again, and heartfelt thanks to the chair, to the three sponsors organization, the conference organization team, and all partners for making this conference possible. And a warm welcome to all participants here and online. This is going to be an exciting journey. Throughout these 2 days, we will cover diverse topics. We will start the first panel exploring how the wider Caribbean region must navigate global economic tensions and uncertainties. The panel 2 will focus on sovereign risk and financial sustainability through strategic innovative financial solutions, multilateral institutions, and central banks' interventions. The panel 3 will address the risk of misinformation, disinformation, and fake news to regional development. Tomorrow, in the second day, the panel 2 will explore trends, challenges, and opportunities related to loss and damage fund and climate finance, suggesting pathways to access finance addressing increasing frequency, intensity, and unpredictability of climate-related events. The panel 5 will then focus on scaling up investment in nature-based solutions for resilience and sustainable prosperity in the Caribbean. The panel 6 will address the impact of societal fragmentation on the Caribbean and explore a 360 view of AI and human development. Finally, the panel 7 will focus on unlocking private sector potential and risk-sharing solutions for sustainable development. The conference also features 2 cafe corners, as Elizabeth anticipated, that will provide interactive and engaging these technical discussions and reflections. The Cafe Corner 1 will focus on exploring how private and public capital, concessional and non-concessional funding can be mobilized through blended finance. The Cafe Corner 2 will delve into the scientific methods being explored to detect and attribute climate change impacts and their implications for climate justice. Overall, these discussions are essential for refining our understanding and strengthening our collective response to emerging challenges in the wider Caribbean region. I am again keen on emphasizing the critical importance of our youth in this discussion, as they are the next generation of Caribbeans, and they shall be equipped to lead and address today's challenges and in the decades ahead. Indeed, this conference will produce a unified roadmap for regional action with policy statement for each panel and clear step forward for addressing critical risk management and sustainable development challenges. As we navigate this 2 days conference, I encourage each of you, both online and in presence, to fully engage, ask difficult questions, test assumptions, and listen to perspectives that may challenge your own. The Caribbean has proven its resilience in time and again. For natural disaster to global climate shock and global geopolitical threats to the recent pandemic. We have weathered crises with determination and creativity. However, resilience speaks not only to recovery, but to building the capacity to adapt, anticipate future shocks, and transform vulnerability into strength. Let this big conference be not just a platform for discussion, it must be a catalyst for action. Let it shape policy, inspire reform, and reaffirm our collective commitment to building a stable, resilient, and globally competitive Caribbean. Thank you for your attention, and I will get to Elizabeth, I think.
And finally, Stefano and I, along with other members of the planning team of CDB, CRIF, and CAF, we want to really say that we're truly humbled by your interests here, those of you here, our moderators who accepted our invitation, the many panelists I think we have about over 40 panelists, by your interest, and we're happy by your presence. We know that throughout the days, we'll be seeing you more. We encourage engagement, bilaterals, multilaterals, etc., as we advance the sustainable development prospects of the wider Caribbean region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz and Stefano. I think you have it straight now, and it's going to be a rich and fulfilling and educative 2 days that we will be together. We are running short on time. I'm going to skip the long introductions and just invite Stacey Richards Kennison. She's Regional Manager for the Caribbean for CAF, to come and to represent CAF as a partner in this very exciting process. So good to see you, Stacey. You've been hiding.
Greetings to everyone. I stand on the protocol that has already been established, so we can all breathe a sigh of relief there and save some time. Of course, recognizing my colleagues at the head table here, CDB President, CEO from CRIF, all of our fellow speakers, and of course, Governor Antoine, who's in the room with us, my dear sister from the World Bank, Lilia, and the many other development partners who are with us today, and of course, all of our distinguished guests and representatives with us. It's a real pleasure to be with you here for this important conference. And of course, for us at CAF, it was an honor, a huge honor, and certainly a priority for us to join forces with the CDB and CRIF for this year's Regional Risk Conference. It is a space where we will reflect on the multidimensional risks that we face, but more importantly, as you've heard, on the concrete solutions that we can design and deliver together. And in that spirit, I'd like to begin by commending the very dedicated and hardworking team, the organizing team from CRIF, CAF, my colleagues who are here in the room, and the CDB, and all of you who've traveled from near and far to share your knowledge, your experience, your expertise, and to reinforce this network of committed professionals working in the service of development for this beautiful region. I think that deserves a round of applause. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I will share 3 key points. Firstly, how the risk landscape in the Caribbean is evolving in ways that demand our urgent attention. Secondly, what CAF has learned through our work across Latin America and the Caribbean, and the innovative tools that we're developing. And thirdly, the importance of partnerships in addressing our region's needs. The Caribbean's risk landscape, as you all know, is not static. And when we think of risk, we often typically conjure images of hurricanes, floods, water scarcity, and coastal erosion. But the truth is, it is evolving so rapidly, and disasters are becoming much more frequent and much more costly for governments across the region. These impacts are also being compounded by new financial, social, and technological risks, from cyber attacks to misinformation to shifting geopolitical dynamics, all of which have important impacts for small island and coastal states. Now, the convergence of these risks is not just daunting in terms of the poly-crisis that we all have to face, it also can cripple fragile economies. So resilience today goes far beyond physical defenses. It has to do much more with liquidity, and this is going to be a key issue for our discussions today. And whether a storm sets a country back by a few months, by years, or by decades, often depends on how quickly governments can access flexible and affordable financing. Secondly, I'd like to briefly share a bit about what CAF has learned and how we are adapting our operations to support this region even more. As we all know, resilience cannot be left to chance. It must be built deliberately into the way we finance, the way we manage, and the way we govern the region's development. And that is why we've taken steps that go even further, beyond strengthening project design, to also revisiting and recalibrating financial instruments to ensure that they meet the realities of our shareholder countries, so that they can be more tailored, more flexible, and certainly much more agile. We know that when a disaster strikes, speed and precision matter. This is why, in addition to our rapid response humanitarian grant funding, CAF created national contingent credit lines for emergencies in particular, and our board approved a regional contingent facility amounting to US $500 million. This allows shareholder countries to access fast disbursing financing of 10 to 50 million US dollars for immediate response to restore basic services and even to support preventive action when an extreme event is imminent. These facilities were set up to directly address the gaps that we observed in the region's ability to mobilize resources very quickly. CAF has also incorporated climate contingency clauses in our financing instruments, and what this means for small island developing states is simple, but its impact is very powerful. When a country is struck by a major climate shock, debt service can be paused, and governments will be able to channel scarce resources into what matters most, into helping to focus on recovery, into restoring livelihoods, and into rebuilding the communities that have been affected by the disaster. This is in keeping with the calls from our regional governments and regional leaders to make this a standard practice. For Caribbean nations where a single storm can erase decades of fiscal progress, we truly believe that continuous financial innovation is essential. We're also mobilizing resources from global funds, such as the Green Climate Fund, and working closely with partners like UNDRR to support regional early warning system platforms. In addition, CAF provides significant technical assistance to our shareholder countries through various funds and also to the wider CARICOM region through our dedicated Caribbean facility that allows us to channel technical assistance grant funding even to countries that are not members of CAF. We're working closely with countries in boosting their technical capacity on issues related to loss and damage, very important issues. Ecuador is a good example because we have been implementing a comprehensive readiness project on loss and damage, and this initiative is helping to build the country's technical and institutional capacity to track the true costs of climate events, to strengthen their data systems, and to develop the governance tools and human capital needed to channel climate financing more effectively. It is one of the most ambitious efforts of its kind in the region and a model that we hope can serve to inform and guide other countries, particularly Caribbean SIDS, where data gaps, fragmentation, and other challenges with integration can delay recovery, even when there's will and there are resources that are available to help. So this is a perfect segue into my final point, which has to do with the power of partnerships. As we look ahead, one of the clear lessons that we've learned is that no single country and no single institution can tackle these multidimensional risks alone. The Caribbean's vulnerabilities are shared, and therefore, so must be our solutions. This is why CAF firmly believes in activating the power of partnerships. That's why we're here today. And this conference is going to be a catalytic force for strengthening the co-creation of development solutions. We stand ready to continue deepening our collaboration with development partners across the region. We have a very special relationship demonstrated here today with the Caribbean Development Bank and CRIF, but also with other regional development partners that I see in the room: World Bank, IDB, the ECCB, CARICOM Development Fund, the University of the West Indies, and so many more. And these are all very important actors that are equally committed to strengthening resilience and leveraging our pooled resources, expertise, and networks to co-create agile and effective solutions at scale, working closely with our governments, the private sector, and civil society. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the logic is simple. If we all face similar risks, then our financial ecosystem must reflect that reality. And at CAF, we are firmly committed to ensuring that the shocks do not immediately translate into debt crises or lost years for development. Not only through support for financial recovery, but also through strengthened financial resilience that allows recovery to be faster and more sustainable. So you can count on us as long-standing partners for this initiative and for others to come. The risks we face may be serious, but they're not insurmountable. Let's use the time together to roll up our sleeves and to extract maximum value from our time here to work together. And in so doing, we will all be part of the solution, turning today's challenges into opportunities for a stronger and more inclusive Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stacey. Now you appreciate why it was so important and such a welcome development to have CAF join the partnership on this important venture. You know, I recently started Another in a Million Dads, and they say you have to eat more broccoli and more cauliflower and more arugula, all of these greens and so on. You go in the supermarket, they are the most expensive foods on the shelf. But if you want good, you know, you have to run. And this is what Stacey will say. If we are to invest in resilient infrastructure, to build, to mitigate risk, if we are to invest in adaptation, if we are to respond to building back better post-disaster, if we are to strengthen institutional and human capacity, it takes money. It is expensive. And this is why it's important to have partnership and solidarity so that we can have a collective resourcing to take us where we need to go. Stacey, so very good to have you join the partnership. Welcome. It is now my pleasure. I'm moving quickly along now because I am to be principal timekeeper. The Chief Executive Officer of CRIF SPC, he's been running that show since 2013, needs no introduction. Isaac, please join me in welcoming Isaac to the podium.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator or Chair. My voice is not the best today of all days, but I'm pleased to be here with you. I too would like to stand on the protocol that has already been established, but nevertheless I would still like to recognize Mr. Daniel Best, our new president of the Caribbean Development Bank. Also, our latest partner, Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy of CAF. She's the regional manager for the Caribbean. I would also, of course, like to acknowledge our chairman of CRIF SPC, Mr. Timothy Antoine, who's also the governor of the central bank. But there are a number of other persons here, distinguished guests, colleagues, development partners, including donors, members of the private sector. Academia is represented here, civil society, the media, and Friends of the Caribbean and Central America, Harry First in Barbados, and viewing via UETV, and several other live streams. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to welcome you to the second Wider Caribbean Regional Risk Conference. This gathering here and online represents more than just an exchange of ideas. It is a testament to our collective commitment to building a more resilient and prosperous future for the people of the wider Caribbean region, that is in the Caribbean and Central America. As has already been said, the first Regional Risk Conference held in April 2022 was a huge success, attracting participants from all over the world, and we hope to build on that success. While we must be deliberate in advancing the socio-economic development of countries, the well-being of our people, and the fortunes of our various organizations, we must be mindful of the existence of the myriad of risks which abound and that can easily thwart our efforts. Such risks could include economic, political, natural disasters, technological, including cyber, health, and many others. And speaking of health risk, while the 2020 global pandemic is still fresh in my mind, for many it is a distant memory. And while it is good to know that the world seems to have moved on, that is past COVID-19, can we confidently declare that we have done enough to minimize the chance of another pandemic occurring within the next 10 years? Or, even though it were to occur within that period, that is the next 10 years, can we really say that significantly fewer lives would be lost? And that the socio-economic impact would be much reduced? Ladies and gentlemen, I leave this with you to cogitate. But here in the Caribbean, we can proudly look to examples where proactivity has paid off. And I hope you would bear with me if I say that I could think of no better example that have emerged in the current millennium than the organization that I have the distinct privilege to lead, CRIF SPC. As you may be aware, CRIF, formerly the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, was born after the most defining moments of Caribbean's region's vulnerability. The devastation caused by Hurricane Ivan in 2004. From that painful lesson emerged not just a new institution, but a new vision that we as small states could work together to create innovative financial solutions to cushion our people and economies against the shocks of natural disasters and the growing threat of climate change. Since inception, CRIF has pioneered parametric-based insurance products using homegrown and innovative risk models that can pay out based largely on the intensity of an event, not the measured damage on the ground. CRIF's parametric insurance products covering tropical cyclone, earthquakes, excess rainfall, fluvial floods, drought, fisheries, and utilities are designed to close the protection gap and strengthen fiscal resilience. Our expansion covering fisheries, electric utilities, and water utilities ensures that key economic sectors are also financially protected. The innovation allows us to provide quick payouts within 14 days, helping governments to bridge the liquidity gap and support their citizens when it matters most. To date, we have made 78 payouts totaling nearly $390 million US, including our largest ever payout of $42.4 million to the government of Grenada following Hurricane Beryl last year. And of course, that same country actually benefited from 5 individual payouts on the policies for tropical cyclone, excess rainfall, fisheries, electric utilities, totaling $55 million, all paid within a period of 14 days. These funds have helped governments to quickly restore critical services, rebuild infrastructure, and most importantly, bring relief to communities when they need it most. By reducing delays in financing, CRIF enables countries to avoid disruptive budget reallocations, protect essential social services, and reduce reliance on costly borrowing. But beyond numbers, these payouts represent lives saved, stabilized livelihoods, schools reopened, hospitals functioning, social protection systems being able to expand, whether horizontally or vertically, to support the most vulnerable among us, and our economies finding the strength to recover and grow. It was actually quite gratifying to note that the IMF, acknowledging in its Article 4 consultation report issued earlier this year the role that the disaster risk financing instruments such as CRIF would have played in the quick recovery of Grenada following Hurricane Beryl last year. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased that in 2014, CRIF was able to allow Central America countries to join the facility and access quick liquidity in the event of a natural disaster. From 16 original members in the year 2007, when we opened our doors, we have grown to 35 today, 19 Caribbean governments, 4 Central American governments, 5 Caribbean electric utility companies, 5 water utilities, and a government-owned tourism attraction. This remarkable expansion in membership reflects not only the trust placed in CRIF, but also the urgent need for innovative solutions in a region highly exposed to natural hazards. But the growth in coverage is equally impressive. Total coverage provided by CRIF currently stands at about $1.44 billion, almost tripling the coverage provided in its first year of operations. Today, we are the Caribbean and Central America parametric insurance facility and development insurer. Helping our members to build financial and climate resilience through its parametric insurance products is a key element of CRIF's role as a development insurer. However, CRIF's technical assistance program is another important component of our role as a development insurer, designed to build resilience and capacity across its member countries beyond the provision of parametric insurance. Our technical assistance program is structured around 5 key elements to advance sustainable development of our members. The first one being capacity building and knowledge sharing, which includes training government officials, agencies, and stakeholders in disaster risk financing, catastrophe risk modeling, while fostering regional knowledge exchange and South-South cooperation. The second is scholarships and internships. Since 2010, CRIF has provided $2.7 million in scholarships and internships to more than 410 young people pursuing studies and careers in climate risk, disaster risk management, and related fields, helping to build the next generation of leaders, making it the largest scholarship and internship program in the Caribbean. We will continue to invest in our youth. Our 20-hour DRF course that we roll out each year with UE that provides youth with 2 credits is testament to this as well. The youth town hall that we have conceptualized for tomorrow to mirror this conference and create a space to understand the youth perspectives on these complex issues is also a testament to this, something our partners at CDB and CAF also value. A few of our returns are here supporting the rollout of this conference, here physically and online. The third being the Community Resilient Project, where CRIF has invested more than $4 million in projects that build resilience in over 54 communities across member states, supporting ecosystems-based adaptation, livelihood protection, and climate change adaptation. The fourth being public policy support, where we help governments align disaster risk financing tools with broad policy objectives. And 5, partnerships, as again been underscored, we collaborate with regional and international institutions such as the Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology, CIMH, and the Climate Studies Group, MONA, to generate solutions for multi-hazard environments. Today, we have a flagship program with UWI on detection and attribution science, having provided $50,000 to the Climate Studies Group, MONA, to support a postdoctoral fellowship that will support and deepen focus on detection and attribution science, bringing us closer to accessing climate justice. Through these initiatives, CRIF's Technical Assistance Program not only complements our insurance payout, but also strengthens long-term resilience, enhances institutional capacity, and ensures that member states are better prepared to manage the increasing risks posed by climate change and natural disasters. Ladies and gentlemen, this two-day conference is part of a wider initiative under our Technical Assistance Program titled Integrated Sovereign Risk Management Initiative, and is a joint effort of CRIF and the Caribbean Development Bank, which was first launched in 2017 at the CDB Board of Governors meeting. The initiative recognizes that Caribbean nations face not only climate and disaster-related risks, but also a broad spectrum of economic, geopolitical, technological, environmental, societal risks. Increasing interconnectedness, privatization of key industries, and the cascading nature of modern risks have heightened regional vulnerabilities, making traditional disaster-focused approaches insufficient. This conference over the next 2 days being held under the theme Perspectives on Country Risk Management to Advance Sustainable Development of the wider Caribbean region will address the interconnected risks shaping the wider Caribbean region. The high-level panels and interaction sessions will explore solutions for sovereign risk, governance, financing, climate adaptation, misinformation, social resilience, and private sector engagement, among others. The conference will produce a policy statement and a unified roadmap for action, advancing a collective agenda to strengthen resilience, close the protection gap, and ensuring sustainable prosperity for the region in an era of global uncertainty. As Norman Govan, one of the Caribbean's great regionalists, reminded us, we in the Caribbean are at our best when we act together. This spirit of unity is the cornerstones of CRIF's model, and it is also the spirit that must guide our conversations and deliberations over the next 2 days. We therefore have created space for both our virtual and in-person participants to engage with the panels and ask questions and bring our unique perspectives to the table. Together, we are advancing the understanding that resilience is not just about surviving the next hurricane or earthquake. It is about unlocking prosperity, and it's good to see that the President is nodding, unlocking prosperity, protecting our hard-earned development gains, and ensuring that the future generation inherits a region that is thriving, sustainable, and full of opportunity. Looking ahead, CRIF's strategic direction to 2030 focuses on expanding coverage among existing members, increasing membership, developing new products to address emerging risks for climate change and offer protection for additional sectors, and strengthening institutional capacity. Our other innovation, risk pools, models, affordable coverage, and strong member engagements have positioned CRIF as a global leader in disaster risk financing and a model replicated in other regions of the world, Africa, the Pacific, and Southeast Asia. We will continue to innovate with new products for agriculture, housing, extreme heat, renewable energy, and drought, among others, because resilience means anticipating tomorrow's risk as well as today. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the challenge before us is great, but so too is our collective resolve. The wider Caribbean region has always been a region of strength, creativity, and innovation. And as CRIF has demonstrated over the past 18 years, when we pool our risk, our ideas, and our aspirations, we can achieve the extraordinary. I thank both the Caribbean Development Bank and CAF for partnering with us on this very important initiative. Again, CDB and CRIF has had a long-standing relationship and partnership, and of course we want to work on this, and we certainly look forward to replicating this with CAF. On behalf of our board of directors, management, and the wider CRIF team, I extend my profound gratitude to each of you for being here, for the work you do every day, and for the commitment you bring to this conference. Over the next 2 days, let us challenge ourselves. Let us inspire each other. And let us continue to push the boundaries of what is possible for our region. I close with some familiar words of Bob Marley from the reggae song Small Axe, which reminds us, if you are the big tree, we are the small axe. Our nations may be small, but when united, we are powerful and can stand up to systemic challenges, whether it be climate risks, inequities, misinformation. Collectively, we can shape our destiny and build a future defined not by vulnerability, but by resilience, innovation, prosperity. We welcome you all and thank you for being here.
If you are the big tree, we are the small axe, sharpened to cut you down, well sharp, ready to cut you down.
Masterful, masterful. Thank you very much. I love that. Woo! That was fantastic, Isaac. Thank you very much. Unlocking prosperity, protecting gains, and preserving that legacy for our future generations. That's the intergenerational equity in action. We are half an hour late already. So, without further ado, I am going to invite our distinguished, well-beloved, well-known president of the CDB to join me at the podium and to take us to the next step. Come on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you will allow me to join my fellow speakers in standing on the protocols already established, with special recognition, of course, for the regional head of CAF, Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy, the CEO of CRIF, Mr. Isaac Anthony, the chairman of CRIF and governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, my brother, Timothy Antoine. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners in development, and fellow stewards of the Caribbean's future. Good morning. That was really poor. Good morning. I should have had my own music as well. Isaac. It is an honor to address you today at this pivotal Caribbean Regional Risk Conference, convened at a moment when the global order is being reshaped by forces far beyond our control, but not beyond our collective will to safeguard our region. The 2025 Global Risk Report is sobering. It paints a world grappling with the compounding effects of armed conflict, extreme weather events, misinformation, and cyber vulnerabilities. It is a portrait of a planet in polycrisis. In this region, our indigenous peoples have been teaching us for centuries that everything is indeed interconnected. These global risks reverberate loudly in the Caribbean. They do not knock at our door one at a time. They arrive together, feed off each other, and strike harder in contexts already stretched by high debt, limited fiscal space, and structural vulnerabilities. Armed conflicts far from our shores disrupt trade, pushing up food and energy prices. Climate extremes batter our economies, wiping out decades of progress in a single season. A Category 5 hurricane over the Atlantic triggers a fiscal crisis in Roseau. A misinformation campaign online fuels vaccine hesitancy in Port of Spain. Each wave of global instability crashes harder against the shores of our small islands and coastal states. For us, these risks converge, they compound, and they cut deep. Yet even in the face of these cascading risks, our region continues to demonstrate a fierce and unyielding resilience. We saw it vividly just days ago here in Bridgetown during the spectacular staging of CariFesta 15. It was a magnificent display of our region's creativity, resilience, and solidarity. I am sure that we can agree that this is the same spirit that carried us from the shadows of plantation economies to the heights of global excellence, that must now guide us through this era of risk. Because, my friends, resilience in this region is born from a long history of struggle, creativity, and solidarity. And so I speak to you through this frame as we gather to reimagine our resilience and rechart our future amid the web of risks that define our time. Let us begin by acknowledging how, throughout our history, our region has so often been caught in a web of risk not of our own making. We begin with the climate crisis. And given that this conference is focused squarely on risk in the Caribbean, let us speak plainly. The planet is heating. Seas are rising. Ecosystems are collapsing. Shifts in rainfall and temperature patterns are reducing crop yields and fish stocks. Extreme weather events are threatening the very hands that feed our region, our farmers and fisherfolk. Coastal erosion and coral bleaching are destroying our natural treasures, the same ones that sustain our tourism, our identity, and our economies. Perceptions of climate risk alone can deter visitors, cutting off vital foreign exchange and employment. Prolonged droughts are drying up water supplies in countries already classified as water scarce. Rising temperatures are spreading disease, and all of this while storms are growing stronger, faster, and more unpredictable. In 2021, the United Nations Secretary General issued a stark warning. a code red for humanity. And for us here in the Caribbean, we are still living in it every single day. Caribbean countries are 7 times more likely to be struck by natural hazards than the global average. While the world focused on recovery from the pandemic, we were fighting to survive. Since 2020, the Caribbean has been hit by a wave of disasters with damage so severe that in many cases, it exceeded the size of entire national economies. And even before the pandemic, we were still reeling from storms that redefined our vulnerability. Hurricane Maria, which cost Dominica 225% of GDP. Hurricane Ivan, which devastated Grenada at 200% of GDP. But I think by now, most of you know that I don't like to only look at the numbers. I like to bring us back to what matters, because the numbers only tell part of the story. Behind each statistic is a classroom lost, a mother watching her small business washed away, a community forced to start over. These impacts exacerbate poverty, displace families, and tear through the core of our development gains, from agriculture and tourism to public health, education, and fiscal stability. Friends, climate change sits at the epicenter of the global polycrisis, and with global projections warning of more frequent, more intense, and more rapidly intensifying storms, our people now brace for impact every single season. Our homes, our hospitals, our budgets, our futures are all under siege from a crisis we did not cause. This is a crisis of justice. Let us now turn to the second risk, economic instability. Around the world, conflict, supply chain disruptions, inflation, and tightening financial conditions are rattling economies. But in the Caribbean, these shocks strike us where we are most fragile. We are highly indebted. We are narrowly diversified. And we are deeply dependent on external markets and imported goods. So when war breaks out thousands of miles away and global energy prices surge, it is our families who pay more to cook their meals and light their homes. When shipping routes are disrupted, it is our small businesses already operating on thin margins that struggle to get their products to market. And when global capital flows retreat, our governments are forced to delay the very investments in resilience that could secure our future. Economic instability is a channel through which global risks are transmitted and amplified, deepening their roots and cascading across our region. Crises that begin elsewhere land swiftly on our shores, turning geopolitical uncertainty into food insecurity, financial market tremors into budget crises, and inflation abroad into pressures at the kitchen table for many of our people. And this fragility is not standalone. It is intertwined with the climate crisis, which tightens the grip of debt and magnifies every shock. Flooding destroys infrastructure. Hurricanes halt tourism. Droughts reduce output. Each disaster strains fiscal space and makes economic recovery harder. Friends, this is the trap we must escape. Because without economic resilience, there can be no sustainable development. And without a strong, vibrant, and inclusive economy, we will remain vulnerable to every storm, whether meteorological or financial. Let us now turn to the third risk, social inequality. In our region and across the world, inequality is quietly eroding trust in institutions and slowing our progress toward sustainable development. It is a silent crisis, but its effects are loud, corrosive, and deeply felt. When children are denied access to quality, equitable education, their potential is stifled, and our future workforce is diminished. And when young people, women and men alike, can't find decent work in our region, frustration grows. Talent is wasted and innovation stalls. If any individual is excluded from healthcare, the cost is borne by everyone through raising public spending, weaker productivity, and declining community well-being. If women, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, and marginalized communities are locked out of opportunity, we lose the creativity, dynamism, and diversity that fuel inclusive growth for our region. Ladies and gentlemen, inequality multiplies every other risk we face. It leaves some communities overexposed and underprotected and deepens vulnerability in the face of climate shocks and economic instability. It limits the reach of our economic growth, and it undermines the very resilience we seek to build. In fact, the 2025 Global Risk Report warns of a troubling trend, a rise in social fragmentation, mistrust, and growing pessimism about the future. People across the world are losing faith in public institutions and economic systems. And where inequality festers, social cohesion breaks down, creating fertile ground for discontent, disengagement, and disillusionment. We cannot afford to lose our people to pessimism. We need the talents and contributions of all of our citizens. Our people have always been our greatest asset. A few months ago at our 55th Annual Board of Governors meeting, I spoke about our focus on building regional institutions to address these challenges. An unequal Caribbean cannot withstand the polycrisis of our time. And the danger is, the longer inequality persists, the harder it becomes to chart a united course through this crisis. If we are serious about sustainable development, then equity must be our compass. Colleagues, as we confront the growing web of risk threatening our region, we must also confront the urgency for us to do things differently. We cannot afford to respond to interconnected crises with disconnected strategies. Too often, our development responses are fragmented, designed in isolation, implemented in silos, and misaligned with the complexities of the challenges that we face. So how do we fix it? How? Through an integrated approach to sustainable development. First, policy coherence. We must align climate, economic, and social policies so that they reinforce each other. That means embedding climate resilience into fiscal planning, ensuring that national budgets account for disaster risk and environmental sustainability. It also means designing social protection systems like cash transfers and unemployment insurance that can scale up during climate shocks so that vulnerable populations are not left behind. These measures allow us to have real impact on the ground, reduce duplication, improve efficiency, and build long-term resilience. Secondly, we need to ensure cross-sectoral collaboration. Effective risk management requires us to break down institutional silos. Ministries of finance, education, health, and environment must come together proactively before a crisis in everyday planning and policy design. Our development partners, too, have a critical role to play in facilitating joint programming, pooled funding, and harmonized implementation. We must lead by example and work collaboratively through joint partnerships to support our region. Third is data and risk mapping. Integrated data systems help us visualize how these risks overlap and where vulnerabilities are hidden. In the Caribbean, we need to overlay flood-prone areas with poverty maps and match climate risk exposure with public infrastructure spending and revolutionize how we target social protection, allocate resources, and build early warning systems. We lack the integrated geospatial data and analytics infrastructure we need to make informed cross-sectoral decisions, and that must change. Because what we cannot see, we cannot measure, and therefore we cannot solve. Fourth is community engagement. Let's be honest. Our local communities are our greatest source of wisdom, resilience, and innovation. Whether it is indigenous knowledge about shifting weather patterns or grassroots experience in disaster response, communities across this region are best placed to define solutions that work. So we must create genuine structures to engage them as partners from the very start. This is how we bank on our own, build trust, and strengthen resilience. Fifth is innovative financing. Traditional funding models simply do not meet the scale or complexity of today's risks. We must tap into innovative financing sources and develop more models for blended finance, concessional financing, green bonds, and resilience-linked resources and instruments that crowd in capital and deliver triple bottom-line returns: economic, social, and environmental. These tools give private investors the confidence to co-finance renewable energy, digital infrastructure, and small business growth, and we must ensure that financing is deployed through a lens of equity and justice. And finally, regional cooperation. Crises like climate change, pandemics, and economic shocks do not respect borders. By deepening regional cooperation, we can pool resources, share infrastructure, and harmonize policy frameworks across countries. We must continue to invest jointly in disaster preparedness, renewable energy, and social protection systems that are stronger because they are shared. Friends, the path forward is clear, but it won't be easy. If we are to navigate the era of polycrisis, then we must quickly abandon fragmentation and embrace this integrated approach. And finally, let me turn to the role of the Caribbean Development Bank, your indigenous Caribbean financing engine. Because as the tide of risk rise, so too do your expectations of us to lead with courage, clarity, and conviction. We are listening. And we will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. We know that responding to polycrisis requires financing along with vision, flexibility, and an unwavering commitment to regional resilience. So we have a multi-pronged whole-of-institution approach, one that embraces innovation, strengthens partnerships, and sharpens our strategic alignment with the region's evolving needs. We are working hand in hand with our countries, with regional institutions, and with global partners like CAF, the World Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank. From joint portfolio reviews to shared implementation arrangements, as we have done in Haiti's education sector, we are improving delivery, lowering transaction costs, and reducing fragmentation, particularly in fragile and complex settings. Let me briefly highlight the role we are playing across these three core pillars I have outlined in my address as part of the polycrisis: the climate crisis, economic instability, and social inequality, climate change. Over the next 5 years, we are committing at least 35% of all approvals to climate adaptation and mitigation. And under our largest ever special development fund, our concessional window, totaling US $460 million, we are going even further, aiming at 40% for climate financing. To strengthen our pipeline of bankable climate projects, we've launched a new project preparation facility, and we've secured an expanded GCF accreditation from $50 million to $250 million, allowing us to support larger, more impactful interventions across the region. We are also working with the Green Climate Fund to establish a regional platform for catalyzing climate change, the first regional readiness facility in the world. An initiative focused on accelerating the sustainable energy transition, scaling up finance instruments, supporting youth capacity building, and enabling deeper regional connectivity. We are putting climate resilience at the heart of Caribbean development. And on the global stage, we will not relent in our advocacy and recommendations. We will continue to champion a fundamental reimagining of international financial architecture, one that reflects the realities of our small island economies and the urgency of our development needs. Economic instability. Colleagues, we know that inclusive economic growth is the bedrock of long-term resilience. So the CDB's new private sector development strategy, approved in December 2023, focuses on building a competitive, diversified, and export-oriented ecosystem. Beyond our core investments in infrastructure, education, and utilities, which lay the foundation for productivity, we are now moving decisively to reduce regulatory bottlenecks and unlock access to capital. Here in Barbados, for example, we are supporting the rollout of an electronic port community system, a digital platform that will streamline trade processes, reduce bureaucracy, and improve efficiency for importers and exporters. This is particularly transformative for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises who often face prohibitive costs and red tapes. But we're not stopping there. Through innovative instruments like portfolio guarantees, counter guarantees, and our soon-to-be-launched trade finance program, which was approved by our board in June, we are partnering with local financial institutions to de-risk lending and expand opportunities, particularly in export-oriented industries, women-led MSMEs, and the creative and cultural economy. In short, we are providing support for Caribbean businesses to compete globally, grow sustainably, and contribute meaningfully to economic resilience. Social inequalities. Friends, at CDB, we are driving data-informed, inclusive development strategies that target the structural inequalities facing women, youth, persons with disabilities, and indigenous communities. Our recent labor market assessments identify the gender gaps, access barriers, and systemic exclusions that hold back participation and opportunity. These insights inform policy reform agendas, from recognizing the value of unpaid care work to bridging skills gaps to improving access to training and decent work. And as we address these interconnected risks, we cannot overlook a critical dimension: gender equality. Within this web of risks, women-led MSMEs are vibrant aspects of growth, employment, and innovation, but they continue to face systemic barriers in accessing finance. Our recent flagship multicultural access to finance study with the ICR facility revealed that socio-cultural biases, rigid collateral requirements, and poorly designed loan products are excluding women entrepreneurs from adequate financing. To close this gap, the bank recently approved the Caribbean Gender Equality Market Sustainability Technical Assistance Project, or Caribbean GEMS, in partnership with 2X Global. Also, our flagship Basic Needs Trust Fund continues to deliver real results through income transfers, SME support, and grassroots empowerment projects, especially for vulnerable communities. We're also scaling up the enhanced country poverty assessments, a next-generation poverty analysis tool that goes beyond income to assess health, education, housing, labor markets, and vulnerability to climate risk and disaster risk. By combining GIS mapping, participatory poverty assessments, and macro-socioeconomic diagnostics, the ECPA holds government targets social protection more precisely, reduce exclusion errors, and align policy with the lived realities of their people. This is the kind of integration we need. Inclusive data, inclusive policies, and inclusive growth. Finally, we know that we cannot call on you to become more resilient unless we are resilient ourselves. At CDB, we are taking bold steps to enhance our risk profile and operational readiness. Through the Exposure Exchange Agreement, we are unlocking new lending headroom, sharing risks with peer institutions, and optimizing our capital base. And with the rollout of our enterprise risk management framework, we are embedding risk management into every corner of our operations, ensuring that risk is strategically governed across the institutions. Friends, this is the role of your development bank as a partner in transformation, driving a pathway for a future-proof Caribbean. Our region has just drawn the curtain on CariFesta 15. But let the spirit of our artists continue to lead us forward. The late Nobel laureate Derek Walcott once wrote, "Break a vase, and the love that reassembles the fragments is stronger than that love which took its symmetry for granted when it was whole." The Caribbean has known fragmentation of geography, of history, of development pathways. But our true strength lies in how we choose to reassemble those fragments with love, intention, and a shared resolve. Let this conference be such a moment of reassembling, of bold integration, and of Caribbean resolve. In the face of these mounting risks, together we will build a Caribbean that thrives and ultimately leads the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Worth every minute that he took me out of my schedule. That was simply brilliant, comprehensive, compelling, complete, inspiring. That was just wonderful. Thank you so much, President. So he has given us our remit, we're addressing, and I very much appreciated the action-oriented, the expressions of the work that is being done by the CDB, and of course, it combines very well with the work that we're getting from CAF and from CRIF-SPC, so it makes for a really dynamic and exciting partnership. We're dealing with the climate crisis, the economic instability, the social inequality, and therefore we need to address policy coherence, sectoral collaboration, data risk management, geospatial and technological application, community engagement, Just a quick story. I know we're running late, but I have to give you the story about the parks and markets of Montego Bay that put garbage pans. Now, you have to understand what a garbage pan is. It's an oil drum. And they bought 50 brand new oil drums, set them all around downtown Montego Bay because they had a problem with flooding because of garbage thrown in the streets, blocking the drains and the gullies. And they put all of these garbage pans around Montego Bay downtown. But guess what? Those pans are also good for collecting water. And so you put those there, you don't tell the people of Montego Bay, listen, these are to ensure that we have better solid waste management so that we can reduce The flooding 5, 10, 15 feet of water when it rains in downtown Montego Bay. They put them there Friday, and by Sunday they were all gone. The people had taken them to store water in their houses. It is the kind of thing that ensures. That's just a simple example, and it came to when he spoke about community engagement, because sometimes we forget to include that in our strategies for resilience. We need to ensure that there is a participatory approach to what it is that we are doing. And it is on that note that I am now going to introduce to you for our interlude. I don't even know, are we going to have this coffee break? I think we're going to need to go straight, but we are still going to have our interlude. I'm going to introduce to you Cindy Marshall. She uses the stage name Cindy Celeste. She is a prominent spoken word poet and full-time creative. She's based here in Barbados. Cindy Celeste. She describes herself as an arts activist who uses performance poetry to engage her audiences on issues of critical discourse about society, arts, and culture. The specially written piece that you're going to see now, it's entitled I Am Risk. And some of you may have seen it before because it was a presentation that was commissioned by CRIF for her to produce in 2021 at the height of the COVID session. And so it is intended to highlight the nature of integrated risk. And we're giving you a rerun of it because the message is still fresh, it is compelling, it is so relevant to the challenges of the day, and quite frankly, there is just no improving on excellence. So we wheel and come again. We're giving it to you one more time. Here for your entertainment and your education is Cindy Celeste. Where is it?
Hi there. You probably already know me. I mean, I have been told I have a familiar face, but just in case you've seen me around and can't place it, or passed me in the street and can't trace it, my name is Risk. No, there's no need for you to tell me yours. I have already interacted with most of you before, so believe me when I say I'm quite sure the pleasure is all mine. But if you still can't find our interactions in your mind, you're probably wondering what corner I've come out of after all this time. And I'm inclined to remind you that if I'm even slightly recognizable to you right now, it's because you've already met me someplace, sometime, and somehow. Allow me to elucidate. Let me do more to demystify the signs signifying my existence, paint a picture illustrating why I already know everything about you. But you've hardly realized I have always been right in front of your eyes. You've developed this instinct to think you can't link the risk you see in one space to the risk you've already seen somewhere else, because it isn't possible for you to reconcile that one risk could worm its way into so many different realms, and your brain becomes compelled to think risk can't be omniscient. Each one must be someone else, or else. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's my talent. To camouflage and chameleon to each unique situation, to hide many personalities within a single identity, and when the time comes, simply don the one I deem contextually relevant. So even those who are aware of my presence only know me superficially, can only see what is immediately obvious about me, what is painfully apparent. I could be doing it right now and most people wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. I don't mean to be a brag, and I'm not often one to flex. But to be honest, y'all make it so easy, I would bet that I could tell you all the roles I'm playing next and still get away with it. For example, I'm the one who makes it possible for water to stagnate in steady pools to create perfect breeding grounds for mosquito larvae. Generations of pests who carry a buffet of diseases in their veins and become catalysts for high infection rates of chikungunya, Zika virus, and various intensities of dengue. I I'm the anxiety that bids you to say your prayers when a new weather system forms and they give it a human name. So you beg that the next storm season hurries by on its way without harm or incident because you're afraid there's no telling how well your current infrastructure can take a hit from a raging hurricane. I am the lack of warning that precedes every single earthquake. The balance in imbalance. Hiding chaos in poor drainage and water catchment systems to make them proponents for flooding and water scarcity in near equal proportions. I am the under-exploration of economic diversification, limiting opportunities to drive away coming generations to leave in search of better options to make their living. A brain drain causing droughts in social care systems by creating a dangerous reliance on finite reservoirs of reserves already running perilously low. I am trolling around outdated digital frameworks, chomping at the bit to rip through bytes of sensitive information and destabilize nations section by section. I am the mischief that incites faceless avatars to cyberbully and take advantage of your children. I am tucked under complicated jargon, written on food nutrition labels, able to craftily cloak the long-term impacts of ingesting all your favorite snacks so I can lull you into the trap of lifestyle disease. I can do all of this and more with relative ease, and the reason is that you have trained yourselves to believe that each and every one of these is discrete. When in actuality, they're all connected. And it seems your conversations have all historically reflected a tendency to treat the symptoms in the areas affected instead of the entire disease, just creating a short-term ease while leaving me free to wreak havoc on the rest of the societal body. Can't you see my capacity to create a slippery slope? That the scope of my ability affords me the opportunity to make a single danger into many simultaneously, so that a cybersecurity snafu could just as conceivably be detrimental to health and the environment and the economy. You still don't believe me? Imagine what happens to productivity in any industry when the computer systems that guide it cease to function properly. How, if there's no work being done, the economy grinds to a halt, a deceptively simple technological assault with devastating effects. Imagine how a financial institution going under hinders development, or how a natural disaster can make a country more food import dependent when farmers' fields are flooded and local food security is rendered next to non-existent, even if before you had an excuse to feign ignorance. It'd be shocking if the emergence of a global pandemic hasn't been able to make someone like me more evident. So many have their hearts set upon a world without borders and yet forget to account for how technological advancement has played a part in connecting all sorts of different systems, and systems without borders need that same kind of action. I've done my research, mostly so I can adapt my tactics to the ever-changing landscape and create a strategy where my impact can inflict the most possible damage. Keep you thinking each effect is separate and distinct, so you can't anticipate the extent of the carnage. So you'll get caught up in a loop of being reactive. Does it even cross your mind that every faction should be working together? How different it could look if the whole region was in collaboration. Shift the emphasis from working on the problems in isolation to bringing together the governments and policymakers and organizations to collectively push the conversation in a more fruitful direction. Each plan might look a little different for everyone, but either way, coordination is the root of tackling this problem, beyond identification of isolated issues and towards how to prioritize, anticipate, and adapt to each sovereign situation. Until then, this risk will keep running amok. Though, who knows? Maybe this time, I've revealed a bit too much.
Spoken by the youth, or leaders of tomorrow. Enough said. Thank you all very much. I am going to invite the representatives on the at the head table. We don't have a table on the platform because we are not going to break. We are not going to break for coffee. We will invite you to go and help yourself to coffee, but in the interest of time, I'm going to ask the representatives of the first panel to make their way to the stage
as the representatives of the opening ceremony depart the stage. And I would love to have a little more of the big tree and small acts while we have this changing of the guard. Thank you all very much for participating. Oh, we can have a picture.
In the years of the Caribbean. CaribVision. Welcome to the Intra-African Trade Fair 2025, the gateway to abundant opportunity, the platform for more, access to a continent with more makers and creators, more technology and manufacturing capabilities, more innovators and collaborators, more information and knowledge, a continent of opportunities for business in more markets and resources that accelerate progress and create space for more infrastructure, connectivity and networking, more creativity, production, and more deals for the people. Afrexim Bank, in collaboration with the African Union Commission and the AFCFTA Secretariat, brings you the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair, hosted by the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees, 140 plus countries, $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities. Register now and enter the gateway to new opportunities.
Well, SIDS are on the front lines of climate change. They're the most vulnerable countries in the world, and they're at the place where we're going to see the most damage and disappearance in the shortest time. So we are the canaries in the coal mine. We work together in AOSIS, the Association of Small Island States, at the UNFCCC, and I think that is one of the most important places to go because we need mitigation actions to ensure our future. We need all states to implement their legal obligations under international law to protect the SIDS.
I'm Gina Bond from the Indian Ocean Commission, and I'm responsible for programs in environment, climate change, and disaster risk reduction. How do we go about with resilience and in an era where disaster is striking very much into most of the island states? And what was important for us is to understand what is happening, the changes that is happening around us in terms of the financial landscape, understand what is happening in terms of the climate change, and also in terms of societal, because this is very important. Whatever happens whilst we develop, most of our countries, we are island states are dependent on the ocean for our survival. And this is for fisheries and also for tourism. So if we don't take care of the nature, we don't take care of our coral reefs, our mangroves, we don't take care of our forests, then we will find ourselves into a lot of challenges for us to continue developing. And we are putting a lot of emphasis on the youth, on the children, because we need to work with the children and ensure that we educate them properly. They understand what the disaster risk reduction is all about as opposed to disaster management. And also, how do we connect all the systems together to ensure that governments, they work in one instead of silos.
Into SMEs as CSR, I think companies across the globe can strengthen their value chains, increase customer loyalty when they integrate support for SMEs into their CSR initiatives.
If we explain it to them, and they are the ones that will be
the guardians of tomorrow, and they will be the ones that will bring the solutions to the table if we guide them well. Thank you.
Is the issue of coordination. We do not ensure robust coordination from the region's assistance to our national governments.
I take away from this discussion. First, small island government supported.
So I'm going to show you how to make a really quick curried chicken. So I have a chicken here, one whole chicken that's been cleaned and washed with some white vinegar. So you want to make sure you get the skin, the fat, and the little guts inside the bone. Make sure you get that out. The tissue. To chunk it, you'll need garlic, onion, hot pepper, and some curry leaves or carapila leaves. And for the spice mixture, I have curry. This is 3 different types of curries that my mom mixed. This is some turmeric, or we call this saffron, jeera, roasted ground jeera, black amjar masala. This is some onion, hot pepper, and some curry leaves or carapila leaves. And for the spice mixture, I have curry. This is 3 different types of curries that my mom mixed. This is some turmeric, or we call this saffron, jeera, roasted ground jeera, black amjar masala. This is some onion, hot pepper, and some curry leaves or carapila leaves. And for the spice mixture, I have curry. This is 3 different types of curries that my mom mixed. This is some turmeric, or we call this saffron, jeera, roasted ground jeera, black amjar masala.
in the conference room with me, and for those of you online. Thank you for your patience. We're starting with panel 1, and we're not so bad in terms of time. I had completely misread the time, so I'm feeling a little easier, and I'm going to be more generous. So we're going to address first the panel 1, which is economic tension, uncertainty, and geoeconomic confrontations, navigating these new global economic relations. Serious, heavy stuff. This is our first panel. And we have placed this issue right up front for the discussions because it is timely, it is urgent, and I thought that Daniel did a really brilliant job framing the challenges that we face. And I'm just going to sort of summarize on some of the high points. We're witnessing pervasive economic tension fueled by contentious geopolitical issues, rising protectionism, fragmentation of long-standing trade and economic alliances, global supply chains, once the backbone of economic interdependence, now being disrupted at unprecedented levels, instability in the international trading system, eroding trust and predictability, and at the same time, traditional sources of development aid are shrinking, multilateralism is in retreat, precisely at the time when it is needed most. For our small states, this uncertainty and instability is compounded by multidimensional development challenges, risk, climate vulnerability, crushing sovereign debt, limited fiscal space, declining FDI, foreign direct investment, in this swiftly changing global economic landscape. We know the drill. We heard it eloquently expressed by Daniel this morning. So how should our countries highly vulnerable to such shocks navigate these disruptions and uncertainty? What specific recommendations for strategic regional response would be practical, realistic, and meaningful for the countries of the Caribbean and the wider Latin American region? We have assembled here on this platform an excellent panel to help us wrestle with these ideas. Keep in mind our exhortation that we will not spend a lot of time rehashing the problems. We are looking for purposeful, action-oriented ideas to take us forward. And this is what we are going to be listening for from the experts that we have here. The discussion is going to be therefore forward-looking, and we have very experienced and talented Marla Ducaron to guide us with this opening discussion. Let me just introduce Marla. She will introduce her distinguished panel. Marla is an eminent economist and advisor on Caribbean economy, highly sought after keynote speaker on issues relevant to the Caribbean development, regularly advises boards and executives in the business community and multinationals, guiding their strategic decisions in the region. She's a member of the advisory board of UNDP's Regional Bureau for Latin America and the Caribbean, and sits on numerous other boards of directors and institutions, notably the Caribbean Policy Research Institute, CAPRI. She has published reports on issues of critical importance to the Caribbean, such as the implications of EU blacklisting, Brexit, on the changing US and Chinese policies and other geopolitical developments. Her monthly Caribbean Economic Report is a critical tool for monitoring developments in the region, assessing risks, vulnerabilities, and opportunities for growth and expansion. So I am sure you will agree with me that she's eminently qualified to lead this distinguished panel of experts on critical, pressing Caribbean issues. Marla, I am handing over to you for you to introduce the members of your panel and to initiate the discussion. I will take my seat on the floor, and I will come back when you're ready to deliver your policy statement at the very end. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I have an hour and a half still, right? Madam Timekeeper and Chair.
I'm being very generous. I'm not stressing you out.
Okay.
Carry on.
Thank you.
We're going until lunch.
Thank you. So I'm the only one standing between everybody and their lunch. Thank you for that. Thank you for that lovely introduction, Chair. I appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. As Madam Chair Diane Corliss just outlined, I will introduce my panel who you see here today, in the order in which I've asked them to give their contributions to the discussion. So we have first Governor Antoine, who is also the chair of CRIF. We have Ms. Monique French, the Chief Risk Officer of CIBC Caribbean. We have Ms. Dilka Escobar, Deputy Director General of the Directorate of Investments, Concessions, and State Risk in the Ministry of Economy and Finance in Panama. We have Lilia. I am sorry, I don't want to risk butchering your last name because I've done it before. I apologize. So we have Lilia, who is the head of the Caribbean for the World Bank, Director of Caribbean Countries. We have Ian Durant, who's the Vice President of Corporate Services for the CDB. We have Dr. Marlene Atz, who's independent senator as well as lecturer in the Department of Economics at the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine. Please welcome everybody on my panel this morning. So we had a call on Monday to prepare for this discussion, and during that call, Governor Antoine said something that has stuck in my head since then. He said, we can either come here to curse the darkness, or we can light a candle. And I want to say, you know, Deanne just outlined all of the risks. The president of the CDB also outlined. Everybody who spoke already reiterated and described the risks and the challenges we face in the Caribbean in a lot of detail and reminded us of all of the vulnerabilities we live with every day, which are changing, which are growing. On this panel, we are not going to rehash those risks and challenges. There is nobody in this room who doesn't understand this. And so we are here not to curse the darkness, we are here to light candles. And light candles so we don't tumble in darkness to our deaths. Now, we want to focus on the solutions, we want to focus on the mitigants to the risks that we face, and the mechanisms that we need to employ now to ensure that in a year's time or 2 years' time, when we come back and have this conference again, we're not in the same position that we're in now. And there's a chart that I actually wanted to show on the screen, but I didn't have a chance. It's a chart that shows the World Uncertainty Index. And this World Uncertainty Index, if you see it, it's got lots of, peaks and troughs. And then on the extreme right of the chart, it's higher than it has ever been. It is actually 50% higher now than it was during the pandemic. So in other words, we have more than 50% more uncertainty globally now than we had at the height of the pandemic, which is, to me, a bit unbelievable because I don't know how y'all felt, but during the pandemic, I felt like I had no idea what was going to happen. And we feel 50% worse now than we did then, which is kind of difficult to imagine. But one thing that I want to say is that, Deepak Chopra said that uncertainty is the field of infinite possibilities. It is the fertile ground of pure creativity and freedom. And so that's what we want to get to today. We want to get to what are these creative solutions we're going to come up with and get them implemented. We have a lot to be positive about as well. For example, we have global institutions like the ICJ for the first time ever delivering an opinion on the legal obligation of states regarding the climate crisis. That is huge. That only happened a few weeks ago. We have the UN General Assembly making progress with negotiations for a global tax convention, which will end the OECD and possibly the FATF's role in governing and unfairly governing and ending global tax abuse and illicit financial flows. And we have the BRICS institution. There's a meeting right now, but we have the BRICS institution implementing an alternative to SWIFT, which further erodes the primacy of the US dollar and its dominance in international trade and payments. All of these are very positive developments. The Global South alone accounts for over 80% of the population on this planet. There is a lot for us in the Global South to be positive about, and so I encourage you to not think about cursing the darkness. And I want to leave that point that all is not lost, is what I'm trying to say. All is not lost. So as I get ready to ask Governor Antoine to give us his remarks, I just want to say that one more thing, according to the Caribbean's most erudite and for me the most beloved philosopher in the Caribbean once said, I don't know if you all know who I'm talking about. Not Bob Marley, Sean Paul. You remember when he said, just give me the light, right? Governor Antoine, give us the light.
Thank you very much, Bala. And, greetings to everyone, wherever you are in the room, around our region and around the world. A privilege to join you today. So, economic tensions, uncertainty, and geo-economic confrontation, navigating these new global economic relations. I think we all could appreciate that there are many risks pressing on our region. We heard them this morning. And I will go so far as to say that many of them are not new. If anything, they have intensified. So as we think about how we navigate, I want us to go back to a time-honored doctrine that has served this region very well. And that doctrine is, simply put, as he so eloquently said it in 1966, the Caribbean must continue to be friends of all and satellites of none. That doctrine is fundamental and has been the bedrock of our foreign policy for the last 50, 60 years. And I will say to you, in this juncture, and of course you know who said that, Errol Barrow, the former Prime Minister of Barbados, Errol Barrow, I believe it was in 1966. Friends of all, satellites of none. That means that we must take the approach of navigating the global environment, the geoeconomics and the geopolitics with a strategic pragmatism, where we are not blinded or bound by our ideologies, but by our interests. As small states in a big, dangerous world. So that's the overriding principle that must guide us in our relations. It has served us well, and it will continue to serve us well even in this period. Now, as I think about the risks that are before us, and we've heard many of them, obviously top of mind are economic vulnerability, climatic shocks, and of course now geoeconomics. But in my humble estimation, the most pressing risk facing our region, and this may surprise some of you, are two things. One, a lack of imagination. And two, lack of timely collective action. And when I speak of imagination, I refer to a mindset. I refer to our vision for the future, our creativity, our identity. It goes beyond just political leadership. I'm speaking now about challenging colonial constructs. I'm changing the narrative from shared pain to shared prosperity. I'm talking about policy innovations like CRIF, which you heard this morning, eloquently put by our CEO. And I'm particularly driven to talk about this because I'm mindful of our youth. I'm very concerned, as the president of CDB spoke this morning, about the disillusionment, the alienation, the pessimism, the feeling that they're not seeing economic opportunities and life chances. And we have to arrest that. So as we reflect on that, I would ask the question, why are we still importing 80% of our food in this region? And by the way, so I'm going at food and nutrition security, but by the way, 8 in 10 deaths in our region are coming from the NCDs. So not only are this food expensive, but they're killing us. ultra-processed foods. Why should we, with this blazing sunshine and everybody's complaining how hot it is, be still paying electricity rates of 35 to 40 US cents per kilowatt hour? How would we ever compete in terms of tourism with Mexico's of this world and others? And why should this region continue to be abused as a transshipment point for narcotics? We were used then to sell and export sugar and tobacco and cotton. And of late, we've been used to move narcotics from the producing south to the consuming north. Where am I going with that? The need for us to reimagine this region as a veritable trade logistics hub to Africa, the Americas, and Africa. Two-way trade. Two-way trade. What's stopping us? Now, of necessity, there will need to be investments in a range of areas. Ports, logistics, policies, payment systems. But what's stopping us? I am simply saying we cannot accept what we have as how it has to be and how it will be. And so that sense of imagination that I'm speaking of goes to these basic things. I touched in that short comment, food and nutrition security, energy security, and trade logistics. It was that imagination and collective action that led us to CRIF 21 years ago. And the CEO gave you an excellent outline of what CRIF has done, 400 million over the last, payouts all within 14 days. So I won't rehash. It was that sense of imagination that led Grenada to introduce what was then called the Hurricane Clause in 2014 and 2015, after Hurricane Ivan. I shared that story last year on the 20th anniversary. I get a call from Standard & Poor's, Mr. Antoine, how are you? Well, obviously the country is devastated. And then the next comment was, by the way, we just, sorry to let you know, we downgraded your country. I understood it in my head, but I was crying in my heart. It was so harsh and so inappropriate. 10 years later, we started that Hurricane Clause, which Barbados took to a whole other level and now is the largest sovereign issuer of that clause. And I want to commend Prime Minister Motley because through her fearless and tireless advocacy with others, it is now accepted at the World Bank, at the IDB, at CAF, soon hopefully at CDB. That's where that started. So that's the point. We had a choice. We had a choice at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank to decide, are we going to lament climate change and how hot it is, or are we going to do something about it? We greened our campus with a 1 megawatt solar plant. Now it's saving us almost $2 million a year. And of course, we've lowered emissions. So I'm simply saying that to say, we have a real opportunity to reimagine the future that we want for this region and to take some bold moves, and that we must in this period. When the pandemic struck, we had to pivot and we had to adopt digital tools much faster. I was having dinner with my mother-in-law last evening, and when she told me what she was doing with her phone and with AI, I smiled. I was delighted to hear. All those who felt that the senior citizens could not catch up and they would be left behind, well, that is proven not to be true because they are very much getting with the technology. My point this morning, colleagues and friends, or this afternoon, is that we have an opportunity in this region, but we have to reimagine what it is we want. And there has to be a boldness, a nowness, and collective action to get it done. I would want to speak specifically about some concrete actions on collective action, but I am mindful of the time with the distinguished panel that is with me, which I'm happy to be a part of. And so what I will say to conclude my initial introduction and my initial intervention is that dreaming is important. The imagining is important, but so is the doing. And blessed are those who not only dream, but do, because they are the real architects of change and transformation. One last thing. When I think of resilience, I think of the capacity to absorb and withstand shocks and bounce forward, not back, forward. Every crisis, every adversity must be leveraged by this region to allow us to catapult, propel our development. And that is why 2.5 years ago I called for the big push. And I asked a simple question: what will it take to double the size of our economies over the next decade? Now, in simple terms, it's 7% per annum sustained for a decade. The compounding effect leads you to a doubling. But that's just the top line number. That's the conversation starter. Underneath that question are our attempts at building resilience so that we're not stopping and starting the yo-yo syndrome in respect of our growth and development. And then it goes to theaters of transformation, some of which I've quickly touched on. Not all of them, but some of them: food and nutrition security, energy security, and the question of the trade hub. I'll pause there. I hope to come back with a few more thoughts as we go along.
Thank you, Governor. And just touching on your point around your 1 megawatt renewable solar. Am I wrong? But I remember reading somewhere you're the first net zero or close to net zero central bank on this planet.
Yes, we're proud of that.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Amen. Well done, Governor. So, secondly, I have Ms. Monique French, the Chief Risk Officer of CIBC, to give us her remarks. Monique, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So, the acute exposure that the governor referred to external events does not preclude the Caribbean from being a very proactive agent in its own future. And the necessity of the crisis and the uncertainty that we face is simply, I think, an opportunity for us to step up our game and recognize that. As sayings have been thrown out, they say the other side of crisis is opportunity, and that is what is being called for us to recognize and action. We have a lot of opportunity to jointly collaborate and to start from a place of learning from our Caribbean peers, rather than importing ill-suited cultural solutions and or recreating expensive, non-value-added wheels that have already been done in the Caribbean. The governor used an example of the natural disaster clause, which has evolved throughout the Caribbean, and we need to do more of that. Mindset came up in the governor's comments, and I think that that is a good place to start in thinking about how we approach the solutions we have to do. Because, you know, if we have, as our other philosopher of the Caribbean said, Bob Marley, if we have mental slavery, we cannot. And very often, sometimes we language facts in a way that are not empowering to us. So I think it is very important as we look to solutions that we first of all start with taking those facts and making them things that are empowering. The Caribbean is a place of 6 million people at most, if you count the English-speaking Caribbean. On one hand, that requires us to have a certain pragmatic approach for us to recognize that recreating certain wheels don't make sense. On the other hand, a small fish in a big ocean actually creates opportunities to avoid certain things. And I think that if we can take those facts and begin to play them through in a way that is more empowering in how we language them for our populations, that is also something to give us confidence, because confidence is necessary to meet uncertainty in a way that is empowering. So I think a couple of approaches we need to think: 3 things. We need to play to our region's strengths. We need to recognize for sure resilience that is built into the DNA of the Caribbean, if nothing else. Innovation is also built into the DNA of the Caribbean, but we often do not communicate that. There is so much happening. You talk about CRIF, that our people on the ground, our young people looking for why should I stay in this region, have no idea of the things that we are doing today to make the Caribbean a better place and to show agency around those risks. And I'm so happy to be sitting beside the governor because I find the Eastern Caribbean Union to be such an inspiring example of innovation. Many years ago, people from the region, young persons from the Eastern Caribbean, led by the now deceased Dr. Venner, came up with the idea of the Eastern Caribbean Union, Currency Union, and the ECB and made it happen. They brought an idea and said, I can take ideas from anywhere, but I shall contextualize a solution. And they not only made it happen, but they have sustained it with good governance. And so that is a very inspiring example of what we need to do more of, more quickly, and leverage across the Caribbean. Secondly, we need to focus on what we can control. The examples are many, the woes are many, great, but as was said, we need to light and find the light in the darkness and focus on that. Pick priorities. We cannot do everything, but we can do something, and we need to stick to them and see them through to sustainability and maturity. And then we need to communicate how we are executing so that we can bring people in. This brings consensus, commitment, and confidence. Lastly, disciplined execution. We need to accelerate the pace of execution on things. We need to ensure that there's 100% commitment to the things we select so that we do not have things fall to the wayside. So principles of alignment, how can we do more of having regionally harmonized priority matters across national development plans? Secondly, principle of accountability. If we do that, how do we bring that so that from the country level and then secondly at the regional level, there is a credible and visible group that helps to sustain and maintain the execution in a way that our populations understand and feel there is progress happening. And it holds us accountable at the governmental level to ensure that there is progress happening. We need to have that transparency for engagement and also to ensure that we don't have these initiatives fragment and stall. The EPOC out of Jamaica is an example that could be iterated or leveraged in this manner to enable such. Access is very important. We're in 2025. The world is digital, data matters. And so in terms of information and getting information on the ground, in a communication sense, that matters, but also very importantly, leveraging the data we have in our countries and regionally to empower the ease of doing business. We often talk about we do not have data. And when I go to countries, I find actually we do, but we don't know about it. It's a hidden secret or it's locked in vaults, so to speak, behind certain walls. I think it's really important that we look at the data we do have, start from where we are, and figure out ways to have that data unlocked so that it is accessible to the public and to institutional players in our countries so that there's risk analytics, there's data, there's tools, and this, I think the governmental warehouses, the regulatory spaces are spaces that have such data, and if we can aggregate it and create insights, I think it's very important to allow our people to use their imagination to create solutions that we in this room may not see, but that they can see and empower. And also some of the firms that are trying to do things to enable them to have a data-driven way to do things better. I am particularly, therefore, interested in transformation of the digital nature, the purple economy. I think there are 3 areas of practical progress that we can make without huge changes in institutional frameworks and that are pragmatic things we can do. The first one is to get the information and data that we have in spaces such as regulatory spaces, academic spaces, UE, and figure out how we turn those into insights. A pragmatic example is if I'm a banker in the US, there are red books and blue books around the average cost of XYZ that I can use to go with agility into the market and support financial inclusion and manage my risk and or open up offerings to the market and to customers. I don't have that in the Caribbean, but the data exists because data is being collected. So one, how do we unlock those data, spaces of data, and enable them to turn into insights? Secondly, the regulatory formats that are used across the Caribbean are very fragmented. Each country requires a different format, and that may be not just in the financial space, but in so many spaces where it would really lower the cost of doing business if the format were the same across the Caribbean. Again, some of our countries are 100,000 people, and the baseline from which you operate is the same. It seems unnecessary for us to be recreating formats and contexts for returns, especially if you're then trying to be a firm that's operating across the Caribbean. It creates tremendous added costs, your systems costs, a lot of which flow out of the region. So how can we harmonize that matter of returns? And lastly, in terms of digital transformation, guidelines. Let's take, for example, if we take guidelines from the regulators and environmental, we are facing the same environmental risks. The same risk of environmental events, the same risk of environmental degradation, 99.99% across the countries of which we operate and of which we would be representative here. And yet the guidelines and the ways and the frameworks asked from each regulator or each guiding authority are different. Why? Again, if we're trying to build Caribbean countries that create private sectors that can scale, this is making things unnecessarily difficult. So those are some of the solutions that I would suggest be looked at, and I hand you back.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Monique. And I love that you talked about accountability for delivering and the epoch in Jamaica. By the way, Jamaica has a general election today. We anxiously await the results of that. So, but thank you for your remarks. Let me move on now and invite Ms. Dilka Escobar. Thank you, Dilka. Looking forward to hearing your contribution. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Okay, thank you for inviting me to this conference. I'm really honored to be here and share my thought about this topic. Well, we all know that the Caribbean face systematic vulnerability in critical infrastructure and the community in extreme weather events. So one of the things that the risk that I think is important and how to should be a political priority is to reduce the exposure of this infrastructure, like the critical, like the health, housing, water, energy, those sectors that are very important for the community. So the impact of these events can bring like these economic tensions and shock and impact negative the growth of our country. So one of the things that, if for instance we are working that in Panama, that we are like put focus on how to build like this infrastructure more resilient, that the infrastructure can withstand the extreme weather. So currently we are under assistance with the World Bank, that we are working in a program that it's called liability, contingency liability, that they have many phases. One of these is like the diagnostic, what is our critical infrastructure, what is the major cost that our economy, or where the Ministry of Economy and Finance has to tour their funds to reveal, to invest in the rehabilitation of these costs, and what is the findings of this assistance have been like the transportation and communications ways to the community that are impact for disasters. So now we are working how we can build this infrastructure better. Like we cannot reveal this bridge again to connect the community. And so we are under a really challenging path with inside the country, because they have to, we imply like a cultural change or a different mindset in order to invest in our public infrastructure. Regarding to that, one of the solutions that we propose and we put in this stage is that, like, how can we not just invest in our infrastructure, how this infrastructure and the critical one, like the hospital or our water or electricity, can be withstand after an event. And the destruction of this service be like minimize this destruction. And I see there are many partners in this, like going for this solution, like implies like several stages. As I see, it could be from national and local governments in order to include in the land use planning this link between the disaster risk reduction and also the climate adaptation, also in the building codes and development plans. If that engage, that we can have this vital infrastructure like preparing for that. In the regional level, I see that there have been more coordination integrated with all the regional partners like the CARICOM, CDM, CDB, and other partners that work in the region that could be like assist, like giving financial or technical assistance how to improve our infrastructure in order that we can work together and looking for a cohesive framework, like financial and governance framework, that help us to channel the resources to this resilient infrastructure, and other leveraging the knowledge and the best practice for other among the regions. And the third partner that I see is in this solution could be like the international community and multilaterals. So, for instance, there are other regions that are working on this because we are faced this risk. We can help. For instance, in Panama, we are working also in the relocation of community from an island in the archipelago of Gunayala, this is in the Caribbean Sea, like to relocate this community to the inland because of this effect of the climate change. The island that the people live that are going to disappear because of the decreasing of the sea level. So I think that we have to work like together, and I like a group to collect all this knowledge and all this practice for initiatives that we are working in our country to help each other in order to improve that resilience. And also I will mention that Mr. Antoine said, like dreaming to transform this region from being like a place of vulnerability to transform to a global resilient model to show the others that we can do and not only be like spare what happens. We are only fighting for what is important for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delka. And yes, we're going to have to learn from you in Panama, because not just for the infrastructure, which of course you guys have so much infrastructure in Panama, but relocating people from an island onto the mainland, that's something that I think some low-lying islands in the Caribbean, I talk about the Cayman Islands all the time. Their highest point is their landfill. There are countries that in the next decade or so will probably have to reach out to you and learn from you guys how to effectively relocate communities and coastal communities who are affected. Thank you for your intervention there. So switching now to Lilia, excited to hear what the World Bank has to say around lighting candles and eliminating darkness here in the region. Lilia, thank you.
Thank you, Marla. We are in a very difficult new world. But I must say that the situation in the Caribbean hasn't been great even before. For the last 20 years, the Caribbean region has been the slowest growing region in the world, even when compared with other small states. So the problems have been here for at least the last 2 decades. And one must start thinking about why and what can be done. And should we use this crisis, the new crisis, as an opportunity to rethink how some of the long-standing issues can finally be put on the table, discussed, decided, resolved, and moved forward. It was long ago when the Caribbean countries decided that going as one region, going together, creating a regional space is the way to go. And there has been progress, but progress has been very slow. There is a problem when you are small. It's much easier to be big because then you have a bigger market, you have the market power, you have the economies of scale that you can count on. When you are small, you don't have this. And it's even worse when you are small and vulnerable because of all the natural disasters that exist in the world exist here. Volcanoes and hurricanes and floods and earthquakes, everything. So it's very difficult to be small and vulnerable, which means that the efforts have to be doubled, and it's very difficult to do it individually. It has to be done together as a region. Politically, it's very difficult as the several decades of trying to work together have demonstrated that progress has been done, but not as much as everybody would like to see. So more needs to be done to become one economic space, to make sure that goods and labor and people can move freely within the region, to make sure that the region is interconnected within, but also outside. Today, it looks like the region is connected better with the outside world than inside of the Caribbean. So there are some very important challenges ahead, which I hope that the Caribbean will move forward on. And just to give a few examples, a few areas where more can be done. One of them is tourism, is the breadwinner for many countries in the Caribbean. You know that the tourism sector in the Caribbean has been growing, but growing slower than the average in the world, which means that the model of tourism that exists in the Caribbean has probably reached its limit, and more new different types of tourism now are taking off in the world and are not taking off as fast in the Caribbean, and something needs to be done about this. You know that the Caribbean is the largest region for cruise ship tourism, but gets the least out of per passenger than any other region in the world. And this is because there is a race to the bottom, again, because the region is not acting as a region. You know that one cruise ship passenger brings 24 times less than one nature-based tourist. 24 times less. And I'm not arguing for doing about the cruise ship tourism. I think it's an important tourist segment which will continue to be very important in the Caribbean. But countries can actually get together and try to negotiate a better results for themselves from the cruise ship tourism. Why not introduce a Caribbean environmental tax for the Caribbean Sea, which is the same for all countries, and which all cruise ships will have to pay? And by the way, when the World Bank issued a report on tourism recently, and we did some surveys, when we surveyed the tourists whether they would be willing to pay more for preserving the environment, they predominantly said yes, if the money is indeed used transparently and is used for the intended purposes. So the tourists are willing to pay. It's just systems that need to be done. So I can talk about the tourist sector for a long time because the report is very rich and you can actually look at the report and a lot of recommendations about how to do better in the tourism sector in the Caribbean. Another area which Timothy mentioned is energy. Why is it's very difficult to comprehend why the region is still relying predominantly on fossil fuels and is so vulnerable to fluctuation of prices, and it's so expensive to actually buy electricity in the Caribbean. How can the Caribbean be competitive with these levels of tourism when there are abundant resources of solar and wind and even the ocean energy? One of the pilots we've implemented successfully in the Caribbean is how to use the ocean to run the air conditioning. And it's much more cost effective. The third area I would like to mention is the whole digital development. There is no excuse for being behind the rest of the world in advancing the new digital infrastructure and technology, but it's very expensive and it's very unreliable today in the Caribbean. We're talking about diversification. We're talking about finding new sources of growth in the Caribbean. This is the opportunity. This is where the rest of the world is moving. And there isn't enough progress in this area in the Caribbean. And again, it has to be done regionally. It cannot be every country has its own rules, its own regulation. It has to be a harmonized environment so that the benefits are much higher than at each individual country. And this is the opportunity for youth. The Caribbean is a very creative region. And it was interesting to hear when Timothy said that there is a lack of imagination. Actually, youth have a lot of imagination, and not only youth, actually. People in the Caribbean have a lot of imagination. It is getting all this imagination into a collective power for action. So my last point, I have many more things to say. I can say a little bit more if I'm given another chance during this panel. But I would like to say my last point is don't lose the opportunity of this crisis for regional integration, for building a much better and prosperous future together in the Caribbean.
Thank you. Lilia, thank you for those important, if painful, reminders. And you're absolutely right. One of the things I try to highlight and reiterate when it seems as though things don't make sense, why, Governor Antoine said it, why are we importing fossil fuels when we have all this sunshine? Remember that historically we have an institutional framework that's extractive, that was not designed for our success. So we have a lot to overcome, but we can overcome it. But that's part of the reason we are stuck with a policy framework and with systems that do not work and do not support our success. The second thing is, and President Daniel Best mentioned it, inequality. And you and I have spoken, Lilia, and lamented the fact that we don't have poverty statistics in this region. Most countries are not measuring poverty, and if you don't measure poverty, you can't fix it. And inequality is a cause of poverty. And inequality means that those with power shape policy in their favor and not in the favor of those who are poor. And that's another reason why we are slow to see policy change in this region, and we need to fix those two things. But thank you, Lilia. Ian, share with us your thoughts and perspectives from the CDB, please, and how you're lighting your candle. Thanks.
Thanks, Marla. Good afternoon. I actually thought that I was going to come in last. But anyway, look, the risk have been well articulated, and the region will always face risk. So what concerns me more is the acute vulnerability that we have as a region to these risks. And the critical policy imperative to my mind is to seek to mitigate these risks. And what makes us as a region particularly vulnerable to global economic shocks is the fact that tourism revenue accounts for such a significant portion of our foreign exchange earnings. Now, why does this matter? Well, our countries are small, open economies with no reserve currency, so ultimately the ebbs and flows of growth will depend on what happens to our foreign exchange earning sectors, so that the limited diversity that exists as far as our export mix is concerned results in an acute vulnerability. And moreover, the dependence on tourism, which is a very elastic product, responding to practically everything in significant fashion, means that when there are troughs, those troughs are extremely deep. So the region then is very often impacted by shocks because of the dominance of the tourism sector in the export mix. So I think that tells us how we need to go about reducing the vulnerability that we face as a region. Now, the challenge that we have is that, for the most part, whether it's tourism or the extractive industries, our exports largely depend on natural endowments. And the dependence on natural endowments really results from the fact that, as a region, we are not as competitive as we should be. And if we are going to diversify our exports and reduce our export concentration, we really need to increase that competitiveness. And in practical terms, what does competitiveness mean? Really, it means that it's about the ability of a country's producers to get products into export markets at a price that competes, a quality that consumers and regulators require, and a reliability that meets market demand. And this requires an ecosystem that is largely comprised of infrastructural and institutional elements that impact on these three dimensions. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to try to bring this notion to life by referring to the 25 by 25 initiative, really 25 by 25 plus 5, as it is now. But just as a reminder, in 2020, the CARICOM heads of government set themselves the target of reducing our food import bill by 25% by 2025 from its 2019 level. And of course, the target has been extended to 2030 now because we haven't reached that level. Now, in order to get this done, however, the region would need to improve the competitiveness ecosystem for produce and for agro-processed products. That's the imperative. That's the way that this would have to be achieved. And not only would this reduce our food imports, but potentially it could also result in export of food. But this would require improving the ecosystem within which food is produced and traded in the region. This means addressing many areas across the entire value chain from farm to table, including moving food across borders and processing agricultural products with the aim of building food supply chains across the region. I'm going to go through some details. I know that we're looking for solutions, and I'm going to be a little bit detailed. Ultimately, some of these things that would be involved in this would be farm extension services and sanitary and phytosanitary standards that ensure that produce can actually cross borders, feeder roads and a good road network that would allow for efficient transportation of produce, packing stations and cold storage facilities that protect produce in storage, and good ports, as was mentioned earlier, with efficient modern operating standards to allow for efficient movement of goods across borders. I want to elaborate a little bit on that last one, because we commissioned a study about a year or two ago that looked at logistics performance in 2 of our boring member countries. And one of the things that, to my mind, was striking is that there's tremendous amount of inefficiency in our ports. And I think that, you know, that there wasn't, that pretty much this was symptomatic of the quality of logistics in the region. For example, you have labor industrial relations practices and fee structures that pretty much date back to the 1950s, before containerized cargo existed. So this is, you know, this has significant implications for cost and the efficiency with which goods can move across the region. So these are things that we really have to address if we are going to create an environment within which trade and competitiveness can occur. Now, with respect to food production ecosystems, very quickly, things like testing labs that provide information on shelf life and nutritional content, business support organizations that will support the development of agro-processing MSMEs, access to appropriate credit for MSMEs, regulatory agencies that are efficient and digitized to reduce the cost of navigating these agencies, movable capital registration frameworks that facilitate investment, and insolvency legislation that encourages risk. Those are some of the things that we need to do if we are going to encourage and facilitate trade and export-led growth in the region. So I think that we can, in summary, you know, we can diversify our economies and reduce the risk associated with what we face globally, but we have to be intentional, and the policy imperatives outlined, that I just outlined in relation to the 25 by 25 plus 5 initiative, can also spur and encourage and facilitate investment and export in areas other than food processing. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ian. And yes, our chair lady earlier this morning talked about that, you know, the asparagus and the broccoli and the, you know, all of these. I was in St. Lucia for a week and walked into Massey stores in Soufriere, maybe on Sunday or Monday, I can't remember, or Saturday, and walked in. This is after walking down the road with mangoes all over the road, falling from the trees. Walk into Massey, look to my right as I enter, and there's a whole wall full of apples and grapes and pears. And I just shook my head and I said, I can't believe this. In Soufriere, in St. Lucia, where you have breadfruits and mangoes all over the road. It's ridiculous. So we really do. And it breaks my heart that we missed this 25 by 25 target, but we have to keep pressing on. I look to my last, but by no means least panelist, Dr. Marlene Atz, to bring us home. Marlene, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So the task, the challenge is mine to bring some of these thoughts together and to infuse my own perspective. And as I sit here in Barbados, I can't help but be a bit nostalgic. I was here as a student in those days in 1994, the Barbados Program of Action, where some of these issues were being discussed. I was at the IDB in Washington 2004, 2005, when the catastrophe risk parametric insurance was being discussed. I was part of the Sustainable Development Department then, working on that. And I listened this morning to the accomplishments over the years and where we are. And that for me was one of the takeaways, one of the key takeaways, because Hurricane Ivan, in my day job at the university, I witnessed Hurricane Ivan in a very rare way because we were taking in students in the university, and there was a mother I met who was absolutely mortified psychologically because she was going to have to leave her daughter in Trinidad. She doesn't know what she was going to face when she went back to Grenada. So these are real things for us, and I was heartened to hear that CRIF was born out of that catastrophe, and I want to start that out of a muddy pond, 10,000 flowers can actually bloom. If you feel as you alone, no music, I will run some David Rudder for you. But here we are in the region where we have an enormous amount of talent, and being part of this panel is simply indicative of the amount of talent that we have in the region, and trying to deal with a situation of a polycrisis. I mean, you know, you look at the Global Risk Report and it just ain't stopping, and you know, all of them going to touch us in one way or the other. I listened to our spoken word young lady today who I was absolutely impressed with. And she's saying a cyber risk. We think that cyber risks will only impact on financial institutions, but think about a hospital. While we move towards digitization, think about a hospital where your records are digitized and there's a cyber attack and you kind of like collapse. I mean, I watch these things on TV, Criminal Minds and these things. So, you know, all of these are risks which, when they converge, spell catastrophe. In the same way they spell Caribbean, they spell catastrophe for us. So to me, it's not about articulating and identifying the individual risks, but accepting and owning our vulnerability to the polycrisis. And I think the major issue that we face, given all of these attendant crises, is what I call risk paralysis. Because they're coming at us so hard and so fast, and we have all of our limited resources, our financial constraints, our fiscal tightening, our debt levels, our poverty levels, etc., is the risk paralysis. How do we dig deeply into that creativity to identify bold solutions? All of the speakers at this morning's opening panel spoke about innovation, creativity, for us to think about new and innovative solutions to suit our time. So I want to begin by saying that for me, the problem statement is really risk paralysis, evidenced by an execution and implementation challenge. It's not that we don't know what the solutions are, it's just that executing and implementing often escapes us. So we could all leave this room, go back to our respective offices, and we have plenty projects. Not throwing anything at my CDB and CRIF partners, but plenty projects. But the execution and the implementation is what often evades us, and that is what fuels our greatest risk, which for me is the risk paralysis. So how do we move on? So in thinking through, I think, one, we need to triage those things that are most important, those things that is life and death. The president of the CDB, perhaps he was informed by an economist, spoke about vulnerable communities and poverty and these things that impact on people. So we triage those things, we put them at the top because they're going to affect body and soul, they're going to affect the next generation. It's not arbitrary, it's not buildings we're talking about. Although the buildings are important, they're going to affect people. So we triage those things that matter the most and we pull them out at the top. Then I think we sequence, but we sequence in a way where the gains from one outcome can help fuel something down the pipeline. So there is a method to our madness. We don't try to boil the ocean. We try to identify with the available resources, because we have resources, we have willing partners, but we also have constraints. We try to identify where there can be multiple dividends being earned based on the investments being made. And I mean not just financial investments, but investments in human capital. I think a third element has to be transparency and accountability. Monique spoke about it, some of the other speakers spoke about transparency and accountability. We suffer from credibility in the region because transparency and accountability are the new bad words for us. We don't like to be transparent and we really don't like to be accountable. But with that transparency and accountability, we'll build legitimacy so that our people, those allies on the ground that we need to build resilience, because resilience is not at the top, you know. Resilience is from the ground. So the people at the bottom who will help create that resilience, because in one of my lives, my day job, I teach environmental economics and disaster risk management, the economics of it. And I say the first thing we start by distinguishing between a hazard and a disaster. There is nothing natural about a disaster. It is the vulnerability that transforms our hazard into the disaster. So if the people and them don't understand where you're trying to go, it's like the garbage orange bins. I would have taken it too, because I need the full water, because where I am, it have bad water supply. And before you got to the punchline, I knew where you were going, Diane, because I know my Jamaican people. I'm not Jamaican, but it's my second home. I understand my people. So building resilience, a conversation around building resilience has to involve the people. So transparency and accountability has to involve accounting to the people, which is one of the reasons that I embraced this new challenge that has been put my way in being a senator. I'm not here as a senator, so please, but I've embraced that because it's an opportunity to provide transparency and accountability to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So, all right, moving forward, we've identified what I call the problem statement. We've identified some kind of sequencing. So then how do we do this? How do we address putting together or framing a solution? And I want to borrow from business strategy literature where they talk about a big, hairy, audacious goal, which to my mind means doing things differently. How do we navigate this space, recognizing that this is a conversation that we've been having in the region for decades? So the port inefficiencies, the tourism sector, when I heard Lilia talking about that, it took me back to one of my early days as a graduate student where we actually did a study on the social and economic impact and environmental impact of cruise tourism in the region. Lots of potential, but I think even back then we proposed that there should be a tax to deal with things like sewage, etc., and pollution. So what are our big, hairy, audacious goals? And I want to suggest that coming out of this meeting, we think about having national and regional resilience compacts, which say to our people, our 6 million odd people, that we, governments, private sector, academia, civil society, agree to certain targets to help our economies build resilience, recognizing that among the partnerships, the financing is important, the academic research is important, but the people also are important, and the private sector also is important. But at the heart of that has to be our governments as well, because we kind of need them to provide some frameworks to help these things move forward. So I'm suggesting national and regional resilience compacts that clearly outline targets a la 25 by 25 plus 5. Like Marla, I'm a little unhappy that we're kind of pushing it again, because it means that our exorbitant food import bills will continue to be there at a time where we can ill afford, because the next hurricane that comes, and I remember Beryl last year, people wondering, but how it's so early, climate change, the thing that people think is not happening, Beryl decided to warm up and hit at a time where we didn't expect Beryl. So things are changing, and all of these exogenous factors are impacting on us in very, very real ways. So the national and regional resilience compacts help us say, as countries, and the priorities will be different depending on the country, but regionally we know that there are issues that we have to face, a la 25 by 25. So this resilience compact, I think if we were to think it through, could provide an opportunity for us to deal with the resilience, identifying the targets, but also providing an opportunity for us to be accountable and transparent, but to help us keep ourselves honest, a la Epoch in Jamaica, perhaps there is an opportunity for us to learn from that and to replicate epochs at the national level and also at the regional level. I know that we have some regional oversight, but there is an attraction to the epoch, and of course, apart from the attraction in that very loose sense, there is the evidence that the epoch has in fact worked in Jamaica. So perhaps this is one of the things, we borrow all kinds of things from all kinds of crazy people all over the place. Perhaps this is one of the things, homegrown, regional grown, one of those things that we can borrow that could redound to our benefit. So we're not borrowing this from far, you know. We're borrowing this from here, homegrown. So an epoch at the national and regional levels, that of course requires navigating some dynamic spaces. We know how dynamic our countries and our governments can be and how proprietarial they can be. But we are clever enough of us in this room. We have leadership at the highest levels, CAF, IDB, Caribbean Development Bank, the World Bank. We have leadership that can help mobilize this. We have our governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank that can help us catalyze and mobilize something like regional and national epochs. And then with that epoch, to complement an epoch type approach, could be and should be national and regional resilience dashboards. So those targets that we've identified as part of the National and Regional Compact, it have quarterly, annually, semi-annually updates on where we are in achieving those targets, so that the next generation, my students, Timothy's mother-in-law on her phone, she can actually follow what is happening because there might be something that resonates with her. Because sustainable development, resilience, all of these things come together to impact on every citizen of the Caribbean. So let us have these dashboards that keep us honest. So the dashboards, along with the epoch type institutional framework, can help us advance our conversation. So while I'm happy to be in Barbados attending this conference, and I'm pleased that I was invited and I was able to accept, 1994, 2004, 2025. I think it's time for us to have these bold, hairy, audacious goals. If there's one thing people can't say in the Caribbean that we shy, we're very bold for you. So time for us to have these bold, hairy, audacious goals, and I'm suggesting that one such goal is for us to put on the table, put our money where our mouth is, that we are committing to having national and regional resilience compacts that say, this is where we want to be, and this is where we're headed. And these are the milestones that we've identified for ourselves. These are the targets, so that we as leaders, but also our citizens, are very clear on the road ahead, and that resilience, as you also said, resilience then becomes part and parcel of our DNA, because we know that we are resilient people. Think about Hurricane Gilbert in 1988, as far back as then. And that is when my first appreciation and respect for Jamaica started, after Hurricane Gilbert, because Jamaica took that crisis and said, never again. I was in Jamaica sometime after Gilbert, and on my phone, no, long after Gilbert, I actually got an early warning system, and I was not a Jamaican, and I wasn't using a Jamaican phone. But because I was there, me, I know how to find out, which is something that was a little concerning, but I got a message saying that we expect hurricane to hit or storm to hit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we know what it takes. It's simply for us to coalesce and to bring all of the ideas together into a coherent, cohesive, forward-thinking approach that really resonates and personifies our big, hairy, audacious goal for resilience in the region. So those are my opening comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We have maybe 15 minutes left, but I just want to really thank you, Marlene, for highlighting the need for accountability. And it's a word that we don't necessarily have a comfort level with in the Caribbean. Just for the sake of the audience's appreciation of what is the epoch, so coming out of 2011, 2012, Jamaica defaulting yet again on its sovereign, on the government basically couldn't pay its bills and couldn't pay its workers, the banks came together and said to the government, we're not giving you any more money. You have to go back to the IMF. You have to do what has to be done. And we are forming this committee, which included civil society, the development banks, and key stakeholders, including the government. And this committee, on a quarterly basis, collected data on what the government said it was going to do and reported publicly to the people, to the point where the last chairman, Keith Duncan, who was just recently awarded Jamaica's highest honor, the Order of Jamaica, he literally would sit on the corner by the rum shop and explain to the people of Jamaica, well, you know, the government said they were going to bring inflation down to 2%. They only did 2.5%, you know, and he would explain where are we against all of these goals that the government said they're going to achieve. And it was through this accountability that these results were achieved, but also the people understood transparently the progress towards these goals being achieved. And that epoch has now been reformed, and it's been enshrined in the legislation alongside a fiscal council as well. So I mentioned earlier about we have an institutional framework that is extractive, that was not designed for our success in the Caribbean. I want to suggest that these institutional reforms, or these new institutions in Jamaica, like the EPOC, are the kinds of institutions that we now need to drive our progress, which didn't exist when we became independent. My country just celebrated 63 years of independence. We need an EPOC probably more than anybody else in the Caribbean right now. And so I agree with Marlene, and I support this idea that once we have this independent body that holds to account the governments or the institutions for achieving the goals that they say they're going to achieve, and reports on a regular basis via the dashboards online, which, by the way, these dashboards already exist. Jamaica has one, Vanuatu has one, a little tiny country, one of the poorest countries on earth in the Pacific. Their government implemented a dashboard so that they can see where their government is at against the goals that they articulated when they won the election earlier this year. Very easy to implement. And you have these mechanisms that make sure that whatever the policy priorities are, we know where we stand and we can see the progress that we're making. Yes,
I just want to add one quick overarching, undergirding platform. The population, we need to engage in public education. So we have high levels of literacy, people go to school, etc. But an understanding of the challenges and the risks, the attendant risks that our respective countries face, I feel that there is insufficient understanding at the ground level. I mean, people know it in indigenous ways. Farmers can identify changing temperatures, how it's impacting on their crops. Hey, rainfall today, that's strange. Dry season longer than usual. But I do think that in terms of advancing the conversation and building the resilience ground up, there has to be a greater investment in public education in terms of some of these risks and the multidimensional nature of the risks as well.
Agreed. So, yes. So just I wanted to give the panel an opportunity if anybody else wanted to jump in, but then I've been putting together summaries of what was said so that we have a policy statement at the end. But if there was anybody who had an additional comment to make, Monique, I see you ready to join, and then Governor.
I simply wanted to highlight why the EPOC, because very often we hear another committee. I think the critical element that the EPOC gave in terms of credibility was it enabled a conversation, one, and also beyond the life cycle of the political cycle. And that was very important because much of what we want to grapple with is long-term. So it's non-political, it's very, stays away from all of that, and it has allowed across political regimes to be. So I think that's a very important part of its credibility and the aspect that it brought.
Thanks for that additional clarification, Monique. Yes, Governor.
Yeah, so just to say that collective action is really our region's superpower. And a lot of times we either don't grasp it or we don't tap it sufficiently. The examples we've talked about today, whether it's CRIF, ECCB, other things, all illustrate the power of collective action. And my call is for an urgency with respect to the collective action that we take in the theaters of transformation that are critical to building resilience and allowing us to manage the current risks that we've discussed extensively today. At a regional level, speaking now as the head of a regional organization, we have 4 areas where we can help. One, obviously, is advocacy, where we use our platforms to amplify the voice of the region, whether it is with climate, with COP, or whether it's with energy. There are a range of areas as we look at our responses where we have to use advocacy. So CAF, CRIF, CDB, and all the other players in the room. Then there is advice, which we give directly, whether it's technical advice, other advice. World Bank would do the same as well. Then we have action through partnerships. And Dr. Stacy Richards Kennedy of CAF spoke to the power of partnerships. That's the whole issue of how we act, because you have to move beyond the talk to the action. And then there's accountability, supporting accountability frameworks. So the example you just gave with the dashboards and the tracker. So at ECCB, we attempted to do that with food and nutrition security, with the 25 by 25. Created a tracker to show how are we doing with respect to this target. And we publish it annually at the moment. We would love to do it more often. The data remains a challenge. And then, of course, we have to be able to disaggregate between hotel consumption and local consumption and really make sure the analysis is helpful. But as now that that target on food and nutrition security has been extended, we need to make sure we're not just reporting that we haven't reached the targets. We are effectively reporting that will help us to guide us to a result, because that's what we want, to reduce the food input bill by 25%, to make sure that we're healthy or healthier than we are, to cut NCDs. All of those are part of that equation. That's why it's food and nutrition security. So I believe the trackers are important, and I think the regional institutions can help with respect to that as a contribution to helping with strengthening the advocacy for any of the areas that we've identified, such as food and nutrition security, but also for supporting accountability. Because we have, where are we doing? Why are we not doing? I said it before. If you look at the food and nutrition security, you cannot bend that curve if you do not tackle 50% of the basket, which are meat, grains, like cereal, breakfast products, and fruits and vegetables. That's 52% of the basket. So if those are not going down, we're not doing anything about food and nutrition security. You might some sweet potato here and some yam there and some dasheen there. That's not going to change anything. So we got to get analytical with that. That's one. Secondly, I think we have a role to play with data. So I'm looking at what the regional organizations could do. Put our heads together for those trackers, but also in this era of AI, let's craft a data and AI strategy for the region that pulls together the various efforts now so that we can really make the data work for us. Big data, metadata, microdata. There's a lot more data has been said than we realize, but it's not harnessed properly. Data is the currency of the 21st century. We could do something about that at a regional level. So I'm challenging regional institutions, including the ECCB. Then there's the transformation, the transport hub. Going back to this thing about two-way trade with the Americas and Africa. Now is the time for us to craft that strategy. Who is going to invest in what port? What standards are we going to have? What are the trade policies around that? What are the payment systems to support that? What are the visa regimes? Our ecosystem has to support that. World Bank is very involved with that. That is something CAF I think is also looking at. That is an area I see for regional institutions to play, so that we are not cursing darkness. We're lighting candles. We're making definitive contributions to this enterprise. As we speak, we are collaborating ECCB and the World Bank on a renewable energy infrastructure facility. So far raised $120 million. We're open to raise more money. And what we're trying to do here is to do exactly what we spoke about. Stop talking about high fuel electricity bills and do something about that by actually increasing our renewables in the energy mix, from moving from 10% to where we are now to at least 20% and then on to hopefully 50% over the next decade or so. So in sum, I believe that these are important opportunities for the regional institutions to come together, working, of course, with our government and our development partners. But I'm always very clear. There are some things we can do for ourselves and we must do for ourselves. Development is about handling our own business. We have to break this dependency syndrome. We have to change this narrative. So a lot of the discussion and my challenge really about imagination is really to look beyond our old economic models and ways of thinking, to look at how we are going to reconstruct this region to allow us to navigate those geoeconomics and these geopolitical risks that we're facing, and all those risks that we talked about. And I'll close with something I say all the time, the mantra of mine, and I said, mindful of our history of slavery and colonialism. As a region, we cannot change our history, and we cannot change our geography, but collectively we can elevate our development trajectory through imagination, innovation, and collective action. Let's get that done.
Thank you so much, Governor. Before I go through the policy statement, I just wanted to highlight something. We talk about resilience. And Lilia highlighted the ways in which we are not doing very well in the Caribbean. Slowest growing region for 20 years, slowest growing tourism sector, inequality, poverty levels, and social outcomes that we wish we didn't have. So when we talk about resilience, means going back to where we are. I actually want to suggest that we need to think about that word because language is important. And there is a word that I like to use better than resilience, which is transilience, meaning using what has happened to us to transform into something better, not resilience in terms of going back to what we were, because we don't want to go back to what we were. I think we can agree that we have to do better and we have to be stronger. This word transilience actually was created and trademarked by an Italian young lady who is a philosopher, who I interviewed, and that interview will be circulated, in the coming days and weeks. But I just wanted to put that out there now before I go through the policy statement based on the discussion we just had. So, we have to stop cursing the darkness, right? And light a candle. And we have to change our mindset, be creative and bold in our ideas and solutions. And luckily, there is no shortage of creativity and imagination in the Caribbean. I think sometimes we have more creativity and imagination in our big toe than some people have in their whole countries. We have institutional structures, regional institutional structures that need to coordinate and collaborate better because we can't afford to be duplicating effort or reinventing wheels. We are more integrated with the outside than we are with each other. So we have to focus on regional collaboration at all levels, regional government as well as private sector. We have those challenges, Lilia, that you outlined, we're the slowest growing region in 20 years. So therefore, we have to rethink that word resilience, perhaps, and because we want to be something better and stronger and more prepared for today's and tomorrow's challenges. We have to overcome our risk paralysis, as Marlene highlighted. We have to prioritize, triage, and sequence what we are going to do. But we have to do it now, as Governor said, with urgency. And we must focus on execution and close this implementation deficit that we know plagues us. How do we do that? We need to hold people to account. We need to hold governments to account. We need to hold institutions to account. We need the transparency and accountability to the people for the solutions being implemented. So we want to suggest an overarching epoch-like institution that Marlene called a resilience compact, to hold governments and regional institutions to account for delivering the outcomes that they are responsible for. And once there is delivery, we will have confidence that Monique you highlighted. That helps us to build confidence that we're doing something right, that we're on the right path, and that's important. And we have to have the digital dashboards to show us where we're at against the achievement of these bold, hairy, audacious goals like 25 by 25 plus 5. So that's my summary. I want to thank my panelists. You all have been amazing. I think that you all have done a huge service to our region and to this audience and those online by sharing these important thoughts and ideas. And I appreciate the audience, I appreciate your attention, I appreciate the organizers for bringing us together here this morning to have this important discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the entire panel for a really rich and visionary and practical and meaningful and real discussion. I'm sure the entire audience here in the room and online appreciated the messages. The issue of accountability, critical. I thought that was, that resonated very well. The bold, hairy, audacious, I love it. I love it. This is where we go. And in fact, what I thought, it is implicit in what was said, but starting with the governor's reference to the fact that, you know, we are a resilient people and we have been striving and overcoming from the days of enslavement, coming forward. And that is one of the most, that's one of the highly valuable, richest, I think, legacies of the Caribbean. It's the ebullient spirit, that resilience that does not keep our people down, that we need to harness. We need to channel it. And it has to be done through responsible leadership, through leadership that is accountable to the people, that engages the people. That's the point I was really trying to make about the garbage pans. You can't just do the thing there and not let the people know what you are doing and why you're doing it. You have to make them a part of what you're doing. The point that you made about the triage, right on point. We need to start first with the social. You have to deal with your people first, so that they believe that their leaders are working for them. So, you know, now you're really into your lunchtime, so we're going to wrap this very quickly, but I just want you to know that I certainly really appreciated what has been said in this very important first panel that sets the frame for our discussion over the next 2 days. So please, give them another round of applause. Thank you very, very much. We are breaking for lunch now. I really want to ensure that our participants online stay online. Are they hearing me? I know there have been problems hearing. I mean, well, everybody has mics now. Very important for those of our contributors, participants online, stay engaged. We're breaking for lunch, but we're coming back. We don't want to lose you. So over the course of the days, I'm going to be bigging up different countries that we know are actively participating. My first set will be Guyana and Jamaica. Why? Because they are online even though they went to the polls this week. Guyana and Jamaica, Guyana had elections on Monday. Jamaica today, they are in the midst of it, right? And so anybody who is online, I hope you voted. Yeah, we're very happy to have you engaged, but it is also part. The whole process of decision making is an integral part of the sustainable development process, the participatory process. And so we celebrate that responsibility and commitment of every individual citizen to exercise that right, to choose the leadership that we are here saying we need to have in a partnership with the people to take us forward. So big up Jamaica today, big up Guyana on Monday. You know, they've been having some incredible lives. If you knew the past, Jamaica's election process in the past, you would know that to wear orange or green near election time means death or destruction. This time there has been a campaign song that have people in green and orange dancing together, fetting in the streets. It has been amazing. I've been getting the videos because I am not in Jamaica. All that we needed was some bikini, feather, and bead to make it Carnival Tuesday. I'm serious. It has been splendid to see the enthusiasm of the people in getting engaged in the decision-making process. It is that energy that we need to harness to move us to the next step. We can do it together. Somebody was speaking about my mentor's words about regionalism. It starts with nationalism. We do better together when we do it together. Lunchtime. We resume at 1:45, is it? I just eat fast. Thank you all very much. Folks, please stay online. I was to do something.
And a very special welcome and good afternoon or good morning, good evening, and whatever time zone you're in as we continue our virtual coverage of this very important meeting here in Barbados. I'm Julian Rogers, and we're taking the opportunity to look particularly at the solutions, what we call the Solutions Showcase. Many of the contributors and presenters today did already talk about it, but we thought that we'd give them opportunity, some of them an opportunity to expand in some of the areas. And first up is the president of the Caribbean Development Bank, Daniel Best, who really woke up the audience today with his keynote address, not only focusing on what the bank has been doing, but what the bank intends to do. Daniel, welcome back as we continue our focus here. I want you to talk to plain ordinary folk, because I know that that is at the heart of your communication strategy.
Absolutely.
Telling them exactly, I suppose, because you come from projects, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Julian, let me thank you for this opportunity, and I want to thank those who are tuning in and who will ultimately watch this. I just want to start very briefly where you touched on, the people, those who are tuning in and talking to the people. The 2025 Global Risk Report, and I think we know about some of the broader risks that we face with respect to climate, with respect to economic instability. But there's one that certainly gives me pause, and should give all of us pause, and that is rising social fragmentation, rising pessimism in institutions, rising discontent with economic models. If this trend continues, we will lose people on this march forward. And what that means is there will be increased disillusionment, increased discontent, especially among our youth and young people. And what does that lead to? Nothing good, Julian. And that is an emerging risk. So we're here at the second Wider Caribbean Risk Conference. That is an emerging risk which we, as leaders in this region, we have to address. And so I am particularly pleased that we are coming together with the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, and with the Caribbean Risk Insurance Facility, CRIF, to address some of these risks. Yes, we're gonna tackle the big ones, but ultimately we have to reach our people on this journey forward.
I was particularly struck by the points you made in that regard, where you went from the top line, but you came right down to the bottom and said, look, this really is our opportunity to take bold action.
Absolutely, absolutely. And look, in bold, and when we speak about bold action, I want to talk, for instance, about community engagement, right? We have been making a deliberate effort to engage at the community level in terms of training, in terms of sharing ideas, but also in terms of developing solutions. You know, as I said in my speech, and I was quite serious about it, this is not been addressing. Our indigenous peoples, our communities have been at the forefront of providing solutions, developmental solutions for quite some time. We need to engage with them in a genuine sense. We just did a wrap on CariFesta 15 right here in Barbados, Julian, and you and I spoke during that period. And the level of creativity, the level of innovation that we saw from our people across the region on display was an absolute explosion of Caribbeanness. Right here, we need to harness that. And so at the Caribbean Development Bank, these are some of the things that we are tapping into. Our Trade Finance Guarantee Program, which our board approved in June, which we're going to launch in a few weeks, speak exactly to that. Unlocking capital that can actually reach the people of our region. We also actively developing an SME guarantee system. So what we're seeking to do here, when you talk about bringing people into this development paradigm, there's no shortage of capital. We have capital within our commercial sector. We've heard about the $6 billion in excess liquidity in our region. What we're doing in providing these guarantee schemes is providing cover for the commercial banks to invest more at the SME level, at the trade level, at the creative level, at the women-owned businesses level. This is the role that we see the Caribbean's Development Bank. We are the only indigenous multilateral financing institution in this region. And so we're stepping up to play our part in that. Climate financing. You know, we are right now in the midst of the Atlantic hurricane season. And we spend each day, you know, we watch the weather with bated breath, hoping. Every June the 1st, we spend the next few months hoping that this is not the year that anything catastrophic happens. But as, you know, one of our presenters in the panels just said it, I think it was Dr. Atz that said, there's a difference between hazards and disaster. There's nothing natural about a disaster. Julian, the same adverse weather event that hits Hispaniola hits the Dominican Republic and Haiti. And the effects are vastly different. So at CDB, we are seeking to put our monies where our mouth is. And over the next few years, 35% of our financing will go towards either mitigation or adaptation. And in our special development fund, the largest replenishment that we've had in the history of the bank, US $460 million, we are going even further. By the end of this cycle, this special development cycle, fund cycle in 4 years' time, 40% of those resources will go towards climate financing. We're not sitting on the sidelines anymore.
You're a development bank with a totally fresh or refreshed perspective on what your role is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, the mantra that we've adopted at the bank is one of rebirth, anchored in the pillars of innovate, transform, and thrive. And you would have heard some of the things that we're doing here today. I mean, this very conference where we partner with CAF and CRIF in putting it on, where we will mine innovative solutions. And even some of our partners who aren't here, CABE, for instance, where we recently delivered the first exposure exchange agreement globally between non-AAA rated institutions. The first. Previously, this was the domain of the big boys, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank. We said, hold on, we need to create headroom. Let us exchange some of our exposures and facilitate, therefore, moving more resources to the people of our respective member countries. So we did that with the CABE. That is anchored in innovation, an innovative mindset. The second one, of course, is where we look at ourselves, where we need to transform, where we need to consider. You heard the excellent presentation by Cindy Celeste this morning, the spoken word piece, where she spoke about the interconnectedness of risks. As I said in my speech, these risks don't come knocking at our door one at a time. They come in massive waves. A hurricane that forms in the Atlantic impacts tourism. You know, the threat of violence impacts businesses coming to our region. So as a bank, we have to transform, because we can't be asking more of our countries and not taking that sobering look in the mirror. So transformation is where we are at now, breaking down all of our policies, breaking down our procedures to become more nimble, to implement faster, to do more, better, faster. One of our prime ministers, you know, I was having a one-on-one with him, and I could call it Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez, said to me, Daniel, Caribbean people are hurting. CDB needs to do more, better, faster. And we are responding exactly to that call. So our central pillar is transform, innovate, transform. And when we get the two of those together, you know what's going to happen? This region is going to thrive. That is the essence of our rebirth mantra, Julian.
CDB is going to be among the big boys.
Absolutely. we are going to be among the big players in the development space, because the good people of our region deserve nothing less from its development bank.
Daniel, thank you very much for joining us in this lunchtime break. Virtual coverage of the Caribbean Development Bank, partnering with CRIF, partnering with none other than the CAF, CAF. We all say CAF, but there we are. Thank you again, Daniel Best, the president of the Caribbean Development Bank, as we continue our special here, virtual connection to the rest of the world as we bring you the second Wider Caribbean Regional Risk Conference 2025. We've got another guest standing by to come and join us, and also from the Caribbean Development Bank, we've got we've got Dr. Marlene Atz of Trinidad and Tobago. She's from the University of the West Indies, and she will come join us here as we continue our focus on the risk across the Caribbean. And the risk, of course, come in so many flavors, colors, or whatever you want to describe it as. But as Daniel Best made the point, we need to move beyond just thinking about disasters in our lives, which, of course, is uppermost at a time like this. But certainly, there are many other areas of risk that we need to be concerned about. And that's where we will turn our attention to getting the perspectives from Senator Dr. Marlene Atz, who is here for the conference in Barbados. Dr. Atz, I know her very well. Marlene, welcome.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
You had the job today, I would almost say, like summarizing all the presentations before you came on. And I was struck by how you focused on not just bringing their elements together, but also injecting your particular perspective, because you have a particular concern about development economics.
Yes, for my sins, I've been doing this for a couple of decades, and one of the things I'm very grateful for is that I have had the opportunity to see the region grow, see the region address some of these challenges. So I am an economist, which I think is one of the best professions in the world because you tend to deal with a whole host of things. But my specialization really looks at development and the myriad of issues, the multidimensional nature of development. So disasters, poverty, gender, and of course the economic space that can either support or in some ways subtract from the development core objectives, as the case might be. So a conference such as this, addressing the theme of resilience, I think is absolutely important.
You talk about looking at this, but I also noticed that you narrowed in on providing a tool, which I thought was very important in this context. Because we talk about one, measuring, or setting out strategies, sorry. Let's start with strategies first, then measuring progress, and determining where you go to next.
Yes, and who takes ownership of it.
Right.
I think that is absolutely important. There is no shortage of effort that has been put in the region. As I said, I started this journey in Barbados, the Barbados Program of Action in 1994. I was here as a graduate student in those days, really a kind of caddy running around, but paying attention to some of the things being taught, and from then I think that fueled my interest in issues of sustainable development. And it is something that I've always followed very closely. And over the years, I've noticed, so I've been involved in climate change, et cetera, et cetera. Over the years, I've noticed that we have the conversations, we have the best possible will, but things go awry. So our development institutions, our multilateral partners, the CDB, CRIF, CAF, the World Bank, IDB, et cetera, we all want to achieve the same objective. And we all throw resources behind achieving these objectives, but at the country level, and I have to say, I think also at the regional level, sometimes we fall down with the execution and implementation, and there could be a number of reasons for that, including the frequency with which we have to deal with things like disasters. And you notice I've shied away from saying natural disasters. And that sometimes derails the best laid plans. And that notwithstanding, hurricanes and tropical storms are part and parcel of where we are geographically, so there is no escaping.
It's like our daily lives.
It's our daily lives. It's an inescapable risk that we face, and we ought to find a way to improve our resilience, we can't stop the natural hazards, but our resilience, which is the point that is being made, allows us to bounce forward as opposed to bounce back, bounce forward in a shorter period of time. And I think this is where it's important for us to come up with a tool or tools, including the dashboard. And it's not really, one of the things I like about the Jamaican epoch is that it's not about ascribing blame or politicizing or anything. It really is a manifestation that we, the people, own our resilience trajectory, own our development trajectory. There may be a change in government from one season to the next, from one 5-year cycle to the next. But if every one of the countries, so my country, Trinidad and Tobago, we're 1.4, 1.5, depending on which day of the which day of the week you're doing the numbers. But if each one of us owns our development trajectory or has a small part to play, then the political cycles really don't matter that much, because we, the people, understand that this is where we want to go as a country, which is why the measurement and the dashboard and the accessibility and the transparency and the accountability, I think, becomes very important.
Which brings me to the point which I think was raised by a number of people, including the head of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, that we shouldn't go about this singularly.
No. Yes. I completely agree with Governor Antwine, and I was whispering to him after that. I think at the sub-regional level, at the ECCB, they have already made some strides, and I think I'm very clear that they plan to be successful in terms of their execution. And he, Governor Antwine, as well as some of the other leaders in the room, President Best, Dr. Kennedy Richards, the heads of the World Bank, etc., they sit in a space where they can influence policy at the respective national levels and also at the CARICOM level. So I think I use this opportunity, I have to admit that I use this opportunity to throw it out there, because I think there is a space and there are enough movers attending this conference and part and parcel of this process to help send it up the ladder. I'm not saying that we can do all things simultaneously, but resilience is what I would like to call a regional public good in the economic sense. If one country builds resilience, 2 countries build resilience, 3 countries build resilience, capitalizing or leveraging our individual resilience, then the Caribbean will be unstoppable. Whatever happens will not have as significant an impact on us as we have seen through the pandemic, with global supply chain challenges, with the geopolitics that now have us caught literally between a rock and a hard place. So I think the region, seeing it as a regional public good, can only redound to the individual country's benefits, and that is what I was hoping is my message. Hopefully that message resonated, and we can take that away as an action item.
In Trinidad and Tobago, you're known as an independent voice.
Yes.
Obviously, ending up being appointed by the President
As
of
an
the Republic
independent senator,
as an
yes.
independent senator, which means you're speaking for
the people.
The people.
As enshrined in the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, yes.
Speak to the people.
So the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and in terms of the people of the region, which is why I harp on education. One of the things I have accepted as my calling is communicating with the people of Trinidad and Tobago, be the voice for the voiceless. One of the things that has happened in Trinidad, having been appointed an independent senator, is the overwhelming public support. So persons will see you in the street and they'll be kind of like, you're not the lady from, and they're saying that, we're glad we have somebody to talk on our behalf. And that has taken me by surprise, because the fact that persons, that the average Joe and Jane, feel that the politicians who they elect are not speaking on their behalf, and they're kind of putting this on my tiny, tiny shoulders. Yeah. I embrace that responsibility. I embrace that challenge. It's a continuation of the work that I've done for decades in Trinidad and Tobago. But the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I think, we also need to take responsibility, and I'm using the royal we need to take responsibility to understand our economic space. So this is not about de-government. To understand our social space, so crime, everybody's wringing their hands and looking to de-government to solve crime, but crime is a collective problem. And also our environmental issues. So all of the various components that come together, that coalesce to help us build this resilience, each one of us has a part to play. And that the part I think as individuals that we can play is understanding the space in which we find ourselves, understanding the triggers, understanding the nature of our ecosystem in our own particular ways, so that we can do our small parts to help kind of push the needle, as it were.
I want to thank you very much. We could go on for a very long time, but I know lunch is awaiting you and many others as well. Dr. Marley Natz, thank you again.
Thank you so much, Julian. I appreciate it.
All right, there we are, Dr. Marley Natz joining us here in what I call the lunchtime edition here in Barbados, but I know it may be the evening edition for you or the early morning, depending on where you are in the world. We are, of course, covering the second wider Caribbean Regional Risk Conference 2025, and these are the perspectives on what they call country risk management, aimed at advancing the sustainable development of small island and coastal states in the region. Because as you'll notice now, we have expanded our focus, not just describing the Caribbean, but we're talking about the wider Caribbean. Any of the countries, of course, that lap, where the Caribbean Sea laps on their shores or the Atlantic, as in the case of many of the island states, we've got an opportunity to focus on their particular development perspectives. And talk about focus, let me turn my attention now to welcome another guest, this time from the Caribbean Development Bank, Ian Durant. And Ian, I know you have a new portfolio, so let me start there in terms of your addressing the risk discussion. I was struck by what I call the very, I don't want to use common or ordinary, but particularly, the area of tourism, which I think everybody understands, because the point you made about the impact of tourism, yes, if all goes well, we got good foreign exchange, but if it doesn't, we're catching hell.
Well, first of all, Julian, thank you for having me. Yeah, I think that one of the things that affects us is our exposure to tourism. The fact that many of our countries are highly concentrated in tourism. Now, I'm not saying that tourism is bad, but what we are saying is that there needs to be diversification. Tourism is an extremely elastic product. It responds significantly to any shock, which means that when there's a shock, there's usually a very deep impact. And that deep impact has significant implications for incomes, for employment, for foreign exchange earnings especially. So what we are suggesting is that we need to focus a little bit more on diversifying our economies. So CDB has been constant in pointing out the importance of just basically trying to achieve diversification. Now, how do you achieve diversification? Let me step back a little bit. The reason why we are so highly concentrated in tourism is because tourism pretty much depends on natural endowments, sun, sand, sea. And we have not managed to develop the sort of competitiveness that would allow us to be able to compete in products that depend on price, quality, and reliability as far as supply is concerned. What we need to do is to intentionally address in a comprehensive fashion the entire ecosystem that would make us competitive and allow us to be able to compete in whatever area it is that we choose to, depending on our demographics, whether it is agro-processing or pharmaceuticals, electronics. These are all possibilities. These are all possibilities provided that we can generate the level of competitiveness that would allow us to be able to match on price, on quality, and on reliability. And what I did is that I laid out a few dimensions of that ecosystem. As I indicated, it's a very, very broad ecosystem. And, you know, it's one of these things where a chain is as strong as its weakest link.
Right.
So unfortunately, there's no single dimension that would allow us to overcome our competitiveness challenges. There are many things that we have to deal with, many things that are institutional and infrastructural. And I laid out some of those in relation to agro-processed products, largely because the CARICOM heads of government have set themselves a target of reducing imports, their food import bill by 25% in the first instance by 2025. But now that target date has been pushed back to 2030. And basically, in order to meet this goal, some of the things that we have to do basically cover the entire value chain from farm to table. And those things include sanitary and phytosanitary standards that would, in the first place, allow produce to move across borders, packing stations, the road network, ports. Ultimately, if goods are going to move across borders, they're going to need to pass through the ports. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done, especially at our ports. We have to focus on ensuring that our ports are efficient in terms of their operations. Obviously, there needs to be some infrastructure upgrade, and there are many of our countries that are doing these things. St. Vincent comes to mind, for example. But it's not only the infrastructure, it's the institutional aspects, the industrial relations practices that would move some of our port operations into this particular century.
And I know you're speaking from the strength of research done recently by the bank.
Yes.
And obviously, that is what has thrown up the focus on agriculture.
Well,
among many other things.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is that agriculture and trade in agriculture would depend on ports, but so many other things do as well. These are small open economies, highly dependent on trade, whether it's imports or exports. So ports are very important for everything, everything that we do. But the study to which you make reference, we looked at a couple of our borrowing member countries, as we refer to them, and we looked at operations, we looked at infrastructure. We also, it was broader than the ports. It was actually logistics, so it included things like cold storage, warehousing, feeder roads in cases where there was a thriving agricultural sector. And what we found was that the port operations impose a very significant cost on the operations of the private sector, largely because in some instances, as I said, the industrial relations practices, for example, really date back to the 1950s when
and obviously have a major impact on cost of goods.
Significant cost. And I mean, there's no overstating the importance of these things. These things add up. I believe that we are not short, and when I say we, the entrepreneurs in the region, they're not short on creativity. I can list 5 businesses that have investments outside of the region. So there's no shortage of ideas. I think what has to happen is that we have to address our cost structure by dealing with things like, the efficiency of our port operations, the quality of our road networks, the existence of cold storage capacity, and those sorts of things. These things impact heavily on cost. so that it affects the ability of the typical producer to be able to compete on international markets on price, on quality, and on reliability.
And that's our major risk.
That,
to put it
to my mind, yes, that is our major risk. I think that if we can enhance the competitiveness of our region, we can mitigate the impact of the risk that we worry so much about. And I'm not saying that upgrading infrastructure and upgrading institutions and digitizing and so on is going to necessarily mean that risk don't affect us. What it means, though, is that the impact, the depth to which these risks, when they're realized, affect us, is then much lower and more manageable. And their experiences, Lilia sort of hinted at it in the panel, but their experiences of small countries like ours that have managed to make themselves a little bit more resilient and a little bit more competitive and manage the extent of the impact of shocks on their countries by basically just making themselves more competitive.
Ian, I want to thank you very much, and we'll continue, of course, the discussions and the focus on the risk in this meeting. Thanks again, sir.
Pleasure is mine.
All right. Ian Durant, of course, who is Vice President Corporate Affairs of the Caribbean Development Bank, joining us here. And we've got one other member of the bank's hierarchy to join us, and he is coming up to the stage here as we continue our virtual coverage for our friends who are following us online. And this is the risk manager of the CDB. So we get a chance, of course, to talk at length about this matter as we welcome Stefano Capodagli. Welcome, sir. How are you doing? How do I say that in Italian?
Stefano Capodagli.
No, I'm talking about the welcome.
Benvenuto.
Benvenuto. All right. So I know you've been working very hard with Elizabeth Emmanuel, of course, of CRIF, and with the team of CAF. And if you take up your microphone there, you can come join me. There we go. All right. So a lot of work has gone into putting this all together. Talk to us about when did this all begin and where we are today. You've made it.
Yes, talking about the second wider Caribbean Risk Conference. Yes, this work started 1 year ago, actually, when we started thinking of doing the second Caribbean Risk Conference after the first one in 2022. And we thought that it should be done in a way that would be very much holistic and forward-looking, giving perspective and actionable recommendation, policy statement. That's why we focus very much, as you can see, have seen already, on this. So
we
at CDB really care about the fact that we want to really see more impact. We want to see, strategically the region growing, developing, and we want to look at prosperity. So that is our key. And in our new strategy also, this is very much highlighted.
Whenever we talk about, and I know that Daniel Best made a reference to it earlier, we tend to say, boy, the risk we face always surrounds disaster. But there's much more than that.
Indeed, yes. We at CDB look at holistically at risks, and we look at not only the existing, the most known risk, but we look at emerging risks. So that is one very important. And in the Caribbean, definitely, the vulnerabilities are not just because of climate. There are other vulnerabilities. There are vulnerabilities in the economies, that they are not diversified, for example, and we will touch upon this in our sovereign risk panel too. There are other issues of also inequalities that is a big vulnerability. There is an issue of youth that is very, very, very urgent, and I mentioned also today in my opening remarks. So I think there are definitely several other important prioritized risks, let me say.
What do you expect to come out of this meeting?
I expect really strategic direction, strategic priorities, strategic risk priorities, and really actionable plan of for the region, for making this really impactful in terms of the real messages that all stakeholders should embark with, should take on. So so as the president has highlighted, risk is managed at different level, at different layers, from the government level, from the cooperation, regional cooperation level, to the communities, at entrepreneurial level. What we want also to engage, and you will see in our panels, the engagement also of entrepreneurs. So it's not just about financial partners, it's about who is doing business, as well as the communities and citizens.
Well, I know that I'm interrupting everybody's lunch break with this session for the virtual, but I'm going to give you a chance to go on back there. But thank you very much. Huh?
You're very welcome. Thank you. And really appreciate it. You lead these interviews for this important event of the year in the Caribbean region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So here we are then, having had conversations during this break at the facility here in Barbados. We call this Sam Lord's Castle, but it is now known as the Wyndham. I was quite surprised to come and see a brand new facility, a huge conference facility, a huge hotel, and much more, as we get the opportunity to stage this second risk conference for the wider Caribbean. And one of the contributors this morning is none other than the Governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Mr. Antoine, Dr. Antoine. He joins us now because I want to press him on a little more explanation on some of the solutions he raised. I'm particularly struck by a solution that I heard him talk about some months ago that takes us back decades to a multilateral clearing facility which operated in the region. And from what he said then, I'm convinced that we don't need any more foreign exchange, right? Except we need to stop worrying about foreign exchange. Dr. Antoine, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. My pleasure. So we always need foreign exchange.
Yes.
But the point I was making then, and I make now, is that we ought not to have the burden of finding foreign exchange for every or most trade transactions we do in our region. If you look at trade within the CARICOM area right now, much of that trade is in foreign currency, principally US dollars. That puts a burden on traders, customers, because they have to find foreign exchange. That may not be a particular challenge in the currency union, where we have no foreign exchange controls and no constraints, but in some countries in our region, there are real serious foreign exchange constraints. So the idea of having a low-cost, real-time cross-border payment system in local currencies is really intended to remove that burden from day-to-day transactions. At the back end, you will still need US dollars for net settlements. So if I do a transaction between, let's say, Barbados and Guyana, at the end of the day, when we net it out, somebody will have to move US dollars, meaning the two central banks involved. But at the level of the customer, the trader, they are dealing in local currencies. So it makes it easier, cheaper, and we believe faster if we could go that route. And the truth is, if we want to boost trade and investments in our region, we have to be able to. This is what I was talking about earlier, about this rethinking our economic models and breaking out of some of these colonial constructs, because essentially they impose a burden on us and basically stifle our development. They put a cap, as it were, on our development trajectory. That needs to change.
And this reduced cost.
Yes. And reduce costs. Because cost of living is not just in the supermarket, it's also the banks and the financial system. The services, what we pay for them. Every time you have to intermediate, every time you have to go through a correspondent bank or go through a third party, the costs are added, the friction points are added, the delays potentially occur. So we need to be able to address that as a region. And my point was, charity begins at home. We have to get our business in order, fix our house, as it were, put our house in order with respect to payments in the region. So that is what our central banks are now working on, the Committee of Central Bank Governors, to try to move that forward. And as you said, to draw on the lessons of the CARICOM Multilateral Clearing Facility, which ultimately failed because essentially the payment system broke down. Payments run on trust. So at the end of the day, behind the scenes, there has to be the wherewithal to settle, to do the net settlement. And of course, at this juncture, it is still in US dollars.
I know you're operating this in the sandbox now, but how soon can we expect this thing to be rolled out?
Well, I won't speak for my colleagues, but I think there's a lot of interest within the community of central banks to move this forward. And I think there is gaining momentum in light of the very constructive and I will say accelerating cooperation, collaboration between CARICOM and Africa. And of course, just around the corner is a summit. But we've seen some real intent by our political leadership to drive that cooperation and as we like to say, leverage from shared pain to shared prosperity. So we want to play our role as central banks in that regard. And we feel that we can help there. But I want to stress the initial focus for us is on the regional trade system. We have to fix that. Once we're able to get that up and running through our local currencies, then I think we're going to be positioned to then go beyond the border and go, say, to Brazil or to Africa or anywhere in the Americas, for that matter.
How we've benefited, say, from the experiences that the African Union have put together in a similar facility?
So we are learning from that. They set it up in 2022, I believe it was. It's growing in momentum, and we obviously have to adapt it to the CARICOM area. And one of the things with payments, and I don't want to get into the weeds here, but we have to be able to establish certain payment standards because we're all operating with different payments laws. So you have to standardize, we have to harmonize at least the regulations, the standards around interoperability and settlement. So we have some technical work to do. The initial proof of concept was done between Barbados and Bahamas, the central banks of those two countries. We now want to move to a pilot where more countries will come in and then we'll be able to take it forward. But we are leveraging the experiences of Africa, Africa Exim Bank, and what they did there with central banks and others to learn from that, adapt it, and as it was, shape it for our own experience and needs.
You've introduced your own digital dollar in the Eastern Caribbean. How's it doing well?
So we did that as a pilot. Again, this idea of innovation is that you don't have guaranteed outcomes, but you have the mindset to test and learn. So we did the pilot of Dcash, or digital currency, several years ago. That pilot closed about 2 years now. And we have been cogitating on Dcash 2.0, which will be a commercial version. There are some very important lessons we've learned from that pilot, what to do and what not to do. I will say that the lessons are rich and clearly are informing how we go forward. But it is going to be very important for us to also be able to look at what other countries are doing and to join up our efforts. So Bahamas has done a digital currency, the Sand Dollar, Jamaica has done Jamdex. Ultimately, for digital currencies to thrive and to optimize its potential, you need cross-border connections, interoperability. I go back to that. For digital currencies to really have the maximum effect. It's interesting to note, en passant, that even India, with its world-famous UPI, United Payment Interface, is in fact moving towards a digital rupee. And Brazil, with its world-famous PIX, which has been wildly successful, has also been looking at its digital options. So we continue to look at that, but I think the community of central banks, and I'm moving beyond CARICOM now to the global arena, that community is looking to see how best digital currencies can be joined up to play the role intended. And that is an active discussion. I'm not sure we've concluded on that at this point. In the meantime, pilots continue. Lessons are being distilled to inform the way forward. And all of that is sort of put on the G20 roadmap for cross-border payments.
Thank you, Governor, for joining us and expanding more on what we're all looking forward to is a resolution of this ability to exchange in immediate time and do all our business and not have to worry about foreign exchange in the least in real terms.
In real time, yeah, absolutely. So let's stay tuned and let's work together. Thank you, Julian, as always.
Thank you, sir.
Pleasure.
The Governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, none other than Dr. Antoine, joining us here in our virtual connection with our guest around the world as you continue with this risk conference focus. And we're going to turn our attention next to a banker, not a central banker, but a commercial banker in interest, as we continue to talk about solutions. And one of the contributors during the first panel was none other than Ms. Monique Frent, the Chief Risk Officer of the CIBC Caribbean. And she joins me now as we turn our attention to addressing the risk that the private sector banking sector finds useful. So if you'll take that microphone, ma'am, and let's have a conversation. Welcome to you. How are you doing? All right, the closer the microphone, the better. All right, there we go. You focused, I mean, I would think, realistically, your focus really is on the private sector banking risk. And I wanted you to expand on that for the benefit of the virtual audience, how you see this all playing out. What are your particular challenges? Okay. Yeah. All right, I think we're going to have to switch microphones here for you so that everybody can hear you loud and clear. All right, so let me ask you the question, because I think some people will say, you're a little unfair, you didn't give her a chance to be heard properly. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Some of the plans we talked about, 2025 plus 5, so that this is a region that people want to work and live in. So that's economic resilience. How do we enable more exports? How do we enable a wider export base and less imports, including some of the things we discussed around big imports like fuel. And on the other hand, also secondly, environmental resilience. One, climate events, and secondly, ensuring environmental degradation is lessened. So we actually support both the public sector and the private sector in that. And we have, in the public sector, led in terms of integrating, as was shared on the panel, ideas from everywhere, but bringing them to a local context. We've done and partnered with multilateral agencies like the EIU, with the IDB on sovereign marine bonds, sustainability-linked bonds for the government of Barbados. We've done 2 large bonds of that nature to help the government of Barbados, for example, one, address funding for its marine resilience, for its marine remediation. And we did something on that in 2022. In 2024, we also helped the government of Barbados regarding its sustainability framework. So we do play in the public sector, and we're trying to be resilient to the needs, because the public sector governments are seeking to set a frame that helps everybody have a foundation on which to then work from. In terms of the private sector, we've worked with hotels that have beach matters to remediate. So that's, again, an environmental linked one. I think when we talk about the challenges of the region, ultimately, we really do believe that the solutions are not going to be coming from the genius of the bank. Our job is to help the entrepreneurs, the business people who have the ideas to be facilitated. And so from payments. We talk a lot about financing, but I think we leave out payments. We've done some good products like First Pay in the Caribbean, so you can move money around, and we know a lot of entrepreneurs benefit from that. And then also in financing, we have sought to ensure that we have offerings, and we're evolving our offerings. So the renewable energy for residential spaces is something that we've been giving a lot of thought to. We have something out there, and we continue to evolve that. So that's kind of how we try to be of relevance to the challenges that persons have.
So you're responding to the marketplace demand.
We're seeking to, and it's a continual feedback loop, right? So we're also aware that we don't get to a place and that's it, it's solved. Yeah. The world changes, and therefore we try to also evolve. Yeah.
All right. Well, you can hear the rumbling. People are coming back into the room. But I'll give you one last stab, literally, at the matter of the risk. What do you see in the future?
In the future, I am very hopeful. Hopeful is in my DNA. I really do believe that the Caribbean is one of the most uniquely wonderful places to make a life. So I am hopeful because I see partnership happening, I see awareness happening, and I see a lot more conversation around the fact that we are our own saviors. We have to get together, and there's such bright people who have given us really indigenous Caribbean solutions to give us confidence that we can sort it out. So in the future, I see us getting a lot more responsible about taking charge of it. I think the environment we are in has also reinforced the fact that we have to do it for ourselves. The challenges will always be there. The names of them will change, but the challenges will always be there. And even with all the challenges going on in the Caribbean, our Caribbean sovereign ratings actually have been a beacon in the world. Nobody has noticed, actually, they have improved in recent years. So we are showing that we can manage ourselves. And so I'm hopeful, and in the future, I'm expecting us to continue that trend.
Monique, you're very optimistic. I like that. Thank you very much for joining us in this virtual connection. As we continue here at the RISC conference in Barbados, I'm Julian Rogers, as we make way for the continuation of the plenary, literally, with everybody reassembling after lunch. That's it for now, with the continuation of much more as we focus on risk, not just in our immediate Caribbean, but the wider Caribbean.
Thank you.
at this second panel, which is a really also very important one, follows on the discussion that we had in the first panel. This one addresses the issue of sovereign risk and financial sustainability in the Caribbean, strategic financing and multilateral development bank intervention. And of course, we know how important this is for a highly indebted, highly vulnerable countries in the Caribbean. So this panel is intended to unpack how strategic financing, institutional reform, multilateral cooperation all can help our Caribbean nations to navigate risk, to build resilience, and to unlock inclusive growth. We are, unfortunately, now 45 minutes behind. So we're going to appeal to Stefano Capodagli, who is the Chief Risk Officer at the CDB. He is going to be very efficient and deliberative in mobilizing and guiding his panel. Of course, you see only 2 of them here, but there are another 2 online. So we actually have 4 online. Oh, you see. So we have quite a bit, and it's such an important area for us. It is really wonderful to have these contributions. I invite your attention. I'm handing over to Stefano. I'll be down on the flat. Over to you to introduce your panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Let's start with an important statement, please. I'm waiting the video. Yes, you may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them. Good morning, actually, good afternoon now, distinguished panelists, participants, colleagues, and friends. It is my privilege to welcome you to the second panel on sovereign risk and financial sustainability in the Caribbean at the second wider Caribbean Regional Risk Conference. Sovereign risk in the Caribbean, for me, is like sailing across unpredictable waters. The sea is beautiful, yet vulnerable to storms, hurricanes, global financial shocks, commodity swings, and geopolitical turmoils. Whether a ship makes it safely, it doesn't depend on just the storm, but on the vessel's resilience and the crew's skills. Today, our countries are the vessels, and our institutions, leaders, and financial partners are the crew navigating toward resilience. Now, sovereign risk may not sound as thrilling as cricket or the carnival, but these panels, twists and turns, are as many as T20 final. But why does sovereign risk management matter? Because sovereign risk is not just a rating report. It is about whether schools and hospitals can be rebuilt after a hurricane, whether fiscal space exists for climate resilience, health, and innovation, whether our youth see meaningful opportunities at home, whether citizens feel safe in their communities, and whether the next generation inherits opportunity instead of vulnerability. Since the first Caribbean Risk Conference in 2022, we have seen several progresses. Barbados pioneered debt for climate swaps and embedded disaster clauses in his loans. Some Caribbean countries received upgrade for rating agencies. ECCU countries advanced fiscal responsibility frameworks. In particular, also part of our wider Caribbean, the Dominican Republic achieved the investment grade status, and multilaterals introduced climate resilient financing, guarantees, and other innovative sovereign risk mitigation instruments. But Hurricane Barry in 2024 reminded us how fragile progress can be, highlighting the need for resilience and preparedness. Our goal this afternoon isn't just to diagnose challenges, but to explore actionable ways forward, how to translate innovation into stronger resilience, lower debt cost, and opportunities for the Caribbean people. I'm very honored to be joined by an exceptional panel today representing Central Bank, international rating agencies, and multilateral institutions. Together, they can help us explore both the risk and the solution for the Caribbean's financial community and sustainability. Let's sail into today's discussion, introducing our panelists. And since we very much believe in the power of digital connectivity, we have chosen the hybrid format with 4 panelists connected virtually. So I invite also to show us the other panels that are connected. I would like to start with the Governor of the Central Bank of Barbados, if it's connected, please. Kevin, yeah, good afternoon. Dr. Greenidge. Dr. Greenidge is a distinguished economist whose expertise spans from economics, finance, and public policy. Throughout his illustrious career, Kevin has held several key positions where he significantly influenced economic policy and strategy. Since 2023, he has been serving as Governor of the Central Bank of Barbados, overseeing the country's monetary policy and financial stability. Join me in welcoming him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Country Director for the Caribbean countries of World Bank. Lilia is a Moldovan national and is responsible for managing the partnership with the Caribbean countries and address their development challenges. Join me to welcome Lilia. Welcome. Connected online, we have also Ms. Barbara Marchitto. Barbara is the head of country and financial sector analysis at the Economic Department of the European Investment Bank. She leads analytical work to support the bank's operations economic surveillance in countries of operation outside the European Union, spanning from sovereign and banking industry risk ratings, macroeconomic scenarios, and country diagnostics. Join me to welcome Barbara in the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Barbara. And here in presence also, here with us, Joshua Gundleger, Director of Sovereigns of Fitch Ratings. Joshua is based in New York and covers the Caribbean, Canada, United States, and also Mexico and Chile. Join me to welcome him here. Thank you. And again, online, we have another member from another rating agency, Joydeep Mukherjee. I apologize if I'm not pronounced well. Managing Director at Standard & Poor's Global. Is a sector lead for America's sovereigns and is currently working since 1996 and work on credit ratings also in Asia and Western Hemisphere. Join me to welcome also Joydeep here with us. Finally, also from the third rating agency, Moody's, we have David Rogovich, that is Vice President and Senior Credit Officer in the Sovereign Group based in New York. Joined Moody's in 2017 and David has led the backup analyst responsibility for several sovereign and supranational credits in Latin America, the Caribbean, and as well as Africa. Join me to welcome also David in the panel. Welcome. Okay, so without further ado, let's start with the first round of questions, and I would like to start with Dr. Greenidge. I would like to ask him to give us an overview of the approach of central bank for what concerns sovereign risk management and financial sustainability. Thank you to you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Can you hear me well? I just will share just one slide, if you permit me. Maybe you can see that. If you can, yeah, you can see that. One slide.
Yes, now we can see.
Yes, yeah, just one slide, just one slide. So what's this about? First of all, let me say thank you all for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. It's a very critical discussion on how we may improve the Caribbean sovereign risk profile and financial stability. Your question, everything was said this afternoon, I want to cast and look at through the lens of which a framework that we have looked at, and I think have brought together what I call 6 pillars for fostering and building financial resilience within sovereigns. These 6 pillars, in my view, not one lever, but this provide a practical approach how we be transform our states in terms of managing financial risk, managing uncertainty, and seeing it not through traditional central bank channels, narrow lanes of monetary policy, but these pillars, in my view, should be the architect for which we can assess them. It's interesting, Stefan, you started off with a quote which I have been using before. Mine is slightly different, is that we do not control the shocks. We, however, control the buffers, we control the rules, and we control the systems that decide whether a shock becomes a crisis or just a hard quarter. And so our job at central banks, as part of the entire government apparatus and team, is to design resilience upfront in the calm days so that we are able to make sure that these shocks are just a tough quarter and not a crisis. So when you ask me about the central bank paradigm, its structure is more proactive in the architect than that. And let me take you quickly through these 6 pillars. And think that these 6 pillars as building our house, our resilience framework. When we put these 6 together, I believe we are strong. The first set deals with macro rules, macro anchors and buffers. In a nutshell, a country's macroeconomic framework. This would then set the rules and the buffers so that in the time of crisis and shock, execution becomes almost automatic. The idea is to keep the economy liquid during the shocks, keep policy credible so that you get investors not turning away, and basically stop the disaster from turning into a shock. At the policy level, it means, as we have in our BERT program in Barbados, your macro framework, I think most small economies like us, a debt anchor, or as debt 60% by 2036. You have a fiscal rule, and within that framework, it's predictable. You publish your fiscal restatements. You embody automatic liquidity relief. Within that context, you manage your debt profile for risk, and you keep your reserve adequate. Example that I say, our fiscal framework or the anchor that fix that. And in that context, you're building buffers so that you have stuff on hand and liquidity on hand during the crisis. The second pillar you see there is low risk financing. What I mean by this? This is about immediate liquidity in the days, in the hours, days, and weeks after disaster happened. In a nutshell, you're looking to increase the inflows and unlock prearranged credit. So you're talking about prearranged fiscal buffers. We're talking about your regional catastrophe risk insurance, secret for us, the cat bonds. You're talking about your contingency credit lines at the cat DDO. You're talking about MISO and micro coverage for utilities. These is so that cash arrives in the first few days of a disaster. Third pillar, I call that climate smart debt. So what's this about? The purpose is have payment flexibility and solvency protection during and after the disaster. Basically, you're keeping cash now from flowing out. Pillar 2 keeps cash from, allow cash to come in and all out. Now you want cash flow. So by pausing payments, and what we're talking about, you mentioned, Stefan, about the debt clauses. So we're talking about standardizing your debt clauses across institutions, complement with higher layers of risk profiling and transfer. An example of that, you mentioned the Hurricane Beryl in Grenada, which was the first case in which the clause were activated. You're talking about Belize, the blue bonds that carry natural disaster clauses, and you're talking about Barbados. All our debt instruments have natural disaster clauses that unlock in Barbados roughly 19% of GDP and liquidity in the event of a climate. The fourth pillar, I call it resilient and inclusive financing. What am I talking about? This is about the financial sector, which falls directly on the central bank. We are talking about financial mitigation. We're talking about payments and confidence, keeping those things intact during stress times, during the crisis. So we have to build them prior to the crisis to keep them intact. So we're looking prior to make sure you have strong capital and liquidity framework and ratios. You have climate and cyber stress testing frameworks going on in the good days, in the CARM, you have instance reporting, you have resolution deposits insurance that keep financial information, payments, and confidence intact. That is important during a crisis. Fifth pillar, and you know what, I'm going pretty quickly, time for questions. I call that modern payments and digital public goods. What's this about? This is about lowering transaction costs, widening financial inclusion, and keeping commerce running during the shock so that money moves fast to people and firms who need it during the crisis. And what's that? A national instant payment system is necessary with mandatory participation, with regional connections in our region. I'm talking about CPAPs, with shared eKYCs, and in my view, at least one no-fee basic account at a bank so that any event or natural disaster, the authorities can quickly, at a punch of a button, distribute money and financing and assistance to those who need it quickly and effectively. And we saw the failure, in my view, the kind of restrictions that had in the case of Grenada, one was not in place. And the sixth and final pillar of this is partnership that moves cash and liquidity, capacity, and not just about communiques. What we are trying to do here is bring affordable finance and capacity to the table and keep everybody honest in the delivery of that. So you're talking that in the calm times, you align your structure, your framework with the development partners, with CAF, IDB, IMF, RST, with IDB, with the World Bank, with CDB, even African Central Bank. Plus, you align it with your private capital. All of that is built on one program. Timing, who comes in, who comes out. I went really quickly, but within this framework are key metrics and targets that you're meeting in the CARM so that when the time comes, you're able to execute. I believe that this framework, this proactive, multi-approach framework for central banks and governments in general working together will help what I think covers all aspects of building sound and financial resilience. And let me pause there for now.
Thank you, Kevin. This is really insightful, and it provides a holistic approach, indeed, to financial resilience. Let me just ask you a quick follow-up question, because I've been interested in following the recent plan announcement of the central bank. I'm interested in the new payment system modernization, the BIM-Pay. If you can spend a few words on this, that is quite really connected to what you have said so far, but maybe you can provide this a bit more. What is the role of this in strengthening fiscal discipline and resilience? Thank you.
BIM-Pay is the architect, the entire payment system. Right now, in Barbados, and I suspect in the rest of the region, you have payment systems that are defragmented. So we have a partnership system in Barbados called BACHI. The problem is interoperability. The issue is speed and quick access. BIM-Pay brings that all together. All financial institutions are connected to BIM-Pay. Fintechs are connected, everyone operating on one structure. Why Central Bank took it on? Because with the small size in market, we have to play a larger role in small economies. That's my belief. So you build this payments rail, everyone connects to it, you get instant operability, you get reduced costs, and you get faster economic activity coming out of that. But on top of that, the instant component, which is the e-wallet, now provides even greater access for businesses and everyone to do much faster, much more secure. So you can request payment, you can pay ahead of time, you increase business cash flow. But the more significant part, and I believe this instant payment system is part of the financial architecture and resilience framework. Because in the event of a natural disaster, most things are done. If you design this quickly, it allows that when you get a payout from CRIF or whatever regional or local structure you have to provide money and financing to those who need it, how does government get it to the people? If you have to use a traditional system, then you've got to get in bank accounts and all that. It takes time. Grenada is a good example where CRIF paid out very quickly, but it took months for the money to get the persons who need it in days. With this, and I say combined with a no-fee account for every individual access, even with the BenPay app, you don't even need an account. Once everyone is using it, government can flick a button, push the necessary support for businesses and individuals at that time. So this is extremely critical. And even beyond that, it allows us now to solve all the issues in our domestic payment system, but it positions us that we can now even connect at the regional level once we get the work on the regional framework together, so that the ECCB, Trinidad, Jamaica, we have one ecosystem, one financial system, and you see true resilience building in that regard.
Perfect. Thank you, Kevin. This has been very insightful, and I think give us a really different perspective of what means modern advanced central bank management and to say sovereign risk management. Thank you. I would like to move to Lilia, and Lilia from World Bank. The World Bank brings extensive experience working across the Caribbean, and your bank has been the forefront of introducing innovative approaches to financial sustainability assessment, developing cutting-edge financial instruments, and advancing sovereign risk mitigation mechanism. From the World Bank perspective, what is the current outlook for sovereign risk in the Caribbean, and what is the strategic approach of the bank to address specific challenges of high public debt and significant climate vulnerabilities that affect our island, the island and coastal economies of the Caribbean? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with some numbers. The World Bank estimates that while in 2024, the average growth in the Caribbean remained quite solid, which was 6% on average, 3% for the tourist-dependent countries, and 16% for commodity exporters. And of course, the commodity exporters' growth was driven primarily by the Guyana's continued oil boom. The outlook for the future 3 years is for moderation. GDP is expected to expand at just under 4% on average in the Caribbean in 25-27, but only 2% for the tourist-dependent countries and 8% for the commodity exporters. And this is a result of slowing global growth. Global growth at this point is expected to weaken to 2.4% on average during 25-27. Also leveling off of Guyana's strong performance, albeit with the growth rate still in double digits in Guyana, muted performance in other commodity exporters like Suriname, Trinidad, and Tobago, and return to a tepid pre-pandemic growth rates in tourism-dependent economies. And I mentioned in the previous panel that the growth rates in the previous 2 decades in the Caribbean was lower than in any other sub-region in the world, which is quite concerning. And Haiti, which is also part of the Caribbean, its outlook remains very fragile and highly uncertain amid the political and security uncertainty that is going on in the country, with the economy expected to contract another 2.2% in 2025, and this is the 7th year in a row of economic contraction. So it's a very different situation from the rest of the Caribbean. Of course, the growth situation will definitely have an impact on that. And Caribbean is a region with already high debt rates, and the outlook is that the situation is not likely to improve significant. Government debt as a share of GDP averaged 69% in 2024, 75% on average for tourism-dependent countries, but as we know, the numbers vary significantly among countries, and 50% for the commodity exporters. And the overall GDP debt as a share of GDP is expected to decline to just 65% in 2025-27. Of course, we know that the debt numbers, sometimes it's difficult to calculate the exact debt numbers and the exact situation in each of the countries, because we all know that there are, not in all countries, but in some countries, there are significant off-balance sheet SOE liabilities and other off-balance sheet risks that we need to take into account to understand well the overall debt picture and overall debt risks in these countries. On the external side, and I'll finish with the numbers. On the external side, the current account performance across the region during 22-23 was supported, of course, by the tourism rebound after the COVID period, decline during the COVID period, by citizen program inflows, program inflows and citizenship by investment programs, and by higher commodity earnings in the commodity economies. However, with base effects on tourism arrival growth dissipating and investment-related imports set to rise in several countries, the overall external performance will weaken moderately over the forecast period, and the current account deficit will widen to an average of 6% of GDP, which is even higher, 7% for tourist-dependent countries in 2027 versus 4.5% of GDP in 2024. So as we can see, the outlook, I mean, the overall global situation is reflected in the outlook for the Caribbean. Now, in terms of what
we want some recipe or some
sorry?
We want some good news in terms of what recommendation, in terms of what the World Bank is doing in terms of measures, innovative instrument, mechanism for addressing and improving the sovereign risk of the Caribbean.
Yes. So in terms of what the World Bank is doing in the Caribbean, first of all, I would like to mention that there is a lot of discussion ongoing and has been a lot of discussion ongoing about the very high level of vulnerability of the countries in the Caribbean and the need to understand the vulnerability and to include the vulnerability in the financing terms from various development institutions. I'd like to say that the World Bank has done it and has done it now for quite some time. Regardless of the very high income per capita of the Caribbean countries, a good part of the Caribbean countries, namely 8 of them, are eligible for the concessional financing from the World Bank, the IDA window, and some of the countries even receive, not only they receive very concessional terms, lending on very concessional terms, but even receive grants. For example, Haiti is part of those recipients. And even the countries that don't qualify for the lowest level of the most concessional lending, they are eligible for the Group A rates, for IBRD rates, which are also the lowest in terms of the various IBRD rates that we have. So we've recognized this vulnerability in our terms. Now, in terms of various instruments that the World Bank is implementing and also implementing in the Caribbean, but throughout the world, one is the catastrophe bond, which, you know, we have successfully helped Jamaica to issue, which is the risk transfer instrument to the private sector. Is actually a very good instrument to help countries build financial resilience. Another innovative instrument are the CAD bonds, and the governor mentioned the CAD-DDOs. The governor mentioned the CAD-DDOs. This is contingent financing that is provided to the countries against important policy reforms to strengthen the financial and fiscal and macro resilience and physical resilience as well, and making the resources available in case a disaster hits. By the way, during the post-Hurricane Beryl period, when Grenada requested the payout of the CAT DDO, the resources from the moment when the World Bank received the request for the payment until the moment when the resources were in the government's account was literally 48 or 76 hours. So it's a very quick disbursement of resources, and the government has the resources immediately to be able to respond to the disaster. Another innovative instrument that the World Bank, maybe not instrument, but a way of strengthening the resilience and financial resilience, financial response to disasters are the debt clauses, which, as Timothy Antoine mentioned in the previous panel, were the result of a lot of advocacy from the region, from the Caribbean. It's available throughout the world, but it's thanks to the
we
advocacy
know this
from...
because we partner with you, CDB partnered with you on,
yes,
on the
from
CERC.
the Caribbean.
The
Yes,
CERC,
yes, exactly.
the contingent emergency response components.
Yes. And also the CRDC, the debt
Climate resilience,
clauses. So there are many elements that the World Bank and other development partners, because many of these instruments that I mentioned, they're actually available not only from the World Bank, they're available from other development partners, and they are strengthening the resilience of the countries. And one of the really good instruments, and it was discussed earlier today, is the insurance instrument that exists in the region is CCRIF. I think the Caribbean are really lucky to have the CCRIF, the regional insurance mechanism. And you know, it was developed in the Caribbean. It's a Caribbean innovation which now is implemented in other parts of the world. Because insurance is becoming more and more expensive, and even at the moment when this insurance mechanism was created, it was very expensive for countries to afford insurance. It's becoming even more expensive in the future. That's why I think the region should cherish this instrument, support it, and make sure that it is successful going forward.
Thank you, Lilia. Thank you very much. And really, then we can say that, let's say that the toolkit is very, very comprehensive. But as you said, it's not just this instrument; it's the timing. Timing also very important of the action for responding. Thank you. So I would like to move to the other key multilateral player before entering into the conversation with the rating agency. I think we have lost one of the three because I had a problem of connection. But before entering into the conversation with the rating agency to hear their perspective, I would like to first ask Barbara. EIB has played a pivotal role also in developing innovative, scalable climate adaptation finance and acted as a co-guarantor in Barbados' debt for climate swap, reducing the cost of sovereign debt, the debt for climate swap that was closed last year. Barbara, what is the current outlook for sovereign risk in the Caribbean from the EIB perspective? And let's say, what de-risking strategies and innovative financial instruments have you adopted to support vulnerable economies, at the same time managing sovereign risk portfolio? Could you also share some example of?
Thank you, Stefano. Can you hear me well? Stefano, can you hear me?
Very well, yes. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay.
very good. Thanks a lot for having me in this panel with so many distinguished speakers. It's really a pleasure and an honor for me. I think in terms of the outlook for sovereign risk in the Caribbean and growth perspective, Livia has already given us quite a comprehensive overview. which I would feel to share broadly. I would like to add two elements to maybe put things in perspective a little bit. When we look at our sovereign risk rating models, because we do have an internal rating models for non-EU countries at the EIB that we use to assess risks, one positive element that we see is that despite the very strong hit from the COVID-19 crisis, on average, ratings have recovered, have returned to their prior to COVID levels. Of course, averages always mask country-specific situations. We have countries that have seen their ratings upgraded compared to the COVID crisis, and others who have not really fully recovered. But overall, I think the picture is encouraging. The second element that I would like to address or to emphasize in terms of the risks to the outlook, which are tilted to the downside, but this is not just for the Caribbean, this is for the world economy. We have witnessed tectonic shifts in geopolitical architecture and the economic architecture of the global economy. And this has generated a lot of uncertainty, is still generating a lot of uncertainty. And uncertainty is never good for growth, is never good for investment, is never good for resilience. So I would like to say that even if the overall picture sounds a little bit pessimistic, it's not just a situation of the Caribbean. It's much broader. In this, we are all sharing these risks. I've been listening a bit to the interviews over lunch, and a lot of sources and vulnerabilities which are specific to the Caribbean region have been mentioned. Climate-related risks, high debt levels, persistent social inequality, limited or institutional constraints, and the fact that the economies are narrow-based and investments are low. So I think these are important structural vulnerabilities of the region. From our perspective, from an EIB perspective, we look very closely at climate risks. And alongside our sovereign risk rating models, we also have developed a model to assess climate risks, both from a physical risk point of view and transition risk point of view. Unsurprisingly, the Caribbean, when it comes to physical risk and especially exposure to acute risk, acute events, is the region in the world that faces the highest risk, several times higher than other parts of the world. So here, climate change is especially in small island coastal states, is an existential threat, despite the minimal carbon footprint that these countries have. So as you were saying before, Stefano, this requires immediate action and some innovative ideas. Turning to the EIB and what we have been doing in the Caribbean region, and how we have adjusted to the needs and the evolving needs. We have been present in the Caribbean since 1978, so for really quite some time. But our engagement in the region has increasingly geared towards climate mitigation and climate adaptation investments. In 2024, just to give you one number, we have provided financing in the tune of 2.2 billion to Latin America and the Caribbean, and 70% of our operations, of our funding, was dedicated to climate action. Of course, we work hand in hand with the European Commission. We're fully aligned with their priorities in the Global Gateway Investment Agenda. Now, turning to how we have adjusted to the needs of the region. And Livia also mentioned some of these features and some of these initiatives. We have we provide extended maturities, up to 30 years with 10 years of grace. And this is because as MDBs, as an MDB, we want to provide very patient capital. Some of the investments that we're funding take a long time to bear fruit, and we want to be there through this time. Obviously, when concessional finance is needed, we are there to provide it. Again, blending our resources with the European Commission grants and guarantees. Another step we have taken is to increase the share of financing that we provide for adaptation projects in the Caribbean. Normally, we can provide financing up to 50% of project costs. But for the Caribbean region and for projects, investments in climate adaptation, we can go up to 100%. Sometimes these are relatively small projects, or it's difficult to find co-financiers. So we have strengthened or enhanced our toolkit to be ready and meet the needs of the region. You've mentioned earlier innovative instruments. I think maybe we can, I don't know if you want me to go over them now.
Well, just if you mentioned the most recent and the one, yeah. In the interest of time, yes. Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you now, Stefano.
You lost me? Now you lost me. Some connection. Okay, I think we have lost her. Okay. Doesn't matter. We can eventually come back to her. Can you hear me now? No.
No. I can hear you now.
The Caribbean, just briefly, very brief. Thank you.
Sorry, Stefano, I missed your question. You're breaking off a little bit.
I think it's a problem of connection now. Okay, let's move forward. Thank you, Barbara. We will come back eventually. Let me move to the other. So we have heard from a multilateral, from the central bank perspective, from the multilaterals, how important is the sovereign risk and how solutions are available in a timely manner. They need to be on a timely manner and need to be fit for purpose. Now, we have here rating agency. I would like to ask who is in online still, because I think we have lost one. We have one online? Yeah.
I'm still here.
Okay, yes, okay. Joydeep is still there, sorry. We are making you wait. So let's look at the rating agency perspective. I think it's important to hear, you have, Joydeep, I've introduced you earlier, and you recently visited Trinidad to gather data and assess key metrics guiding your sovereign rating evaluation, with a clear aim to tailor this assessment to the unique context of the Caribbean. And we know that, basically Standard & Poor's has been reviewing the sovereign risk rating methodologies in the last years. So could you outline the key changes in your rating agency's methodology for sovereign, and how are they tailored to the Caribbean unique vulnerabilities? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me for the conference. So it's very interesting. We have a methodology that started back in the late 1980s, when the world of sovereign ratings consisted of a handful of very wealthy countries that had international bonds. And over the years, the rating universe has gone to nearly 140 sovereigns. And most of the sovereigns that have got a rating in the last decade or two have come from emerging markets. These are countries that in the past did not have access to capital markets, and hence, by being poor and cut off when they came in for a rating, they tended to get rating lower than the existing ratings of the already established wealthy countries. And then we had for a long time this distinction of developing markets, or pardon me, developed countries and emerging market countries. I think after what we've seen in 2008 with the US financial crisis, with the pandemic and many other issues, the world is now mixed up. And we have now formerly emerging market countries, some of them have very high ratings, and countries that used to have a very high rating, even AAA, have gone down quite a bit. So the world is mixed up. So that is one element, one reason why our criteria has to keep evolving over time, because we're dealing with different realities. And of course, climate change is another huge change that's happened in our methodology going back many years. Financial system inclusion in terms of potential contingent liabilities, either from the financial sector or sometimes from other state-owned enterprises, they've also become very large elements of our analysis. So when we're looking at debt, we have to ask ourselves the question, what is debt? Is it just what the government says it owes, or is it many other things that are implicitly, if not explicitly, part of the government's debt? On the climate change issue, I won't go into all the details of it, but it basically permeates everything that we do in our rating. Sometimes the word isn't there, but the concept is there. So for example, one of the things that is key for the rating is economic growth performance. And to the extent you have droughts and floods every 3 years that set back GDP, create damage, obviously it's going to have an impact on what we look at, which is the long-term trend rate of economic growth. We're now better equipped with tools to deal with this as the world becomes better equipped at modeling and looking at the likelihood of extreme events happening. We can factor that into our projections. We're looking at something as simple as what is GDP growth going to be on average. When we're looking at the external side of a country, meaning the balance of payments, the international investment position, the debt, the assets that it has with the rest of the world, a key factor there is, again, whether it's climate change or some other shock, what happens when the tourism industry suddenly goes from booming to bust because of something that happens thousands of miles away, or other factors like the pandemic. In other words, how resilient are you? So we go through even things such as fiscal revenues, budget deficits. To what extent does a country rely on a vulnerable sector like tourism sector revenues, or even just a general tax base? What happens when there's a major climate event? And what happens to fiscal policy and debt, the composition of the debt, liquidity, all of those things. So there's the concept permeates through many other aspects of our rating. I won't go into all of the pillars of our rating, but the idea here is that we're looking at outcomes. How vulnerable is the sovereign and the country in general to these events, and then the capacity to manage them. And finally, what is the most likely outcome from that? And from that, we can do our analysis. So there's been a lot of learning in recent years. A lot of the innovations, such as the debt deferral clauses on sovereign bonds that you mentioned in the case of Barbados, or other types, whether it's insurance or other catastrophe bonds, we want to factor those in to say, okay, when something goes wrong in a negative scenario, what are the tools available to manage the situation, mitigate the damage, and ultimately, from our angle, is to continue to pay the debt. Another aspect of that is institutionality, and I think this is one of the things I'd like to stress, especially in the Caribbean region, because we have historically very wide-ranging assessments of institutionality. There are some places where there's a tradition of, say, a strong central bank, competent technical leadership, and a political leadership that coordinates fiscal policy with monetary policy and other things, and creates a level of comfort for us to say, okay, the institutions are there. When something happens, it's not just what resources do the governments have at that point, but also politically, what decisions will they make? How timely will they be? How forceful will they be? And this is very difficult to assess sometimes because it's partly qualitative. It's largely qualitative, partly based on a track record. I'll give you an example of an example in the region. Jamaica was known for many years as a country with low growth and very high debt. And then back in the early 2010s, in 2014, there was a debt exchange, and subsequently, Jamaican governments of both parties have adhered to an IMF program. But more important than the program is their actual outcome. And we've seen the debt numbers in Jamaica, the share of GDP, go down dramatically over the last few years. Well, when the pandemic hit, we had a big discussion inside to say, okay, this is very bad. What will happen to their debt trajectory? Will it just be a temporary bump along the road? Or will they get back onto this long-term trend, long-term at that point being 6-7 years, and keep reducing their debt? And it turned out that they did get back to their trend very quickly, and the debt kept falling. So that's the kind of institutional response to a crisis that we're trying to understand and trying to discern and in some ways predict in different countries. And it's hard to do, but to the extent that you have transparency in data, to the extent that policymakers can walk us through scenarios that they've had to say, well, if this happens, here's my buffer, or here's my plan B, and here are the things I've got lined up to take care of it, then we feel a lot better about the actual outcome when those events happen. So we're trying to incorporate, by working with sovereigns, with institutions like the Central Bank or Ministry of Finance, and also with some of the multilateral institutions, they're experts in the field, to understand the risks better and to come up with tweaks to our methodology so that we do justice to the reality of the place, and also try to understand to what extent all these innovations can mitigate the impact of bad events, which will continue to happen. Our rating is a long-term picture. We're not rating for 3 months or 6 months. We're trying to look out many, many years. So in that sense, ratings don't go up and down the way other financial market indicators change dramatically. So we do have some luxury to wait a little bit before moving up or down. We need to be sure that it's a substantial change. And then to get that, I think we have to be in constant touch with the region and understand the nuances of what's going on, and hopefully do a better justice to the region's ratings. Let me stop there.
Thank you. Really, this is very insightful and really make a different perspective, because we understand how you are approaching this matter, the sovereign risk, in a forward-looking, really trying to look at the long-term perspective, not looking at the past or looking just at what are the analytics and the reality of the moment. And important that what you said about factoring this new instrument, this new mechanism that can really reduce and actually permanently mitigate such risks. So I think this is really, really insightful. Let me close this the round with Joshua from Fitch. I would like to ask a similar question about the methodology. You have also been reviewing the methodology, and also in terms of how do you see structural reform impacting and innovative instrument impacting improvement in the forward-looking rating of the sovereign. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So similar question may get you a similar answer, so I'll try to do a little different.
We are trying to see if you are different or
there are a lot of similarities between how we analyze at the different agencies. Maybe to step back just a half step, our criteria looks at sort of 4 main pillars. We look at structural elements, which include things like governance and institutionality, which is very important. We also look at the macroeconomy and the policy framework, GDP growth, et cetera, as well as the fiscal side, which is the 3rd pillar. And then finally, the external. And we've heard some statistics before on that, so I won't cite any now. All of these together, help shape our view of the sort of 2 to 3 to 4 year horizon of where we think basically the ability and willingness of a government to repay their debt. As you mentioned, we're in the process of updating our criteria. There'll be a handful of some minor changes. This will probably come out later in the month. But one I think that's worth highlighting for this group is that we're adding what we're calling the climate vulnerability signal. It's a score essentially, not directly in our model, but as a screening tool that looks at sort of the forward risks over 10 years and then up to 2050 and then a longer time horizon to sort of see where climate vulnerabilities may arise. And then this will allow us to then take a sort of a deeper look at countries that are exposed to certain either physical or transition risks in a way that will potentially have the insights for us to, adjust our ratings appropriately. It should be said, though, of course, that, hurricane risk, for instance, has been a long-standing issue in the Caribbean. We've focused on it, so this is more of a sort of a new framework and a way of thinking about it. And certainly in the short run, it's not expected to change any ratings because those sort of risks are obviously very well known. It's also worth, so usually in my role as a credit rating analyst, I'm sort of the wet blanket in the room, and we're always looking at the downside. But I think it's worth highlighting that over the past few years in the Caribbean in particular, the story's been very strong and very positive. We've had a number of upgrades, a number of positive outlooks. Aruba, for instance, moved into investment grade earlier this year. We still have a number of positive outlooks, and then even I think some of the countries that have stable outlooks do have positive stories, and it's waiting to see where they'll go in the next steps. Barbados, for instance, we just upgraded last year, and I think that it's still a strong story. And just to give sort of the brief positive story here, which I think we expect in the region in general, not everywhere, of course, to continue, is many countries have taken advantage of the sort of post-COVID economic boom, particularly in the tourism economies, to get their fiscal houses in better shape. And that's been, obviously we've talked about it, high debt has been a big challenge in the region. And, to highlight too, Jamaica, which is maybe 5 years ahead of where Barbados is now, has been doing a good job in bringing down their debt to GDP numbers quite a bit, improving, fiscal deficits in some countries, moving into surplus even, which has been rather important for the credit uplift. And that's gone hand in hand with this improvement in institutionalization, which, for us is something like a quarter of our model. So it's extraordinarily important. I think the question, and this was referred to in the prior panel with EPOC, is how far these improvements are going. Are they there to stay? Or is it just strong leadership that's come in? So we've seen it in Jamaica. It's been different administrations, different parties, right? Barbados is, again, 5 years behind. It's still been one party. It's an important question. Can these changes, can these institutional improvements and reforms, can they last? And then, of course, the elephant always in the room is the risk of shock. Building resilience to that. So the shock risk itself is unlikely to go away. But what tools are at disposal, from all the programs that were mentioned, to simple things like cash balances, which I think for most of the Caribbean is a ways off. But there are some countries that have, cash funds that help their credit outlook.
Thank you. Very interesting, also from the perspective of Fitch. I think we can open the floor for at least one question from the audience. We have time for one before the closing takeaways that I would expect from each of you for our policy statement. Is there anybody in the audience has a question? Yes, please. Yes, if I can ask to tell your name and organization and to whom you address the question. Thank you.
My name is Mala Dukaran. I'm an economist. I have two questions. If you
To
would-
whom? To everybody? Or?
Especially the rating agencies.
Okay, please.
So I've observed, like you just outlined, Josh, that we've had some fiscal improvement in terms of fiscal primary surpluses and smaller overall deficits. But to what extent are you all looking at arrears? Because what I am observing as an economist is more and more countries racking up arrears that they are not transparent about, so they're window dressing their deficits. So that's my first question, because I think we're not measuring these arrears. And the second thing is, we have countries like mine, Trinidad and Tobago, Bahamas, Barbados, where all of their reserves are borrowed. Is that really a reserve? And also, to what extent are you looking at that in your assessment of external strength? Because for me, a reserve is only really a reserve if it's not a loan. But insofar as we have increasing levels of reserves that are borrowed, I think that's a real risk that we're not properly measuring and assessing. Thank you.
Thank you. I will leave to Joydeep first and to Joshua Yuta second. Joydeep, to you. I hope you heard.
Thank you. The first question on arrears is important because what we often find actually is before a sovereign defaults, the budget deficit actually gets smaller. And that's because they can't fund it anymore, so they stop spending. And then you realize, oh my God, the last 2 years they ran up huge arrears, which nobody knew. So this is a pattern that happens all over the world and nothing peculiar about the Caribbean. So we try our best in trying to ask about arrears. Tax refunds, VAT refunds, especially Marla's from Trinidad, that's a big issue there, the VAT. We talk to people in the private sector who may be the creditors for those arrears, or in some countries, the arrears go to payments owed to SOEs or pension funds, things like that. We try to talk to as many people like that as we can. A certain amount of arrears is understandable for cash flow reasons, but if it's more than, if it's significant that it actually changes the fiscal picture, we will account for that. Our analysis is not very driven by a magic number that, if government debt to GDP is 59% as opposed to 61%, that's a huge erosion. No, 60 might be a barrier, but it's a question of we'd rather be generally right than precisely wrong. So if the debt is at a certain level, we try to understand the best we can what is the extent of arrears, what share of GDP they might be, are they growing, are they having a strategic impact? If you're not paying obligations, there's obviously a negative impact on the economy. Someone else is owed money who's not getting paid. So it's a growing area for us, but I have to confess it is also difficult to get data because by definition, governments don't like to give that out. Regarding the borrowed reserves, yeah, we don't distinguish by looking at a central bank's reserves the source of each dollar that's in there. But I think qualitatively, it makes a big difference to know that there's no external debt liability attached to the external asset of the foreign exchange reserve, or if there is, just how much it is. Money can be borrowed and still count as reserves. If you look at the IMF's definition of foreign exchange reserves, they don't restrict that to non-borrowed reserves. But you do have to look again, in a particular situation, something goes wrong, there's pressure on the exchange rate, outflow of dollars. What is the capacity of the central bank, along with fiscal policy, to staunch the outflow and stabilize the situation? They may have good capacity even if they have borrowed reserves. Maybe they borrowed it on a swap from a central bank in Europe or China or someone like that. That money may still be there when needed, or it may not. So we have to kind of dig a little deeper to see what does it mean to have reserves which are in one way or another encumbered. Now, if they're clearly encumbered in some legal manner that you just cannot touch them, it's an easier argument there to deduct them from the gross number, but we do count them.
Thank you. From your side.
Yeah, so I think that's all very well said, and I largely agree. On the arrears point, they're important to us as well. I think as Joydeep highlighted, there's maybe two types of arrears. There's these cash flow arrears, and you see this I think pretty regularly. Just the books close one day and there's an invoice outstanding versus these structural arrears that are off balance sheet financing essentially. The former, not too concerned about. The latter, it becomes a bigger issue. And I think, though, that speaks to maybe a broader point that was referenced before, is that it's not just arrears per se, but it's any off-balance sheet liabilities that come to our attention, right? And governments can be pretty creative particularly with the SOEs in the Caribbean, in finding ways to not have them show up in their official numbers, right? So we generally take a general government approach. We try to look as broadly as possible, and when available, we will get as much data as possible. But of course, part of the game is if it's off balance sheet, that they're trying to sort of keep it out of the light, right? So that's the one of the thrusts of our role is trying to not just look at headline numbers, but dig into and see what the nature of it. I won't repeat what he said about the reserves, but I think the same concept is true there as well. It's not just looking at a number. Data, I think, can be made to tell any story you want, depending on how you present it. But it's starting with the data and then digging in deeper to really understand what the nature of this is and what does it mean in the future when there's some sort of shock or crisis or there's pressure. And then, of course, absent the shock, is it moving in the right direction? Are arrears getting bigger, for instance, or are they shrinking? And I think that gives light into sort of the direction and where a rating may or may not move.
Thank you.
Stefano, we have one question from one of our online
Yes,
participants. Since climate change is increasing the intensity and frequency of extreme climate events, doesn't this compromise the reliability of time series data as the basis to assess country risk? And if so, what mechanism have been adopted to adjust to this gap in the data?
Is it specified to whom, or we?
It did not specify,
Okay.
so who I'd vote?
I would ask. I think it's ask for Kevin if he has any perspective on this, and then I would like rating agency. I think is very much pertinent. Kevin, you have you want to give us your perspective on this point, on this question?
I didn't hear the question very well.
You didn't hear the question. Can you repeat?
Summarize, maybe.
Yes, it was a bit long, yeah, indeed. Just quickly.
That climate change is increasing the intensity and frequency of extreme climate events. Doesn't this compromise the reliability of time series data in determining risk? That's the underlying, and if so, what mechanisms are being done to address that?
No, not really. Thank you for your question, but not really. We have techniques and models that can filter out the noise in the data. And in fact, we do various scenarios that incorporate high frequency movements into our stress testing, in the banking system, in our debt analysis. So when you think of time series, don't just think about trend. There's a lot of noise around the trend that we can model, and modern techniques allow us to do it. So it's not a problem at all. And the frequency increases, there are persons who specialize in that. So not at all. We do incorporate these things. Just one, since I have the floor, just one other comment. Correction in terms of the earlier question. The central bank reserves at the Barbados Reserve are right now at 9.5 months. The data will show, and we can share it with the speaker, that more than 60% of our reserves are earned reserves. And that's on Central Bank website. The data is there, and we don't mind sharing and going through it with the aspect. So I just want to correct that a bit, because it's important to understand that billing reserves are also a buffer. And true buffer means much that is earned as the economy goes, you're earning it. So that's a correction I want to put there.
Thank you, Kevin, for the correction.
And thank you. I hope our online person heard that earlier response. Thank you.
I would like to hear from Joshua also the answer to this question.
On the time series data.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the short answer is that no good analyst can just rely on a straight linear extrapolation and say this is where it's going to go, right? I mean, we like Kevin alluded to, we have to understand non-linearities, and that there will be structural changes. So I think we're well attuned to that in our analyses. Even if, say, our starting point model is a linear model, we know that things change, and it's not just on this one topic, but it's the same on any forward-looking metric. It's going to be different than what history said is most likely the case, And so history gives you guidance, and I think it's an important starting point. But as I said in the last answer, data has its limitations, and I think a good analyst doesn't hang their hat on what the data says, but uses it as a tool to get to what the underlying story is.
Thank you. I think we are approaching the end of our panel, so we have the duty of the policy statement. So I would like to suggest to ask each of you one urgent priority as a panelist takeaway for sovereigns to enhance financial sustainability and market confidence. What would be? I would like to start from Lydia. Yes.
Getting the growth going, addressing the economic and social issues like we discussed in the first panel, tourism, digital development, diversification. So getting the growth going. The second, I would say getting the house in order, or continuing to get the house in order in terms of fiscal consolidation, in terms of solid fiscal, economic, and social policies. And the third one, for the region to become one economic space, one region, because together the region can overcome many of these difficulties much easier, and actually can overcome them, because at the country, individual country level, some of these challenges may even not be possible to overcome.
I think the last one, it's really, yeah, that's, thank you. I would go to Barbara.
Thank you. I think one takeaway, and it relates to what I was saying before, is to be open to innovative solutions. Like we mentioned earlier, the debt resilience clauses, which allow situation where countries have a liquidity problem not to become solvency problem, is very important, and this is one solution that we are pioneering in our contract. I didn't have the time earlier to speak a bit about the debt for climate conversion that we did with Barbados, but I think it's an example that is well known. It's an instrument that has released some fiscal savings, allowed to invest in a very important adaptation infrastructure, with catalyzing resources from third parties, and above all showing and this is a point maybe that we haven't stressed in the panel, of a cooperation among MDBs. We have carried out this operation with the Inter-American Development Bank, and against the backdrop of the IMF Sustainability and Resilience facility. So it's really very important when we can bring our resources together with an eye to keeping things simple, as the governor was mentioning earlier. When many MDBs are working together, it's important to streamline, to adjust, so that we don't have too many requirements and too many strings attached with our program. And of course, the last, I think, important point, and the lesson that we learn in our engagement with countries, is country ownership. We can facilitate, we can bring financing, we can bring capacity building, but we cannot replace country-led initiatives. And I think, again, Barbados, Jamaica was mentioned, are very eloquent examples in this respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. I will go to Kevin. Kevin, please, from you.
Thank you very much. I would like to just pull back the lens and look at the big picture, and suggest that we treat resilience like a cash flow problem. And what would that cash flow playbook look like? Arrange the inflows before the storm. Budget contingencies for the first 72 hours. See CRIF cover, cap bonds, contingency credit that draws in days, and MISO or micro policy for the utilities and household sector, with execution rules pre-cleared so that the cash moves automatically. Pause on the outflows when the trigger hit, when that crisis hit. Use the disaster and pandemic clauses to defer eligible coupons and principals with no drama. Then you will focus on keeping payments and the banks alive run the instant national rate with shared EKY, no fee accounts, rehearse your cyber and continuity drills so that relief and the payments are cleared within minutes and get to where they need to get. Anchor those inflow structures and those outflow structures with a credible debt fiscal rule, a fiscal restatement, and a simple dashboard that you're able to track time to cash and pay out, track the value of pause debt, services, track payments at time, and track the number of households you're reaching over time and impacted. Do all of that with international developed partners who bring along real kind of finance and share toolkits. And with that kind of playbook, I'm confident we can convert uncertainty into stability and confidence, and convert that stability and confidence into economic growth and great and resilience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And yeah, I will leave it to Joydeep and then close with Joshua. Joydeep, to you. You still there? No. Okay, we lost it. Okay, Joshua, to you for the final.
Yeah, so if I may, I'm going to actually maybe answer a slightly different question, since we as rating agencies don't give policy advice.
Market confidence, of course, more.
But in terms of our outlook and where we see the region going, and what I think would lead to some of these positive outlooks turning into upgrades, is really threefold for many countries in the region. One, it's continued improvement in the fiscal metrics, getting debt down, higher surpluses or lower deficits. Two, institutionalization. Governance tends to be strong in many countries in the region, of course not all. So there's a strong starting point for many, but countries are small. The depth of the talent pool is limited, particularly with outflows in terms of brain drain, and institutional structures, can vary. And so there's been some really good reforms in recent years, which, as I mentioned before, has led to some of the upgrades that we've given. But I think our real focus going forward is seeing, how resilient, to use an overused phrase here, those institutions are, and whether they're going to be, seen both through the political cycle as well as the economic and shock cycle, and if they can withstand that. I think that would give us more confidence. And then finally, the topic that's been heavily focused on is, a variety of tools for buffers and resilience, both for cash flow and liquidity needs, as the governor was highlighting, but also more long-term in terms of rebuilding. Since our outlook is very long-term, it's not just getting through the 90 days after a storm, but it's what does that do to the economy. And so it's not just financial tools, but it's maybe hardening of infrastructure. It's diversification of the economy and the deepening of the economy, which is probably maybe a fourth pillar there, but I think that is probably a much longer term project before it really has sort of direct rating implications. It's hard to have multiple pillars in an economy the size of many of the Caribbean economies, but not impossible. So I think that would also potentially provide some uplift, but I don't expect that necessarily in the medium term.
Thank you. I think we are at the closing. Yes, we are at the closing of our panel. I have to first thanks all the panelists. Let me just close with a bit of a summary. Today's discussion has shown us the sovereign risk in the Caribbean is not only about numbers. It is about credibility, resilience, and ability to access affordable financing in turbulent times. We have had perspective from different stakeholders, all playing a pivotal role in financial sustainability of sovereigns. Dr. Greenidge's 6 pillars show that resilience lies in balancing stability and innovation, anchoring buffers while advancing climate-smart financing, inclusive systems, and digital platforms, underpinned by partnerships that deliver real impact, and dashboards. At the same time, with debt burdens averaging 79% in tourism-dependent small island, addressing vulnerability requires strategic collective action and innovative solutions, such as concessional financing and climate-resilient debt clauses, just to mention 2. MDB cooperation and partnership in structuring innovative solutions for financial sustainability and sovereign risk management are key. From credit ratings perspective, Creditworthiness today hinges not only on debt repayment, but also on strong institutions, transparent data, and sound governance, with example, like Jamaica mentioned, with highest rating of BB- positive outlook, showing how disciplined reforms and regional nuances can strengthen ratings, always forward-looking. Sovereign risk is a continuous commitment to be managed through strategy, innovation, and collective resolve. In small stakes like ours, national action is not enough. We must act regionally. And I recollect also Timothy remembered this, and also the Governor of Central Bank of Barbados. Across institutions and financial partners, pooling strength and creating instruments that reflect our shared vulnerabilities and strengths. The Caribbean's financial sustainability depends on building confidence together. Please join me to thanking our panelists in their insight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefano. It was excellent. Another round of applause, please, for the panel. Thank you all very much. And we are, yes, running a little late. So we're going to make a quick transition now to our first Cafe Corner. So I invite our panelists from panel 2 to take their seats on the floor. Thank you. Oh, a photo. Thank you very much. We're moving very quickly on now to our first Cafe Corner. And we're sticking again with our focus for the time being on economic and finance potentials. This Cafe Corner is, the theme of our Cafe Corner is blended finance for Caribbean resilience, mobilizing public and private capital, concessional and non-concessional funding. And it is going to be moderated by Mr. Stephen Lander, who is the coordinator for development financing, private sector division at the CDB. So I invite Stephen and the members of his Cafe Corner team to join me on the platform. So it is intended to be a little more interactive. To tell the honest truth, I've never really been in one of these or observed one of these. These are innovations that I myself am experiencing. I'm looking forward to seeing how we gain a more interactive modus operandi in the delivery of the Cafe Corner. We are hoping for a greater level of interaction from the floor because, you know, we're not really here to just have a one-way flow, and this is why I was extremely pleased to have a couple of questions coming up during the last panel. We want to have more interaction from the floor. We want to have more interaction from our participants online. And so the idea is to have a greater level of engagement, of cut and thrust, of back and forth. And I'm hoping, when I'm looking forward to seeing how we achieve that with this Cafe Corner. So it's not as full length and detailed as the regular panel, but it is addressing an extremely important issue, particularly for the Caribbean, you know, the potential of blended finance for building resilience. It's key in the Caribbean where you have declining ODA, we have declining foreign direct investment, you have mounting climate risk, which causes a depreciation in the ratings of our countries in order to be able to get long-term, low-cost loans, access to regular financing from commercial banks and so on, almost impossible for the majority of the countries of the Caribbean, facing economic volatility and development pressures. So the whole idea of the blended finance, which strategically combines public and private capital, concessional, and non-concessional resources, is a pathway to unlock scale and innovation and impact. So hopefully, this Cafe Corner will, have a lively discussion on how we leverage blended finance to bridge investment gaps, to de-risk projects, to catalyze sustainable development. I leave it there. I hand over to Stephen and his team. Greetings, Simon, colleague. I have abandoned the team. Happy to see you. Please, can you welcome the Cafe Corner group? And let's look forward to a great discussion.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. Thanks, Madam Moderator, for setting the context of the discussion, articulating the challenge and the relevance of blended finance in solving it. So I think what she essentially set up is that blended finance presents a pragmatic solution to the challenges that we're facing by integrating concessional and non-concessional capital and leveraging public and development finance to mitigate risks, thereby opening the door for private sector investment at scale. And some of the key actors in the blended finance space include what I would call generally our development partners, including DFIs, development finance institutions, and multilateral development banks. And they strategically deploy catalytic capital and offer robust risk management mechanisms that address sovereign risk barriers and optimize risk-return profiles. We also need commercial banks. They bring strong local insights and financial solutions to the table. And private investors who bring crowding capital and bring in very critical expertise to the blend. So I'm happy to be joined today by my panelists. I'll start by introducing the panelists online, Mr. Juan Miquel. He's the Principal Investment Officer in Blended Finance at IDB Invest, based in Washington. And since joining the institution in 2017, he has led the design and structuring of blended finance solutions across Latin America and the Caribbean, with a focus on infrastructure and energy projects that advance climate mitigation and adaptation goals. Welcome, Juan. Shimon McIntosh.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please clap. Shimon McIntosh to my right is the Managing Director for RBC Barbados. Over 17 years of experience in commercial and corporate banking at various levels. Worked in Trinidad and Barbados and is currently the Managing Director and Vice President Commercial Banking at RBC Royal Bank Barbados Limited. Mr. Simon Sprignett, United Nations Resident Coordinator for the Eastern Caribbean, has over 30 years of experience in humanitarian development and peace-building operations. Simon has worked across a broad range of programs, including large SIDS-focused multi-country programs in
position, combining, so that's the blended technical assistance, capacity building with mobilization of public and private finance, both at the national and regional level.
Thank you. And can you share with the audience some of your recent experiences, particularly in designing or applying risk mitigation tools in the blended finance structures?
Yes, well, I mentioned, you mentioned my previous experience in the European Commission, and this is something that also CDB is thinking about, and other MDBs that already adopted. Exists a very big program called the European Fund for Sustainable Development, that is a scheme of guarantee from the European Commission, whereas MDBs receive a guarantee from the European Commission and grant exactly for the purpose of blended finance, to develop structures or schemes, facility schemes, in that way leveraging the guarantee and in mobilizing also private sector funding. There are several examples developed by the EBRD, by the KfW, for example. So it's not only for a multilateral, but also for regional development bank, where they have received this guarantee, they have included their own guarantee, and they have attracted private investors because these guarantees have a very low cost, so they can reduce the pricing and the cost of such financing for renewable energy projects, for example. We have had an example recent with Dominica Geothermal, where we have done exactly this, we have structured this mechanism. So we have used the GCF concessional funding together with other donors, Canada in this case, and our concessional resources, and attracting also private sector investors to lower the cost of the project finance that otherwise would be too high for, for attracting, for example, contractor in the region. No? Contractor in the region have the country risk perception, and they don't want to invest, don't want to embark in project in a very high risk rate, so in very high risk rating country. Well, very high risk. But Dominica, for example, is not rated, so even worse, because not having an official external rating is more difficult. So we have done this, and I think these are very successful examples, but there are many examples that we can also think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefano. I actually think that Dominica's geothermal project is actually a very good example and a case that we could probably replicate, particularly to try to tackle the energy transition issue across the region. Good examples of how we can help mobilize finance, but resilience is not only dependent on financial resources. So let me turn my attention to Mr. Sprignet and ask, we're not only dependent on financial resources, we also want to see institutional frameworks and policy that will support investment in the Caribbean. So in what ways can the UN assist governments in fortifying their enabling environment, specifically for improvements in regulatory aspects?
Thank you, Stefan. And maybe to step back a little bit, we recently had the Financing for Development conference in Seville, in Spain. And, despite the numerous number of finance instruments and more attention to both business and finance legislations, total global investments in sustainable development have clearly not met our expectations. And I think what's interesting about this is that it's certainly not due to lack of capital, nor is it due to lack of ambition. Rather, many would argue that it really reflects a persistent misalignment between short-term financial incentives and the longer-term impact required to achieve sustainable development writ large. If you look across the Caribbean, currently we have anywhere from 13 to 15 project preparation or readiness facilities, specifically designed to build kind of shovel-ready projects to be able to provide the catalyst to blend finance, to find opportunities for financing. And I think Stefano just gave a very good example in Dominica, where the Green Climate Fund the Global Climate Facility was brought in, as well as Canada. But also we know that being able to develop these projects that make it ready is very resource intensive. And many times these resources aren't actually situated in the correct places. So this fragmentation, either sitting with development partners or the third parties, rather than being more embedded into government, which I think we heard highlighted in the last segment, does cause us problems in terms of how we can adapt to the opportunities that are being presented, particularly around blending options. I'd also like to say in 2023, working with many of you, we did a Eastern Caribbean financial landscape assessment. And within that landscape assessment, we measured about $4.5 billion US in development assistance coming into the Eastern Caribbean. Of the 550 projects that were reported, only 38 of them were considered by those implementing it as blended. And that blended was almost exclusively TA attached to loans, rather than really measuring the amount of private or public capital that was able to be leveraged on top of development financing. I could go on a little bit more, but from the UN perspective, and to be more precise on your question, I mean, the United Nations remains very well positioned to support governments not only on the project preparation facility aspects, but also around procurement design and regulatory processes, and in some cases, support to implementation as well. Second, supporting on building statistical capacity so that the financing can translate into measurable development results. And finally, another very important aspect is we do many times provide the de-risking capital, not in the intent to crowd out the private sector, but to find opportunities to be able to share risks. So the risks and the rewards are equity-based, and really to avoid existing vulnerabilities. So I guess in short, we have a track record of providing that de-risking capital, supporting governments to develop green, blue, and other thematic type bonds, debt for nature swaps, debt for climate swaps, shock responsive social protection insurance, premium top-ups, and the list goes on. And we're looking forward to these continued conversations. Thank you.
All right, so I want to build on this idea a little bit more. I mean, the UN plays a very pivotal role in bringing together MDBs, DFIs, and private sector stakeholders to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. Do you think the UN can do anything differently to enhance its convening power and, develop a more robust Caribbean pipeline of projects that address the SDGs?
And I think we've heard throughout the morning that we all need to do things differently, right? So, I think, and actually you and I are probably the only two people in the room that have coordination in our job titles, right? So, sometimes looking at trying to coordinate a landscape where coordination isn't always incentivized, and many times in our institutions it's disincentivized. So we need to get out of the mindset that we're in competition with each other, but there are certainly enough capital out there and enough opportunities across the Caribbean that we need to find ways that we can build those partnerships to build on our added value, rather than sometimes the institutional competitive that we sometimes draw back into.
All right, so I'm hearing no shortage of players, no shortage of capital, but yet still we hear calls for MDBs to do more. So let me turn my attention to one online and ask. So we are being asked as MDBs to do more and adopt bolder strategies. What modifications do you think MDBs can implement in their financial structuring to significantly increase the mobilization of private capital aimed at enhancing climate resilience and overall economic stability in this region? Juan, are you hearing us online? Juan? Okay, so I think we have some technical difficulties there. We'll come back.
I don't know if you hear me. I cannot hear you, and I'm following through the website of the event. So, do you hear me?
Delayed. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but we're probably a bit delayed coming to you because you're listening to the live stream. So let me just pivot to Shimon at the moment, who's going to give us a bit of the private banking perspective on the issue. And Shimon, from your vantage point.
Okay, so on your question, but I think yeah, there's a delay.
Okay, so let me just go to you, Shimon. From your vantage point, what are the primary financing constraints that we face in the region, and how do they impact your capacity to foster private sector development?
All right, so I trust you can hear me okay? I'm going to start off with the SMEs, and they typically face high collateral requirements, lack of access to venture capital funding, private equity. Startups face a particular challenge, lack of established cash flows, and so on. And what we've seen in this space is banks being able to use multi-development bank guarantees to defease the risks of these projects. So you have good project ideas that might have good cash flows, but don't have good collateral, or vice versa. And having a guarantee in Barbados, we have the Enhanced Central Bank Enhanced Credit Guarantee Fund that has really been a game changer to mobilize private sector deployment of capital to MSMEs across a wide variety of sectors. So you're talking manufacturing, medical, distribution, construction, a wide range of areas and a wide range of purposes. So whether it be acquisition of buildings, process improvements, working capital, etc. So that's one. Those are some of the challenges and how we've been able to overcome it. And as we've heard through the various speakers in the sovereign space, high debt to GDP, limited fiscal space, and non-investment grade ratings really limits the sovereigns to the type of financing that it can get. And even if you can get, then the cost might be high. And the other speakers mentioned it earlier. In 2022, there was a debt for nature swap. And through the savings earned from that swap over a 15-year period will go into marine conservation activities to protect 30% of Barbados's coastal waters. And then in 2024, we had a debt for climate swap, and 125 million in savings will go into critical water and sewage infrastructure. And as the PM herself said recently at the launch of the Pearhead project, and has been reported on Reuters as well, there's an upcoming debt for social swap. So that's another, those are three examples, I should say, where banks and multi-development banks come together and work together to defease the risk in projects and also deploy balance sheets and capital to much needed resilience projects. I think what we've seen so far in the resilience space is more on the public side, and there's a lack of resilience projects in the private sector. And I think the particular challenge with financing resilience projects is there's high upfront costs, and there's usually not a clear path to economic sustainability. And at the end of the day, banks want to be involved in projects that have defined returns. So that's an avenue where concessional finance could come in to get projects to a certain level where the returns or the path to returns are defined, and then banks can underpin with financing as well.
Okay, so thanks for sharing those thoughts, Shimon. I mean, I'm hearing that there's value in the risk and mechanisms that can come through the MDB space. I want to ask you a more pointed question. If these types of instruments, the risk mitigating instruments, the project preparation facilities that gets rid of the early risk that you shared, were more available, which sectors do you see would become more viable for investment from your perspective?
Well, I would say, again, under the Enhanced Credit Guarantee Fund, you saw a number of renewable energy projects being financed. And there's a large renewable energy project being financed at this moment. It's a green energy project, which, again, has that same structure of MDBs and commercial banks coming together, where MDBs provide that technical assessment and viability, and also you're going to have commercial bank financing. So I think definitely renewable energy infrastructure is one. Agriculture, although subject to climate shocks and, typically not the most organized sector, if there was that concessional financing in there as well to help bring stability, you can see banks come in under there, as well as in the ecotourism sector as well.
Okay. Just a quick check with the technical team. Are we okay online? Okay. I see one giving me the thumbs up. Apologies for that one. We were talking about the call for MDBs to do more earlier, and the specific question to you was what modifications can MDBs implement in their financial structuring to significantly increase the mobilization of private capital aimed at enhancing climate resilience and overall economic stability in the region?
Oh, thank you very much, and apologies for the difficulties before. Thank you very much for having me. I represent IDB Invest. IDB Invest is the private sector arm of the IDB group. So we work with non-sovereign guaranteed counterparties. And we have recently undertaken a capital increase process that is linked to a new vision and business model, which we call originate to share. And it's totally, fit with your question, in the sense that the way we are structuring our institution is to enhance our toolkit to mobilize private sector towards impact in our region, Latin America and the Caribbean. And for that, we need to enhance a toolkit, right? And that's what we are doing as we speak. And that's let's say a continuum of initiatives that we are delivering, and that I'm going just to summarize as quick as possible. But I just want to mention that blended finance is just one of these tools that we have, which is, probably the most extreme, which is the one where we are channeling subsidies through the private sector. But we start with what we call the upstream support, which is related also with our cooperation with the Inter-American Development Bank, public sector, and our use of technical assistance to prepare the markets, to prepare the projects, to prepare our clients for future investments, right? So that's a first piece that it's envisioned to support market creation, right? Then we can move through different products. We are enhancing our equity capacity, and we're enhancing that through our own balance sheet and also off balance sheet through Colabora Capital, which is one platform that we are developing as we speak. And we believe that equity is one of the missing points in order to enhance mobilization of private capital in the region, and we are increasing that envelope on our end. Also, we have all what we can call the IDB's umbrella, which is create enhancements that are related to the actual configuration of a multilateral development bank and the preferred creditor status, our strong and robust due diligence processes, which support the risky investments and transactions. And finally, we have the use of subsidies, which is the last beam of this bridge, which we do through blended finance investments. So through concessional equity, concessional debt, concessional risk mitigation instruments, and also through technical assistance and grants that we do to support transactions. So all these elements enhance is the ones together with one key element that I don't want to leave aside, which is aligning correctly, finding correctly the risk reward in the market and pricing our commercial capital at market prices to allow private commercial investors to participate in the deals, and at the same time using blended finance as the tool to channel subsidy with a clear differentiation where what's priced at market to bring in private investors and what is subsidy, which is supposed to enhance and de-risk these participations. And that requires a strong governance of subsidies. And I will just stop here and wait for the next round.
Sure. Quite happy to hear that you are enhancing your capacity to take equity positions in these transactions. I know Shimon will have a thing or two to say about the leverage levels of transactions that probably hit his desk. But I want to touch on another key issue, which is, I think Simon mentioned it earlier, which is not crowding out local players, right? Traditionally, Caribbean companies have relied on local financial institutions as sources for capital. How does IDB Invest partner with local banks and investors in blended transactions to ensure that financing is anchored in the domestic market and builds long-term financial resilience?
Sure. So, I mean, we infrastructure and energy, corporate, financial institutions, or financial intermediaries, right? So when we approach financial intermediaries, we approach this channel as a way to enhance impact through the intermediary. And what we do, and that's something that I can elaborate a little bit in detail, is when we approach that from a blended finance perspective, our approach is always what we call incremental impact. So we only provide subsidies to a financial intermediary in exchange of incremental ambition in terms of climate or social agenda. So we have developed some sort of a solution / product where what we do is that we have 3 pillars to intervene in with an FI, which is first, we of course need the use of proceeds to be aligned with what the mandate of each donor is in each case. So that's kind of the eligibility gate. But then our approach is to enhance ambition across the balance sheet of the institution, right? We are not just following, let's say, our piece of investment, our concessional part, and the use of proceeds of that part, that we are embedding incentives based on what we call portfolio milestones and corporate milestones. So we define, I mean, we do that in hand in hand with the use of advisory services. For instance, we help with advisory services in the segmentation of the portfolio, and then we incentivize a certain target of green portfolio, and that comes with a discount in the interest rate that the financial intermediary will have to pay at the end of the life of the loan. We also support corporate ambition, and that's mostly related to climate adaptation and climate risk mitigation. And here we support those companies with advisory services to engage into the ISSB standards or other standards that inform climate risks. And then once they are ready for that, we provide incentives based on the level of disclosures that they do on climate risk and how they anticipate those climate risks, and those climate risks are impacted in their balance sheet, right? So, and they have like a set of incentives based on that, and they have a period of time to accommodate to this objective. So in this way, what we are trying is to have an influence beyond the actual use of proceeds, and have an influence on how the financial intermediary sector is looking at their portfolio. We are doing that also with investment funds, and we are providing equity investments in investment funds that are also linked with a similar structure with what we call impact carry, which is like, okay, we are going to sacrifice our return in exchange of certain impact milestones, and that would be directly to the general an incentive for the general partner to achieve certain standards. So, and also I will stop here and happy to.
Yes, thank you so much for that response. I mean, incremental impact at CDB, we see additionality. It's one of the things that I think we can do probably a better job at messaging to our stakeholders in the market, that we're here to enhance rather than to compete. Thank you so much for that response. I have a couple of general questions that I'll throw out to the entire panel. Anyone can feel free to chime in. But one of the major issues that are cited when we talk about blended finance structures is coordination. Simon touched on that a little bit earlier, and it's something that is seen as a bottleneck in the implementation of blended finance initiatives. And to enhance the efficacy of the financing solutions and mitigate complexity and delays, how can development finance institutions and commercial banks better synchronize their incentives and operational processes? Well, this is going to be like school. I'm going to have to call on someone. So, Shimon?
Well, all right. No, I'm smiling here because, traditionally the length of time working with MDBs was somewhat of an issue, but I think it's gotten way better in recent times, the coordination between MDBs and commercial banks. Again, to use that climate swaps as an example of coordination, we have seen that tighter integration. I think as well, Caribbean Climate Accelerator attempting to bring projects that have had some MDB funding and to be exposed to commercial banks is another forum by which you try to bring cohesion, but still a work in progress is what I will say, but it's gotten a lot better.
Okay, thank you. Stefano, you have some thoughts?
Well, I think the objectives should be shared, and perhaps the KPIs we should set
Shared
together.
KPIs.
That could be drivers. We know that, of course, multilateral has different also timeline, right? The timeline is longer. There are several compliance requirements. It's not just the compliance of a banking, but internal compliance requirement. There is an issue of also decision-making process is longer than commercial banks, I wouldn't say financial institution, private financial institution. I think yes, but in any case, I would say that I'm optimistic because I really saw, having been on both sides, in the banking sector and in the multilateral. When I joined multilateral 20 years ago, it was taking ages to have a partnership with private sector. Now, and IDB Invest was not existing at that time, was just a division of IDB. And I was working in EBRD that instead was considered the forefront of private sector development, but they were very slow at that time. And now definitely the speed, the efficiency has improved. So I think banks are generally more efficient because they're driven more by result and they have KPIs. So maybe some KPIs should be shared together.
Agreed. Simon?
Thanks. I think Stefano captured one of the issues. I think, many institutional lenders all have different procurement policies, different approval policies, different, the list goes on. So we're working with one Ministry X, but they have to learn 16 different policies to deliver relatively similar programs. So, it maybe, I know it's difficult to reach back to our headquarters and say, we would like to align with this policy of so-and-so, and their policy will align with ours. But, we're basically making the life of a relatively small ministry nearly impossible to try to learn 16 different regulations. Whereas if we were able to come together to build either some investment platform or similar mechanism that streamlines some of those policy and procedural requirements for the government, I still think it would make all of our lives collectively easier. How we would make those changes institutionally, that's a whole nother question. But I think it's been a topic that we've discussed, at least in the year and a half I've been here, many times across many of the banks. And I think everyone agrees on paper it would be a beautiful thing. But the reality to try to get it through board structures is our ambition.
Quite difficult, but I do agree. Harmonization is certainly something that would help from that standpoint. Juan, do you have any thoughts on the issue?
Sure, and thanks for the comments down there. Of course, this topic is always easier said than done. I had a marketing teacher that always told me, okay, if you want to analyze the risk return binomial of your company, always look at the board. So go to the board and sit there and look at the board, right? So when I go to my board, I see 48 countries sitting there, and of course, it brings a lot of complexity, but it also brings a lot of stability moving forward, right? So having said that, I think that when we talk about a certain standardization, at least I see 3 areas of potential standardization, and 3 areas where at least my division is trying to work, analyzing the limits of reality, right? So, but first of all, we have the provider of concessional funding, right? So we work based on the provision of concessional funding by governments, by multilateral climate funds, by philanthropies, etc. Right? So I can attest there's no alignment between donors in that business, right? So my team is right now in Korea negotiating with one donor, and it's clearly a tough task, right? And what we try and what we are one of our goals, strategic goals at IDB Invest is to establish some sort of a donor platform, right? Where donors plug in their money and rely on a certain shared eligibility criteria, reporting requirements, policies and procedures, etc., that makes everything much easier, and we can scale that, right? Then you have, the vehicle to transmit, to channel the concessional finance toward the recipients, right? So here there's a lot of movement in the sense of creating like blended finance vehicles that are some sort of standardized, layered tranche, etc. There's the initiative that Germany is doing through Scale. There's Boston Consulting Group has been working on that and providing support to BII on that end. So there's a certain also momentum on that end, on the structure to channel the resources. And finally, there's the solution provided to a recipient, right? Where there's also room for a standardization, for simplification. And that's something that we are working on at IDB Invest. So in these three areas, there's room to grow, there's space to grow. We have ideas to move in that direction, but also we have to acknowledge the reality of our stakeholders, right? And act accordingly.
Well, the trick is making that reality as common as possible. So I think we've established really that blended finance can play a catalytic role in the mobilization of resources to finance our future. But just interested to know from the panel, which innovative instruments in the Caribbean context do you think show the greatest potential for scale and resilience finance in the Caribbean?
I'm being looked at, so there are so many instruments out there, and I think we need to be careful to not limit ourselves to which ones are better than others. And I think we should try to work to take advantage of as many as possible. I mean, a recent example from the United Nations, we created a regional energy infrastructure facility in Uruguay with Santander, CIBC, and 5 private banks in Uruguay. And essentially, the UN's role was to provide a significant amount of capital up front to provide comfort to allow investment. This program is now growing exponentially. Our input capital our input de-risking capital has never been touched. And there's a number of reasons for this. The banks were taking good decisions on the investments they wanted to make. And B, the government was so deeply involved and so far behind this investment that that political capital in itself served as a significant de-risking mechanism. So I guess the other one is that as long as governments have costed capital development plans, and costed is the important thing rather than the ambition, I think the smart minds in this room will find coordination and policy instruments to allow that to happen and bring in private capital. Because I don't think the amount of large private equity capital that is requesting to come into the Caribbean really does far exceed the absorption capacity, in my opinion.
Interesting. Stefano?
Yeah. Definitely, I think experience has tested that guarantees are instruments that are very much allowing, are attractive. And Shimon also mentioned this. I think guarantees allow the risking element. But I would stress there is an issue also of volume. It's important. So you have to choose the instrument also to allow you to attract more volume, because the issue of blended finance is not just the fact that you can blend and have a pricing. The problem is you need to have, often the concessional funding are constrained in terms of sector, in terms of purpose, and also in terms of timing. So definitely as an instrument, I see the unfunded instrument so the guarantees as an instrument that is suitable. And I mentioned one of the very huge examples. We're talking about 80 billion, 90 billion guarantee scheme from the European Commission, but there are several others. And multilateral can play a very pivotal role on this. And we have example in Barbados, the credit enhancement, but there are other examples in other countries in the region. So there is Suriname example, there is another Trinidad example. So there are examples. I think there is much more to do on that.
At risk of saying the same thing, I quite like the guarantee schemes. We've seen how it's enabled the commercial banks in Barbados to deploy liquidity. As you know, there's no secret. We have excess liquidity in Barbados, so there's no shortage of ability to lend, and having these guarantees really help to defease projects and get us involved in these projects. So I definitely like the guarantees, and I think earlier on I heard one of these speakers speak about the catastrophe bonds to give the government space for resilience as well. I think that's a good thing for a sovereign also.
Grade one, any thoughts from you before we wrap up?
No, just want to mention a couple of things. First thing is that, I mean, there are a variety of financial instruments that are fit for different barriers that we have to face. So, for instance, we have talked about catastrophe bonds. We have talked, there's like parametric insurance, there's debt swaps, and they have their you know, their own abilities to tackle certain barriers which are maybe different. What I want to highlight is like regional scale is relevant. So every time that we can provide support to a regional vehicle, it's something that we look carefully, and we are really interested into supporting regional scale and also supporting local players, right? So creating the local ecosystem for instance, for private equity investment. So that's something that we are supporting directly, and then the financial instrument will come relating to know what is the actual barrier that we are facing in that specific topic. And of course, in climate resilience, so we have this type of products that have been mentioned, and guarantees for sure may play a relevant role to provide liquidity when there's a certain events. But I think that scale and you know, local intermediaries are some two elements that we like to see when we participate.
One, and I'm quite happy with the feedback. I mean, don't limit our ambition. There's several instruments out there that could be helpful. The question is, how do we match the needs in the region with the instruments that are out there so that we can attract capital at scale? And one of the ways that we can do that is focus on the regional level with country deployment capacity. So those are my summary thoughts, and with that, I will invite any questions from the audience. We had a very excellent and clear presentation from the panel. Okay. So if we have no questions, gentlemen, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for your time and your contributions today. I think it was very valuable for the audience, and we look forward to discussing this topic in more depth in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stephen, and the distinguished panel. Thank you so much for paying attention to such an important issue for the Caribbean. And there will be, I think, other opportunities. Certainly tomorrow, when we're doing the wrap, I want to see that we have some focus put on this, because it is one of the important areas that the Caribbean will find the resources that they need to invest in resilience more effectively. Thank you very much. I invite you to take your seats down. I detect the flagging energy in the room. Yes, it's been a long day, and it's been a lot of information that we've been throwing at you all at once, a lot to absorb. But we have just one more panel for this, this afternoon, and I promise you, we have spirits outside to revive you once we complete this panel. We will be inviting you to move directly into a cocktail reception, and it's going to be just outside here. You won't even have to walk anywhere to get it. So stay with me, just stay with me. Take a deep breath. One more panel to go, and then the line begins outside. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Pleasure. Okay, so now I would like to invite the final, well, it's only panel 3, but it's the final one for this afternoon. And I would like to invite the members of that panel to move swiftly to the platform. We gotta go. We're already late, but we gotta move quickly, and we're going to make this one lively and exciting. And I'm going to start even as you arrive. This is panel 3. It is titled Demystifying Misinformation, Disinformation, and Fake News. How risky are these to our region's development? I mean, and you know, anywhere you go now, I find that conversation has declined because everybody is stuck on their phone. Everybody is glued to their phone, taking in TikTok and X and everything. This business of disinformation and misinformation is a very serious one. In an age of digital saturation, the Caribbean is not immune to the global surge of misinformation, disinformation, and fake news. These forces, often subtle, sometimes deliberate, pose real threats to democratic institutions, public trust, and evidence-based policymaking, from undermining health campaigns and disaster preparedness to distorting economic narratives and fueling social division. The risks are far-reaching and deeply consequential. So this panel will unpack the anatomy of false information, how it spreads, why it sticks, what it costs. We'll explore the implications for Caribbean development, including governance, investment climate, regional cohesion, and the role of civil society and tech platforms in building resilience against information disorder. The goal is not just to demystify the problem, but to spotlight solutions that safeguard truth, transparency, and the integrity of Caribbean progress. Now, this panel is not going to be conducted in the same way as the previous ones. It'll be slightly different because we will first receive a presentation from Mrs. Lolita Davis Mattis. She's a former General Counsel of UWI. Her presentation on the impacts of misinformation and disinformation will then form the basis for a lively exchange among the expert panelists. So this discussion will be moderated by Mr. Peter Richards, Senior Editor at the Caribbean Media Corporation. Peter, I hand over to you to introduce the members of your panel. All right, run with it.
Good afternoon, everybody. And well, as they say in cricketing terms, we are into not really the night watchman as yet, but we're just there to make sure we could all come back out tomorrow and bat again. On a good wicket, I hope. Not one where, I don't want to say like the West Indies because I don't want to break your heart. And if you're a footballing fan, I will not tell you like my team, Manchester United, and you'll go through the hills. So I just hoping that we could really set the panel as good as we can this evening. In no particular order, I will start off by introducing, I say no particular order, but I still have to give you an order anyway. Dr. Craig Bramnall. He's the Executive Director, Artificial Intelligence Innovation Center at the University of the West Indies. Mr. Al Edwards, the Chief Executive Officer of Our Today. Ms. Charlotte Scadden, I had it right? Charlotte. She's a Senior Advisor on Information Integrity, Office of the Under-Secretary General at the UN Global Communications. And Mrs. Lolita Davis Mattis, she's a former General Counsel of the University of the West Indies. As you heard from before, I think it's important just to set a sort of framework. We've heard so much about the economic developments around the Caribbean today. So I would not bore you on Caribbean development, but just to say, the CDB, for example, highlights three key areas for action in 2025. Investing in climate resilience, particularly disaster preparedness and climate-proofing infrastructure, accelerating economic diversification by modernizing trade infrastructure and the institutional framework that supports and regulates businesses, and increasing fiscal discipline through sound fiscal policies and institutional reforms to ensure sustainable growth and debt stability. Disinformation is a definition as any form of false, inaccurate, or misleading information presented and promoted to cause public harm or for profit. In today's digital age, misinformation and disinformation have emerged as critical risks affecting businesses, societies, and individuals. Misinformation refers to false or misleading information shared without harmful intent, while disinformation involves the deliberate spread of false information to deceive or manipulate. Both have profound impacts across various sectors, while fake news has become a social problem exacerbated during the COVID-19 health crisis to the present. It is against this background that we will discuss how we manage the issue of misinformation, disinformation, and fake news, and their effect on the region's development. And we'll start off with the presentation by Mrs. Lalita Davis-Martis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. The panel's objective this afternoon is not just to discuss this topic, but to keep you awake so that you can enjoy the cocktails after. So I'm going to start off my presentation with a bit of news that I think we'll all find very interesting and alarming. Tensions rise after cartel boat bombed off Venezuelan coast, Caracas, Venezuela. The text reads, following the bombing of an alleged cartel drug vessel off the coast of Venezuela, President Nicolas Maduro has announced sweeping reprisals targeted at the United States. In a hastily called press conference, the Venezuelan president insisted that the boat was traveling on the high seas and therefore not subject to the jurisdiction of any state. He denounced Washington's actions as piracy and vowed to deepen Venezuela's military and economic alliances with Russia, China, and North Korea to secure the nation's sovereignty. The US government immediately rejected the Venezuelan leader's position. Officials declared that under the United Nations Convention against illicit traffic in narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, the United States would continue to exercise the principle of extraterritoriality whenever the actions of any state or its nationals pose a threat to US sovereignty and security. Venezuelans currently residing in the US have expressed fear for their lives, claiming they could be the next victims of what they describe as harsh and discriminatory US immigration policies. Meanwhile, reports from European media suggest that the President of the European Commission, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and the Prime Minister of Canada are expected to meet urgently to discuss ways and means to defuse the rapidly escalating crisis. Social media users already dubbing the situation as the beginning of World War III in the making. The source of this news, Simon Gonzalez, and the source, fakesourcedebunk.org. The report suggests that to date we have 1 billion hits. Ladies and gentlemen, that's fake news. I just made it up sitting right there. So, having said this, I just gave that example to show just how much fake news can impact our lives. So we all sat down and we listened to the narrative. There is no truth, not 1 ounce of truth to that presentation. Because I literally just sat at my table and wrote it. The 21st century has witnessed a dramatic shift in the production and circulation of information. Traditional media, once mediated by editors, professional journalists, and regulatory frameworks, have given way to a digital ecosystem in which anyone can create and disseminate content globally in real time and basically disseminate content also in real time. The democratization of information has expanded access and participation, yet it has also produced profound vulnerabilities. We are living in an age where truth itself appears under siege. The established gatekeepers, the newspapers, the broadcasters, trained journalists is now produced, disseminated, and consumed in a radically decentralized manner. This transformation has brought benefits, particularly to our region, as well as, of course, as we know, we have problems. So what are the issues that we have? Shift from traditional media to digital platforms. It's part of our lives every day. False information, with or without intent to harm, and we heard the definitions of what disinformation and misinformation are, so I won't go through that. I just want to highlight what fake news is. Fabricated, distorted journalism, like content. Reporters Without Borders have, in their own research, have indicated that freedom to produce and share news independently, again, is under threat. And for us as a region, it is even more threatening. There's a notion that because we're small islands, that news perhaps travels a little faster and therefore perhaps have a greater impact. Then there's a notion of the post-truth era, in which the viral nature of news and the emotion that go with it will also far outweigh the benefits to be derived from the news itself, because most of it is fake. And therefore, we have fake news impacting elections, public health crises, and of course, social cohesion. We all rely on social media for internet access to a large extent, and there is a low digital literacy. I think that's coming out of many of the reports that as a Caribbean region we have to address. Small states, as I said before, the research shows amplify rumors across borders. What are the consequences for democracy, public health, and social stability? In terms of democracy, disinformation campaigners distort elections, erode trust in electoral commissions, deepen polarization. We saw echoes of this in the 2016 US elections, and similar tactics have been attempted in smaller states as well as in our region. In terms of public health, we all saw what COVID-19 did in terms of the false claims about the vaccine, etc., and the implications of all of that that we are feeling today. In terms of journalism, fake outlets masquerading as news platforms. I just read you a piece of fake news that could have gone viral anywhere. Then you have the AI-generated content. And of course, AI-generated content tends to replicate personas, voices. So it's very difficult to determine what is true and what is fake. Youth and families, of course, are also exposed to these fabricated stories. So how has the region responded? And let me pause here to say that I'm really happy that the organizers considered that fake news and misinformation and disinformation is a risk to the region's development, particularly also within the context of sustainable development. We tend to sometimes focus very narrowly on the developmental paradigms, but it is important also to understand what drives some of those paradigms and to also influence and determine how we go forward as a region, as a people. So, whilst we are reeling from the effects of misinformation, disinformation, and fake news, we really ought not to remain mystified or mesmerized. We must actively demystify the narratives and the processes and carve out a path for ourselves. Because even in the discussion on AI, I think the region has been discussing very critically the role of artificial intelligence on us as a people and how we go forward. What is our role in the formulation, for example, of these AI platforms? Because we all know that they are based on different algorithms. And therefore, what is the input of the region? What is our input in terms of how do we wish to see ourselves within the global space? Or are we still going to continue to rely on what the developed world gives to us? At the regional level, CARICOM heads in July 2025 considered fake news on the formal agenda, with Prime Minister Miriam Mottley calling for a coordinated regional action and a stronger justice framework. In Jamaica, the Broadcasting Commission has urged a fundamental rethink of media regulation. It advocates technology-agnostic rules spanning broadcasting, social media, and artificial intelligence. Guyana is aiming to amend its cybercrime laws to combat social media attacks. And Minister Nandal, I want to read a quote from him. He said, "It is an abuse of freedom of expression, and a government cannot stand idly by in the face of such onslaught against its citizens." The minister emphasized that in a recent speech. The cybercrime bill, passed in 2016, is expected to address a plethora of issues relating to fake news. A new situation report released by the Public Media Alliance in collaboration with regional partners calls for the integration of media and information literacy within the region, and the report is titled Situation Report on Media Literacy, Disinformation and Misinformation in the Caribbean. The study spans 8 Caribbean nations: the Bahamas, Barbados, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. Now, a few insights from the report. Distinct national contexts are important. Each country faces its own set of challenges despite the regional context. There's a need for deeper regional research, and the report underscores the importance of broader and sustained regional analysis to effectively address disinformation, strengthen media literacy, and rebuild public trust in news media. Emerging opportunities are supposed to be discussed. Despite these challenges, the report highlights clear and achievable opportunities for collaboration between regional media organizations and governments. In terms of international organizations, we have the European Union Code of Practice on Disinformation, the regulation of social media and digital literacy tax. In Africa, large continent, but there's an Africa Facts Network that's seeking to combat fake news. And of course, there are key lessons to be learned in terms of how we deal with regulation. Laws clearly must avoid suppressing free speech, because that's the other downfall, the downside of that. Addressing our legislation and how we actually do that to ensure proportionality, transparency, and respect for human rights. There's a delicate balance, of course. Truth and freedom of expression becomes important in this global and regional discussion. Now, what is the way forward for the Caribbean? Invest in media and digital literacy. And the presentation earlier this morning from that young lady from Barbados, very impressive. I think there is a recognition that our youth are very important to the development of the region. The chair this morning spoke to the notion of intergenerational equity at play. And I believe that we need to understand the role of youth in the development of the region. And the role of youth does not begin at age 15. So we have to start where it starts. We have to start at the beginning. We have to start in our schools. We have to start making digital literacy and fact-checking a part of the school curricula. It cannot happen any other way. Because by the time a child reaches, say, age 11, 12, to move on to high school, much of your damage has already been done. And we need to teach them how to interface in a world that has so many stressors. So again, strengthen fact-checking the capacity, updating of legal frameworks, regional and international cooperation, and we've been hearing a lot of that in terms of the region coming together, and we're talking about the wider Caribbean here. In terms of the call to resilience, fake news, colleagues, is not a passing annoyance anymore. We can barely go on a YouTube channel, listen to a song, listen to a speech, and we're not bombarded by fake advertisement. You don't even know what's true anymore, because everybody has an ad out there. So it's not a passing annoyance anymore. It's a structural threat to democracy, to governance, and to social cohesion. It can mislead citizens, derail public policy, and destabilize fragile economies. If we fail to act, disinformation will continue to exploit our vulnerabilities. But if we succeed, the Caribbean can become a model of resilience, safeguarding the integrity of information while protecting the freedoms on which our democracies are built and on which our democracies depend. I now close with the words of Sir Ronald Saunders. And he says, responsible journalism is the oxygen by which all nations breathe and thrive, and which energizes their people to creativity that builds socially and economically vibrant countries. We are in this room. We are in our various places of employ or engagement. We have a role to play. We are not just sitting in here absorbing all this good information. We have a responsibility, and there's a level of accountability that comes with all of this as we seek to navigate this space and as we seek to engender a culture of truth. So whilst we perhaps can't eliminate fake news and misinformation, at the very least, we should seek to ensure that our own citizens are in a position to distinguish between truth and fake. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think one of the questions, one of the issues that jump at me from the presentation is the fact that towards the end you spoke about our children, getting the children more aqua and more involved. But we also live in a, if you want to put it that way, in a developing countries, where we do not do the production of the AI and the other platforms. There are also a lot of constraints. We have, for example, connectivity. How do we go forward in that regard?
But my view on that is this. Yes, I acknowledge that we are a developing country, but I believe that as small island developing states, as a Caribbean, that we have made tremendous impacts on the global stage. I recognize that the economies of scale that we enjoy in the region are perhaps not as great as in other spaces, but I do believe that as a region, we can come together with our partners. I think the presentations earlier this morning speak to the various facets of collaboration that exist. But I do believe that unless we understand what education really means and the impact of education on our population from a very early age, and when I speak about early age, I'm talking about kindergarten, because we give our children these tablets. They teach our children. And we rely on these, in other words, they're not being taught by real people, but we rely on them. And I think we have a responsibility to ensure, even in our school systems, to develop. I believe that the Caribbean has the human resource capacity to address many of these issues. And I don't believe we necessarily need to wait on the developed world to develop our own capacity. That's just a view that I personally have. I believe the Caribbean region is ripe and rich with talent. And I believe we just need to tap into what we have. We had a lot of presentations this morning from persons in the region, partners outside, which convinces me that as a region, we can make it happen.
I started off the introduction and everything by talking about cricket and talking about being here as night watchmen and what have you. You talk about the Caribbean with raw talent. We had it in cricket. And now we are seeing, without the aid of the technology going forward, where we are now, one. And secondly, a recent World Bank report has just indicated that at least 70% of children under the age of 10 or 10 and upwards in Latin America and the Caribbean cannot even understand, comprehend properly. And you're now asking them in that scenario to get involved in a new technology going forward that will probably help them, hopefully help them going forward.
My answer to that is very quick. We use the technology anyway.
Yeah, but if I could recall my old professor, the late St. Lucian from UE, he says, we adopt things, we take it wholesale, but we do not adopt it to fit our situation.
And that, for me, is a part of the learning modality. I feel very personal about that, not just in this forum, but in other fora. I really personally believe that as a Caribbean people, there is so much more that we can do for ourselves and that we ought to do for ourselves. And I believe in us doing these things for ourselves, what we do can be replicated. And I really honestly believe that. And something will have to happen for me to be disabused
Dr.
of that perception.
Thanks. I had to jump in as AI. I guess not much of you will know about this, but there was a United Nations high-level advisory body on AI. So they wrote the Governing AI for Humanity. And that has been accepted in 2024 because it was part of the GDC, Objective 5. And now it has been reaccepted for the terms of references for the International Scientific Panel on AI, as well as the Global AI Governance Dialogue. I served on that high-level advisory panel. This conversation you are having feels like the same conversation we were having. Some people were saying, bring AI down to the lower ages. And some people are saying, what are the threats? What are the risks that you are doing when you bring it down to the lower ages? These children don't have a good relationship with technology as yet. And then the other person was saying, well, that's our job. We have to teach them to know what that relationship with that technology is. And then the other person would say, but they can't even tell the difference between a human and an AI. How do you teach them that? So this is quite an interesting dialogue that has been happening for many, many years. But I want to start from a point, a very fundamental place, that with the misinformation and the issues that we have with AI, and again, just keeping everything around AI, is the fact that we, and you said it, and you are also saying it, that we have to do, that we don't produce our own AI systems, right? Just by us not producing our own AI systems, if any individual here who is from the Caribbean uses another AI tool, like ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, then you're opening yourself up for misinformation, because the data that you probably require that is lodged in your country is not available online for training or for search. So that's the first thing that I want to make clear, right? So we have to get to that point first, I believe, and we also, at the same time, have to be training our students to, and our children to understand firstly, the relationship that they are going to have with the technology before we have this discussion about misinformation. I think that that is the first thing we need to do.
Ms. Scans?
Yeah, now you can hear me. So we jumped straight into AI, which is not surprising because that's always what is everyone's top concern. I do just want to say, though, I did not know you were on that panel. I'm very familiar with the report. And I believe in that report, the panel identified threats to information integrity as a top risk concern. So I think, you know, I'm not sure if you were just saying that, in fact, when a user, an individual, uses an AI tool, they're opening themselves up to misinformation. I think that's true, but I don't think we can therefore expect users to not use those tools because, you know, there is a power imbalance in our information ecosystem. Deep power imbalance between individuals and between tech companies and governments, and in some cases, media outlets. So the fact is, people are going to use these tools, right? We do absolutely need to start very early in not just media literacy, not just digital literacy, but AI literacy. And in fact, we're going to have to continue to change those literacy programs because these tools are evolving so very quickly. But I would say that, you know, when it comes to disinformation and misinformation, I do just want to take a quick step back and explain that from the UN perspective, we actually come at this through the conceptual lens of information integrity. That's my job title, Advisor on Information Integrity. The reason being that, you know, disinformation and misinformation are, yes, two risks in the information landscape, but they are only two. And all of what we've just been discussing around AI bias, AI divide, you know, access to information, suppression of media, the viability of independent media, which, as we all know, is in decline, many other structural risks in the information space are equally damaging. So we have to take a holistic approach and look at them all. Because, you know, somebody, I think it was in that beautiful spoken word performance earlier, I noted down the phrase, the loop of reactivity. And I think when we're just reacting to what we call content-based risks, so misinformation, disinformation, in some cases hate speech, also harassment and other hateful behaviors, we're not really going to be able to progress to achieving a healthier information ecosystem. And I just want to strongly agree with our esteemed speaker, because at the UN, we've been on a journey, I would say, over the past few years, led by the Secretary General, who I think was an early visionary in this space. He understood more than ahead of many others that we are not going to be able to achieve the goals we have at the United Nations, the goals on global issues, our sustainable development goals, including peace and security, but very much also urgently our internationally agreed climate goals, unless we address all of these risks in our information ecosystem. So he gave us our marching orders. We have been working really hard on this, and I'm happy to share what we've learned in terms of response. But AI is a key element of this, and you know, a really important factor, but it is just one.
Mr. Edwards, how can we ensure that efforts to combat misinformation don't infringe on freedom of speech and access to information? Mr. Edwards?
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you call my name there. Sorry about that. I think it's very important that we put in guardrails and we really monitor misinformation, disinformation, fake news, AI. We're an archipelago of small island states. 16 million people live within the CARICOM region. We have a total GDP of something around $90 billion and an average income per capita of $4,500. We're vulnerable. This spells a clear and present danger to us, to our development, to our economies. We're largely dependent on tourism, remittances. We don't have a very big productive sector. And our youth are vulnerable. There were 4 institutions for generations the Caribbean could count on: the family, the church, education institutions, and government. All those now, with misinformation, disinformation, are all vulnerable. All can be questioned. So the very essence of us as a society in the Caribbean is under threat. I'm based in Jamaica. Today we have our general elections, and two things are clear to me. One, we had a situation whereby an eminent lawyer, a member of the PNP, his voice was used by the government, and it was very much a case of misinformation, right? Then it turned into disinformation, and there's a lawsuit around that. The words that came out of his mouth were used out of context. Secondly, there was a case whereby the President of the United States, Donald Trump, told the people in a video, a fake video, I'd say, whereby don't vote for the Prime Minister because he's a thief. He lambasted him, a lot of falsehoods, a lot of lies, and the people lapped it up. And that shows you the danger of what's happening in the Caribbean. So going forward, you're going to have elections characterized by fake news, AI, and we let it just brush through the Caribbean like a hurricane. It is a hurricane, and it's going unmitigated, and we're not stopping it. We have to put a brace on it. We have to stop it. It's invidious and insidious.
So, Dr. Ramlal, what do we do in that case?
That is the hardest question in the world. That is so people would say we need fact checkers on the social. Okay, so first of all, how is the fake news spread? Misinformation, disinformation spread is spread through social media in the Caribbean as much as possible, right? I think 51% of all of it is on social media. So the discussion was then, well, the social media companies should set up fact checkers, right? So X, formerly Twitter, set up a fact checker, and then they were inundated by discussions around, what is it that you are stating as fake news? Are you controlling the narrative? Are you controlling the news, and so on? All right, so that's one case. The second case is that Meta took down their fact checker in January. And then people were like, oh, you don't care about fake news. You don't care about the real news that is coming out. So it's this balance that we have to have is quite difficult to look at. And that's on the company's side. If we were to, this is where I have to agree with the speaker here, if we have to really look at fake news and we have to look at what we should do, we need to increase our capacity. We need to have persons be media literate to understand what or how we should deal with this particular set of information. I know that plenty persons would like to try to automate something like this. I know that. I know that using AI to automate, to determine what fake news is a course of action. It is something that people think about, and that's true. You can do it. But we have to be very careful here. Very, very, very careful here. One, who is going to do it? Who is going to set up the AI systems for it? Is it the social media companies anymore? Or is it the governments? Is it an NGO? The universities? Who's going to do it? That's one, right? Because that depends on how the public is going to trust that particular entity. That's the first thing. The second thing is, who's going to pay for these particular things that you're going to train and you are going to use? How is it going to have access to information to guarantee that the information that it's sending out is actually fake? So much of the data in the Caribbean is siloed. It is difficult for other systems to even have access to that data, to even fact check. So I don't have an answer. Like, I don't have a black and white answer.
You're saying?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to offer some answers, actually, to the question of what we can do. But I want to say I'm really happy and a little surprised, but grateful that the AI expert is telling us not to look to AI automated solutions for this, because one of the things we have seen very clearly is that you absolutely need human oversight and human analysis and assessment, risk assessment, when looking at information spaces. And I think that it's, there are several emerging normative frameworks out there. At the UN, we put out the Global Principles for Information Integrity, which were launched by the Secretary General a year ago. And then in the Global Digital Compact, agreed by UN member states in September, there's a whole section on information integrity with very specific actions for governments and others. The G20 had a process as part of its digital economy track. So, we've got various multi-stakeholder frameworks that are really key. And just on the freedom of expression point, it is a false dichotomy that you cannot have freedom of expression if you are taking action for healthier information ecosystems. It is a theory that is very useful for some of those who would like to not see regulatory measures, for instance, or not like to see guardrails. You mentioned the tech companies. And I think it's very important that we push back on this, because in fact, freedom of expression, let's not forget, is not just about expressing your ideas. It's about accessing information and ideas of all kinds, seeking and receiving information and ideas of all kinds, which is really hard to do when you're in a polluted, toxic information environment surrounded by disinformation and hate, where marginalized and vulnerable voices are silenced. So guardrails, safeguards, be them regulatory or otherwise, are absolutely key to upholding freedom of expression. And I think it's really important that we don't let that, become an excuse for inaction. But just quickly on responses, and then I'll stop. Someone earlier said something about looking at what we can control. And there is a lot we can control. So, there are many policy advocacy, steps that can be taken. I mentioned regulation, human rights-based regulation. There are multi-stakeholder initiatives that we've undertaken, including at the UN, most currently on climate change with the government of Brazil and many other countries. We'd love Barbados and the Caribbean countries to join, by the way, so let me just put in a plug there. And then, of course, there are many strategic communications measures that we can undertake. Earlier on, I think President Best talked about community engagement, and this was music to my ears, because this is one of our key recommendations. You absolutely have to be in communities, listening, having that engagement, understanding what information is spreading and how people are interacting with information spaces, because it has changed hugely. Even since this event was last held, the way that people interact with and access information is almost unrecognizable. And I think unless we shift our thinking around that, we're not going to get very far. So I have more, but I'll stop there because I know I'm going on.
Mr. Edward?
I'd like to mention a couple of examples that I think will kind of enlighten everybody here. In Jamaica, for instance, the head of our central bank, the Bank of Jamaica, is a gentleman called Richard Biles. He has a monetary policy committee that determines interest rates. Not too long ago, a deep fake video went out, basically saying proclaiming what interest. It was wrong. It was totally wrong. It was fake. Can you imagine the damage that causes, particularly for small island states? So basically, you say the rating agencies, multilateral agencies, they say, oh, okay, so your interest rate is now 10%. The ramifications of that for societies, it doesn't bear thinking about. Another instance, Adam Stewart, who runs the Sanders Group's the company, there was a fake video where he says he's going into, he started a company called Stewart Capital, and he was asking Jamaicans to make contributions. Totally fake. People making contributions, sending money. And the problem with that is he has to debunk that myth, right? And it sullies the reputation of a great Caribbean company. It sullies the reputation of people who work in those institutions. You've got to clean up the mess, and no one really cares. Now, you have a number of institutions, good media houses in the Caribbean who have been around for generations. Here in Barbados, The Nation, you've got the Gleaner Company, the RJR Group, Starbuck in Guyana. They're under threat, and no one's stopping it. Their revenues are declining. The way they do business is under threat, and no one cares. No one is just allowed to happen. So you have to put guardrails. You have to prevent it. It's an oxymoron. We say artificial intelligence. It was created artificially. It could be dismantled as well. So we've got to think about it. We have to protect this region. We've got to make sure that economies thrive, lives go on. The youth have to know what the truth is. They have to build. We have to hand our countries over to the youth. They will be the ones to take the country further, to progress. They cannot do so on false information, misinformation. They cannot do so. It is so apparent and it's startling that we just let it happen. We just let it happen. A lot of the tech companies make no contributions to Caribbean companies. They cream off the revenue, they use the content, and they go away. Now you've got institutions that have been here for generations. I mentioned them, the Nation. I've mentioned a few of these houses. And they pay a price for that, and nothing's done about it. It is the inequity is just, to me, it's just stupefying how we let this happen to us as a region.
But isn't that historical in the fact that when we became independent, Caribbean countries became independent, we became independent on the basis that the United States, the United Kingdom would be there for our products. And we continued to believe in that theory that these countries will always be there for us. And it goes back to the same question. These countries are producing AI platforms and what have you for their people, not for us.
Can I respond to that? And I just wanted to follow up on what Al said. The truth is, the technology is not static. There's nothing static about it. So I don't think we have the luxury to sit down and depend on the rest of the world to do for us, because you just said it. Mr. Mother, you just said it. We are, to my mind, so accustomed to, and I know, as I said, the economies of scale are different, but we're so accustomed to depending on others to develop for us. But the technology is not static. There's a new platform, maybe every week, every day. But I think the fundamental issue is, how do we teach our people to fact check? That's the first question. If it is that we know that there is fake news and disinformation and misinformation, and you want to deal with that, you want to combat that, how do we teach our people to fact check? We teach our students in universities to fact check, because they have to do that. And when they do that, the lecturer also goes ahead and does it again. So how do you develop and teach the younger children how to fact check the information that they have? And maybe we need to start from there, but I think we need to recognize that we don't have time to sing in the living room, because the parade is going on, and we need to join the parade.
Can I say something? I think one of the ways you can do it is by having certain licensed entities broadcasting and disseminating information. I think if it's just a free-for-all as it is now, you're on the road to Hades. It's over, game over. If anyone can say and do whatever they want to do, and you just say, oh, it's technology, it's what it is, your society is going to be decimated. So basically, what it is, it's really a case of the messenger, really. How are you letting the messenger disseminate that information, right? So there are other countries where that's not allowed, and they're thriving, right? So, I mean, you know, and I've gone to them, and I've seen it firsthand, and I've been invited to. So really, you have to monitor, and you've got to have that bulwark that prevents the proliferation of misinformation and disinformation. Take, for instance, may I say, we all are familiar with the situation with Candace Owens and Brigitte Macron. That is going to, I think that's going to be a very, very serious situation for podcasters, YouTubers, and the rest of it. Can you just say whatever you say and you can't back up what you say? All right? Are we waiting for a similar situation to happen here in the Caribbean? Well, it's already happening. It's happening today, I can tell you that, with our elections in Jamaica. A lot of, and even the political parties are now turning to YouTubers, vloggers, bloggers, and the information that they're disseminating, a lot of it is misinformation, disinformation, and it's weaponized content. We let it go through.
Then in whose hands do we put that regulatory body you're talking about?
I think in a lot of cases, I think it's a combination of different entities, governments, media regulators, media houses, social groups. I think it's a lot of different. I think it's different entities working together. Almost, you need a moat. You need a moat mindset, right? So I think that's really what you need.
So I just want to, we're going downhill in a very sad vacuum, right? I just want, let's kind of come out a little bit, right? Okay, so on that note, I just wanted you all to know that the CARICOM CTU has set up an AI task force that consists of these regulators, appointees from governments, private organizations like IBM, Grace Kennedy, and so on, TIAA. It's a 35-member body. They have 5 members as the advisory council, as well, separate, which is from all over the world. And the idea, part of what they are looking at is misinformation, disinformation, the information space, data, and so on, data infrastructure, and so on. Right? So there is some light. There is something coming out of that. I'm the chair of that task force. I just wanted you all to know. I just want to say something before we kind of...
So therefore, we could look forward to at least some successful strategies or initiatives coming forward that could be implemented and applied in the Caribbean.
We have a 1-year